Hello and welcome to TEDxPerth 2018. I'm Tom Marlowe and I'm going to be with the live stream right across the next 8 hours. We are here at the Perth Concert Hall for TEDxPerth 2018 and this is going to be streamed right around the world. Make sure you get on board with the hashtag TEDxPerth. We're also going to be simulcast to the Perth Cultural Centre LED screen, so a big thank you to David and the MRA team for making that happen. Lots and lots of events coming up today. There's plenty to see. I'm going to be joined by a couple of other faces a little bit later. Okay, yep. Sorry. We have 16 innovative, thought-provoking and inspiring speakers who are here today. They're going to fill the room and you're going to take away plenty. Of course, TEDxPerth is not for profit. We are here as volunteers and there's plenty of people behind the scenes bringing this to you. Let's take a look.
I think one of the things that I find so amazing about TEDxPerth is the fact that it's voluntary. Everybody here is doing this on a voluntary basis, and it's an event of huge quality. It's a big event anyway. The audience in the room is 1,700, let alone all the people online.
And I want you to see if you can feel it. Did you feel it? Did the earth move for you?
And you look at the stage and you look at the speakers and you think, my goodness, this is so professional. Everything's being done really well. Obviously we're paying for technicians and great lighting designers and for the filming and the print and all of that. But underneath it all, there's just a team of incredibly enthusiastic volunteers. Who just want to make this happen for Perth and Western Australia. It's an amazing thing.
Hello, Tom with you again. You are watching the TEDx live stream. And as I said, I'm going to be joined by several different faces today. Let's meet them. Sarah, you are here as a volunteer for TEDxPerth. How come you're getting involved?
I've got a background in community development and local government, and there's just a range of different speakers on today, and I'm very keen to see what ideas they've got to share. So
there's going to be plenty of ideas. I think on my other side we have Kelly. Kelly, how beautiful is this venue?
It is such a stunning venue. I've loved to come see shows here when I was growing up, and now to be here for the TEDxPerth event, it's so exciting.
What do you think it is about today that is so special about people coming together?
Oh, look, it's about just spreading ideas and learning from each other. It's just such an exciting time because we need to share ideas. We need to do life together. Very exciting.
Absolutely. And Sarah, do you have any talks or anyone that you're looking forward to seeing today?
Where would I start? They're just all going to bring something different ideas, and I'm just really excited to, watch them all throughout the day, and then I'll let you know which one my favourite is at the end.
Fantastic. Well, like I said, make sure you are joining the live stream. The hashtag is TEDxPerth, so that's capital TED, lowercase x and a capital P for Perth. We are streaming right across the world, so make sure you let us know where you are if you're having a live streaming party. Plenty on offer, but there's going to be plenty happening today, isn't there?
It's going to be so jam-packed.
How long, Simon? Was that 30 seconds? Okay, what should I say to throw back? Okay, we'll have more from the Perth Concert Hall live at TEDxPerth shortly.
and we're here at the Perth Concert Hall for the TEDx 2018 event. Now I have Raymond and Danny here. Now they're some of our wonderful volunteers. Look, why did you choose to volunteer with TEDxPerth?
Well, it's something that I've always constantly curious about. Ever since I first saw my first TEDx, the TED talk online, and ever since then I just thought to myself, I really want to be a part of that. And from that point on, I just thought I need some time and all that sort of stuff. But then I thought to myself, you know what, just go for it, just try it and help them out. And this is where I am right now, and I've been enjoying it every second of it as we speak right now.
Fantastic. And Danny, I'm going to put you on the spot. What is maybe your favourite TED or TEDx talk that you've seen?
Well, I haven't actually ever heard of TEDx until recently, but I've actually pre-seen a little bit of the speakers today, and I'm very interested in Ben McAllister in the quantum physics, so it just interests me.
Great, thank you so much. We'll have more for you on the live stream here from Perth Concert Hall at the TEDx 2018 Perth event.
Hello and welcome to TEDxPerth 2018. We are live at the Perth Concert Hall for the 7th time that this has happened right here in Perth. My name is Tom Marlowe and I'm one of the live stream hosts for you for the next 8 hours. We are also being simulcast to the Perth Cultural Centre LED screen, so make sure if you see us there, take a photo and use the hashtag TEDxPerth. Let us know where you're tuning in from. There's plenty of parties happening right across the globe, so use the hashtag on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, TEDxPerth, that's capital TED, lowercase x, capital P for Perth, and take plenty of photos. There are plenty of things happening today. We're going to be covering right across the day with several different hosts, bringing you plenty of action. We have 16 innovative, thought-provoking and inspiring speakers. They're all going to be sharing lots and lots of stories about their time here in Perth. There is also 52 different events happening right around the world today. TEDx events. It's completely global. Plenty of inspiring people coming together, and of course it is all run by volunteers. There is plenty of volunteers. Of course it happens with a huge team effort. It is not a one-man show. There is plenty of people working behind the scenes. Let's take a look.
I think one of the things that I find so amazing about TEDxPerth is the fact that it's voluntary. Everybody here is doing this on a voluntary basis, and it's an event of huge quality. It's a big event anyway. The audience in the room is 1,700, let alone all the people online.
And I want you to see if you can feel it. Did you feel it? Did the earth move for you?
And you look at the stage and you look at the speakers and you think, my goodness, this is so professional. Everything is being done really well. Obviously we're paying for technicians and great lighting designers and for the filming and the print and all of that. But underneath it all, there's just a team of incredibly enthusiastic volunteers. Who just want to make this happen for Perth and Western Australia. It's an amazing thing.
Welcome back to the TEDx live stream. Tom with you here, and I'm joined by some of the other volunteers that are going to be taking part in the live stream. Sarah, welcome. What are you most looking forward to today?
I'm really looking forward to getting a real back of house experience today, interviewing some amazing people, some of the attendees here today, some of the speakers. So I'm really excited to be involved in the TEDxPerth event today.
You are just one of many volunteers. How exciting is it to see so many people coming together?
It's amazing just to see that everyone here is a volunteer. Everyone's just helping out each other. Everyone's willing to lend a hand if you need anything. So yeah, it's really great to see that there's so many amazing people willing to help.
Absolutely, and on my other side, Kelly, she's going to be doing some other exciting things as part of the live stream. Kelly, tell us a little bit about what you're doing today.
So today I'm going to be roaming around the Perth Concert Hall. We're going to be looking at all the different activations that are happening in the space. So there's stuff from Curtin University, there's stuff from City of Perth and being a smarter city. So we're going to have a look at that. There's even a human library. So taking a look at all different people's stories.
And what about this fantastic venue? We were just talking before off camera about how beautiful the Perth Concert Hall is. It's a great venue.
Yeah. Look, I used to come here as a kid and see shows, and you can see the river from here, and it's just so exciting to see it buzzing with so many people and 16 TED Talks today. Like 16, that's amazing. Yeah, so it's going to be great.
It is. Plenty of action happening. Of course, we are only 3 of plenty of volunteers that help make TEDxPerth 2018 possible. As I said earlier, this is the 7th time it's run in Perth, and there are 52 other TEDx events happening right across the globe today. Don't forget to tune in to the live stream. Use your hashtag TEDxPerth 2018 on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. We'll be back with more right after this.
Hi, it's Kelly here, one of the TEDx Livestream hosts, and I'm here with Raymond and Danny. Now, they're some of our fantastic volunteers. Now, Raymond, what made you want to volunteer with TEDxPerth 2018?
Well, I got my first ever TED Talk when I was watching it online, and ever since then I was completely hooked, and I've just always thought I really want to help out and wherever TED might be, and there just so happened to be one down here in Perth, and so I thought without having any much time or anything like that, I just said go for it, and it's just helping out, and I've been enjoying it ever since. Yeah.
That's great. Now, Danny, how about you? What is your favourite TED or TEDx talk that you've ever seen?
Well, I've actually never heard of him until like a couple months ago, so I'm just like, and I still haven't watched any online, but I have gotten a sneak peek at a couple of today's, and the one that interests me is Ben McAllister with quantum physics. I just think it's interesting, and he just doesn't, you don't just have like a dry eye. It's like he actually explains it to you.
Great. I remember one of my favourite TEDx talks that I've seen was from Jonathan Holloway, and it was about the importance of festivals and what it does to activate the cultural landscape. So that's one of my favourites. Now, have you guys grown up in Perth, or is that sort of something exciting to see TEDx here in Perth?
More than half my life here. Yeah, and I didn't realize there's a TEDx event here in Perth. I always thought that it would be in like somewhere big city like Sydney or Melbourne or somewhere around there. But since it's here in Perth, so locally, I thought I just need to get in touch with them and just help them out however way I can. Yeah.
That's great. And how about you?
Yeah, so I was actually born up north in Carnarvon, but when I was one, we moved down here, and I've basically spent my whole life here in Perth.
Yeah, it's so exciting, growing up in Perth and watching Perth change, but seeing, these new ideas coming through and spreading these great ideas. It's super exciting. And so today, is there anything else that you're really excited to see or go and have a look at today?
One of the perks of being one of the volunteers here, we actually get a sneak peek on some of the speakers here on preparation here. And I must admit, there were several speakers, like one that Danny here has mentioned already, but definitely one to look out for is one little young kid named Kai Lavelle. He is someone that you got to look out for, and I think he's really an interesting guy, like all jam-packed in a little kid like his, but he's no kid at all. Yeah, he's an entrepreneur. But you got to watch out for him.
Fantastic. And it is the youth that are going to be, pushing these ideas forward in the future. So we need to be supporting our youth and really getting them to share their ideas. Is there anything, Danny, that you're looking forward to?
I'm also looking forward to Drizana. She was the Young Australian of the Year in 2015. She's also deaf. So, it's just interesting it would be so interesting to see her talk, because just from a young deaf person's perspective, definitely.
Great. Cool. And so this is the first TEDxPerth Auslan interpreted event today, so we're so excited to making sure this is more accessible for our whole community. Look, we'll be back soon for some more information on TEDxPerth 2018.
You are watching TEDxPerth 2018. Tom with you again. Now, there are plenty of speakers happening today. Let's have a look at some of them that are happening in the first session. So we have Ben McAllister. He is a quantum physicist, so for someone that doesn't know too much about science, I can't wait to hear what he has to say. Another speaker we have this morning is Drizana Levitsky-Gray. She's one of the Young Australians of the Year. Now, these are the types of people that inspire me the most. Young people doing amazing things, and there's plenty of them. She's going to be here to share all of her experiences relating to Young Australian of the Year. The next person we have is Kai Lovell. He is an entrepreneur, so again, those types of people amaze me. They've got plenty on offer to share about business and how they manage their time and that sort of thing. And Hannah Moore, she's an infectious disease epidemiologist. Another big scientific word there. Plenty of all of those speakers coming to you very soon. Another exciting thing too, we have the program. So plenty on offer in the program. All the speakers' details and everything they're going to be talking about is in here. And we are going to have that available online as well. But this is just a bit of an intro. Here's some of our hosts. And here is session 1, live streaming with a microphone and program. It's a bit difficult, but you can see that is available on the TEDxPerth website. So plenty on offer, speakers' bios and everything. We'll have more soon.
Hi, we're back at the Perth Concert Hall. Kelly here with Sarah and Tom. Now, I did mention before that this is going to be an Auslan interpreted event, which is super exciting and it is much needed. And look, I thought that I'd make it a little bit personal. I've started learning Auslan myself through the WA Deaf Society, and I thought I'd teach Tom and Sarah how to say, "How are you?" and then also how to do their name and say, "My name is." So we're going to have a go, but Tom, I might need you to hold the microphone for me. But hold it out a little bit. So the first thing that, or one of the things I learned was, "How are you?" So, okay, so you two have a go.
Okay, ready?
Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
right?
Yeah, how are you? Great.
How are you?
Cool.
Very good.
And then I'll do my name. So we'll have a watch. So if you can hold the microphone out. So my name, K-E-L-L-E-E. So why don't you two just practice my name? So my name.
Name.
Great. You got that? All right.
Very cool.
Yeah. So that was Kelly, but obviously there's other letters involved for your name. So I'll go with Tom first. So if you hold the mic. Right. So we're going to do T-O-M. That's right?
Yeah, nice and simple.
Nice
3
and
letters.
simple. Okay. So, oh my goodness, I think I've forgotten. Okay. So T,
T.
T,
Oh, T.
T,
Yeah.
and then A-E-I-O,
O.
M.
M.
Yeah. Tom, you want to have a go?
T. O.
Yeah.
M.
Now, the Auslan interpreters can come and correct me at any point, okay? Because I'm only learning. I have very little confidence in my Auslan. Okay, now we'll try and race through Sarah. So you just hold that one for me. So, S-A-R-A-H. Okay? So,
A bit longer than Tom.
it is a bit longer. Here,
Bit
you might.
harder.
So, S-A-R-A-H. Cool. So again, this is an Auslan interpreted event and we're so excited to have them here, so welcome.
From Auslan over there to onto the stage. This is where the speakers will be coming after they've spoken on the big stage for more of an informal chat. So there's probably about maybe 60 or so seats here where people can ask questions and they can talk to a host here in more of an informal setting, because as we know, the big stages can be really thought-provoking and inspiring, but here is a chance for you to see speakers a little bit more natural, a little bit more, I suppose, intimate and a little bit more clear, perhaps. If there's something that you see that you would like some more clarification on, or if you have a question about an experience they've talked about in their presentation on the big stage, this is where you will come. So it's upstairs at the Perth Concert Hall. Plenty of people here. It's in the foyer. Now, speaking of the foyer, it is buzzing at the moment. There's people coming through the doors. Everyone's really getting quite excited to be here at TEDx 2018. Now, if you are just tuning in, make sure that you are using the hashtag the whole time. The hashtag, of course, is TEDxPerth 2018. You can use that on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. There is 52 different TEDx events happening right around the world today. So this is a global event. Of course, we are very lucky to be having one right here in Perth, and this is the 7th time that this is happening in Perth. If you missed it before, we also have a program, so make sure that you pick up a program if you're coming along a little bit later today, but it also is available online. So look through the speakers' bios and make sure that you do ask them questions, because even the speakers get a little bit nervous about speaking and telling their stories. It is a big thing for them to do. Of course, there's some inspirational stories, which means that things might be a little bit sad and hard to share, but also some really uplifting stories as well. So if you can show them as much support as possible, that helps them continue on their journey. We will have plenty more action right here from the Perth Concert Hall coming up very shortly.
I think one of the things that I find so amazing about TEDxPerth is the fact that it's voluntary. Everybody here is doing this on a voluntary basis, and it's an event of huge quality. It's a big event anyway. The audience in the room is 1,700, let alone all the people online.
And I want you to see if you can feel it. Did you feel it? Did the earth move for you?
And you look at the stage and you look at the speakers and you think, my goodness, this is so professional. Everything is being done really well. Obviously we're paying for technicians and great lighting designers and for the filming and the print and all of that. But underneath it all, there's just a team of incredibly enthusiastic volunteers. Who just want to make this happen for Perth and Western Australia. It's an amazing thing.
Hi, we're back at the Perth Concert Hall. Kelly here for the TEDxPerth 2018 event. Now, the event is starting in less than 11 minutes. But when people are on a break here in between the sessions, there is so much on. So we have things from City of Perth, Curtin University, we have typography. Look, I'm terrible at it, but there are some amazing people here in Perth. And so we're in this amazing venue. So if we keep walking forwards, we'll have Q&A sessions. We're going to have lots of activations. You can even go hear a human library story and read a human book, which is great because we look at diversity of people and we just explore difference in people. That's what makes it really, really exciting. So if you are here at this event, you can check us out in the program, or you can join us on the live stream at any point from the Perth Cultural Centre or from around the world. So there are 52 events happening around the world with TEDx today, but we also have live streaming parties here in Perth, and we also have some in Geraldton. So that's really exciting. So shout out to those in WA who are tuning in for this amazing event, and we'll be back real soon with some more information.
Hi, I'm here with Rod today, and I believe you've been to quite a few of the TEDxPerth events. Can you let me know how many and how they've changed over the year and how you've seen them grow?
Yeah, I've been to all of them actually, and it's 7 or 8, can't quite remember, can we? I saw Lee this morning and he said 8, and I think it was probably 7.
Yep.
And we'd been to a TEDx in Melbourne before, and when it came to start in Perth, obviously the thing was to go. And it started quite a tiny session at the university.
Yeah, and it must have now being held here at the Perth Concert Hall. I mean, it's just grown massively, hasn't it?
That's right. And it's great how the concert hall becomes home for the day. you really get a feel for the place as well as the people.
Yeah, and as we've just seen before, I mean, it's a beautiful venue, and everyone's just got really good vibes here, very excited. So yeah, we are very happy that you're
TEDx to greet whatever comes. If you come with a predetermined view of what might happen, you're going to miss stuff. So I'm here just to be really open and to see what's coming and greet that in the fullest way that I can.
That's great, and I think everyone here is just really excited to listen to all the speakers and get as much as they can out of today. Would you say this is, one of the biggest ones you've been to in terms of numbers, or, has it really dramatically grown, or they're all, quite large? In particular, Melbourne as well would have been quite a lot of people there.
Well, I was at Sydney last year. That was 1,600, I think.
Wow, so Sydney, Melbourne and Perth,
Well,
that's
have friends
great.
who do TEDx talks.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah. So Simon, who runs Who Gives a Crap.
Okay.
And Tom, who's an academic in the US, and he's written a book on algorithms to live by.
Well, that's really exciting. Thank you so much for your time today, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now look, it's going to be a huge day here today, but just after the TEDx talks finish, that doesn't mean this whole event finishes. The party is going to be continuing just out here. So if we go for a quick little walk, it is the chill zone during the day, but tonight this is going to turn into an amazing after party. So if you have a look just out here, we have our beanbags and stools overlooking the amazing Swan River. So look, please join us tonight as we party on and we share more ideas that are worth spreading. It's very exciting. So tickets are available. They are $10 and you can come and join us at any point. So that'd be really great because the more people, the better. Now, if we come back inside, sorry, making this a little bit harder for our camera, we have a lot going on, so I'd love for you to join us today. We have our river stage schedule, so we have Ben McAllister coming and having a question and answer style session as well. But again, as I mentioned before, which is so exciting, this event is Auslan interpreted. So hello to everyone out there, and we'll be back really soon with so much more content. Please join us during the day for things from City of Perth, Curtin University, Human Library, and again, a big shout out to our sponsors, Curtin University and City of Perth as well, and all our other partners who have joined with us today. We'll see you soon.
Tom with you again at the TEDxPerth 2018 live at the Perth Concert Hall. Let's throw to a live shot now of inside the concert hall. This is the stage and it's getting ready for the speakers to be coming. There's plenty of people getting inside and we've just heard the call. It's happening in 5 minutes time. So people are slowly making their way in, filling up the seats, and the stage looks fantastic. It is, of course, TEDxPerth. That is the hashtag that you need to be using, TEDxPerth 2018. If you're inside, take some photographs, put it on Twitter, Instagram or Facebook, TEDxPerth 2018. They are expecting a full house in there today. But of course, if you're not here, you are watching this live stream. Now, as I said earlier, there is going to be speakers happening all morning, but then they're going to be coming to this stage up where I am in the foyer for more of an informal chat with only maybe 50 or 60 chairs here. That's where you at home can have your say. So make sure you tweet your questions help them tell their story, because as I can see, if I was a speaker right now, I'd be feeling a little bit nervous about going in front of that big stage. So by the time they get up into the foyer, they're looking for a break and they're looking for more of an informal chat. But the foyer is starting to become a little bit more empty now. There's some more seats filling up inside, people slowly making their way in. Of course, as I said before too, this is a volunteer event, so plenty of people with lots of smiles making this all happen. We'll be back soon. As we said before, it is buzzing here in the foyer. Everyone has slowly made their way in to watch the presentations beginning shortly. We've had a pretty big morning so far though. We've had half an hour of meeting everyone in the foyer. Sarah, what have you enjoyed most about this morning?
Yeah, so I interviewed a gentleman named Rod. It was very interesting to talk to him. He's been to all the TEDxPerth, so he was saying about 7 or 8. He couldn't quite remember, but he said that it's just great to see how much they've grown, being held here now at the Perth Concert Hall. So it's just really good to hear how excited everyone is, and really looking forward to interviewing some more patrons throughout the day.
Absolutely. And Kelly, I mean, you've had a bit of a tour. You've been everywhere this morning. What have you enjoyed?
Oh, look, I've actually just enjoyed realising how much is on, and I was just looking through the program and I was realising that there's actually a full film program as well to go with today, and there's going to be amazing films. But I am very excited to explore this foyer later, and we're going to be doing activation talks, so we'll be looking at the human library and everything around that, it's so great. There's so much on.
Absolutely. Kelly, tell me about the people that come to TEDx, because it's not just all old people or all young people. There's a real mix, isn't there?
Yeah, look, I think the best thing is that those people who maybe work from home or they have their own businesses, this is a time for them to come out and actually see what else is going on and share their ideas, because we have amazing small businesses and entrepreneurship, organisations here in WA. Even up in Geraldton, there's a comedy activation company running from a shed. It's amazing to just come out and share these ideas. Yeah, so.
Absolutely. Sarah, we'll go to you again. What do you think, if you could tell someone why they should come to a TEDx talk, what do you think? Why should they be here?
I think that there's nothing better than just listening to ideas that are meant to be shared. I mean, everyone has such great ideas. Just come along, sit down for the day and just take it all in and get as much out of it as you can, because we have so many amazing speakers that have so much to share, and it's just going to be a really valuable day. It's going to be heaps of fun. Like you were saying, there's so many activations. It's a beautiful venue. It's a beautiful day. So I encourage everyone to get involved. If you haven't already been, definitely come along next year.
Absolutely. And even if you can't come though, technology is pretty incredible, and this live stream is happening right across the world. So you can have it right in your lounge room by using the hashtag TEDxPerth. Let us know where you're watching, because as we said before too, there's plenty happening right across the world. But it's amazing, we're beaming live, and it's just giving people, I think, such incredible access to speakers and things like that.
I think it also shows how much technology has grown, that, if you can't get here to the Perth Concert Hall, you can be watching online. That's how much we have grown, especially in our community with all that technology. So, what's stopping you guys from sharing your information with each other, past this event as well? This is all about ideas worth spreading. So
absolutely, It's about plenty of people getting involved. Now, shortly we are going to go in and watch some of the speakers, but first let's get to know you a little bit better. Kelly, tell us a little bit about your background.
Look, I trained as a teacher and also a performer here in WA at Whopper and at ECU, and now I work as a youth engagement officer in Mandurah, the sleepy little old town there. It's just great to be up in the big city.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to be back here shortly, but first let's see how things are getting underway.
Hi, I'm here with two of our guests here today. And what was your name?
Henry.
Henry and
Olivia.
Henry and Olivia. Now, why are you here today? What are you really hoping to get out of today's TEDxPerth event?
Well, I've always been watching TED Talks on the internet. I haven't been to an actual event yet, so I'm pretty excited to listen to physically.
Yeah, wow, and everyone is so excited, and it's really great to see why. So, what are you looking forward to most today? Are there any speakers in particular, or anyone that you're really excited to hear from, or just everyone in general?
I did actually look at the speakers list, and I'm very interested to hear this entrepreneur that's going to be speaking today. So I think that's something that I'm going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, great. That's really exciting. And it's a really nice venue here today, the Perth Concert Hall, and it's such a beautiful day. So are you planning to head to the after party? That's on the deck outside after, so that's available, and that will be quite fun to, mingle with everyone and have a look. So do you think you might have a look at that after the event?
Yeah, certainly. I think it'll be
probably.
good.
Yeah. I think it'll be good. Yeah, it's just seeing everyone, just talking about, I guess, what they've learnt and all that. I think it'll be good to just mingle around and stay back for a bit afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. And that's it. I mean, you're here today, and for anyone that's watching at home, we do have the live stream, which we're doing here today. So even if you can't make it, you can watch it online. So thank you so much for your time today. It was really lovely to meet you both, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You are watching the live stream of TEDxPerth. The speakers are going to be underway just shortly. We've had a really full morning so far. There's been plenty of action right here at the Perth Concert Hall. It's so important, and I'm going to say this 1,000 times today, use the hashtag TEDxPerth 2018. Get involved in the conversation, and honestly, enjoy the speakers. They are inspiring, thought-provoking. They've all lived plenty of different experiences, and it's so great that all of these minds are coming together at an event like this here in Perth.
Yeah, it's so exciting. You know what? Perth is actually the place to be. To me, I think this is the place to be. Yeah.
It is, absolutely, and a beautiful day too. So after the presentations inside, head outside, and maybe we'll even take you outside, have a look at the beautiful weather and beautiful view of the Perth Concert Hall. Of course, we are being live streamed on your phone, on your tablet, on your laptop, everything. It's time now though to head into the theatre, have a look at some of the first speakers for this morning. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your host for today, Gavin Buckley.
Good morning. Good morning. You're too kind. Welcome. Welcome to TEDxPerth, the 7th edition of TEDxPerth, the Age of Wonder. It's so wonderful to see you all here. Just out of interest, how many of you are here for the first time? Blimey! Well, welcome. Welcome. In that case, you're in for a particular treat because, if you've not been here before, you are going to have an amazing day. I'm sure you're all really familiar with TED and TED Talks, but to be at the live recording is really an extraordinary experience. It's wonderful to see you. Now, of course, it's not just those of us in the room who are enjoying TEDxPerth today. If you're watching us on the live stream, welcome. We're delighted to have you with us as well. We know there's some viewing parties going on around the state, and whether you're watching us in the UK or in Hong Kong or in the United States, welcome and thank you for joining us on the live stream as well. So we've got some amazing speakers lined up for you over the course of the day, and we'll be introducing them very shortly. Now, of course, we're meeting today, though, on Noongar land, on Noongar Boodja, and it's an honour for us to be meeting here today, and I'm delighted to say that to give us our welcome to country today, we are going to welcome back Sean Nannup. He's an extraordinary individual, and we are really happy that he's one of our TEDxPerth community. It's the second time he's done a welcome here, and we are thrilled to have him back. So would you please give him a huge welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sean Nannup.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back to do a Welcome to Country for you. And if anyone's ever heard me do a Welcome to Country, could you raise your hand if you have? Oh, there we go. Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm gonna ask about maybe 10 to 15 or 20 people who'd like to come up and support me. Would that be okay? And there is a stage, well, was just there to the right. If you could make your way up through to the right, there are the ladies there. Who would like to come up and help support a connection to a wonderful country? Please make your way up, yeah. Okay, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're getting there. Anyone else? 11, 12, and I can't go any higher. My counting is not the greatest, yeah? Okay, so what I'm going to do is Welcome to Country is about unification, bringing people together. And we've got a very short time, and I'm going to make sure I keep my eye on that, because once we get into a space of connection, time becomes irrelevant, and we all of a sudden start to get into the flow. And I'm going to do my best to make sure that you feel that the Welcome to Country is not just a verbal language about what happened here many, many thousands of years ago and still happening today, that it's a part of our only culture. It's about acknowledging that you too are a part of it as well. So can you say it with me? When we talk about one, we talk about all. When we talk about one, and when I say all, I mean that the earth gave us all life. Would that be fair? Yeah, so we've got a great mother. That unifies us. And if people say, no, I don't think so, well, there might be another planet out there that they came from, but at the end of the day, this wonderful planet gave us all life. And when we talk about one, we talk about all, and I mean that literally. When the tree was born, it had the same mother. When the fish were born, it had the same mother. You hear that silence? That's that moment when your walls may come up and start saying, I think he's lost me. So whatever I say from here on becomes null and void. So I'm going to challenge you to acknowledge that when that beautiful kangaroo or the giraffe or the zebra or the eagle was born, it was born in a place that was rightfully their place to be nurtured and cared for. We call this earth. We call it Boodja, our mother. Can you say Boodja? Boodja. And when we talk about Boodja, our mother, that automatically says that we're one of one. And a Welcome to Country, as you come into a space from all over the world or whatever energy you bring, like this, we got to get the foundation right. And the foundation must be based on love and unity. And when those two things are the most key sail that gives us the way forward, then it doesn't matter what we say. People feel that this is the right place to be able to then give you a sense of them and know that they're actually a part of your life. In other words, I've got something to give you that maybe merit your next step to unity and love and make this world, as we know, what it should be, a place for everyone. Yeah? So, the tree is our brother, our sister, our cousin. The fish is our brother, our sister, our cousin. And if we treat them like family, what a great world this would be. So what I'd like you to do is all stand, if you can. I'm not going to sing the national anthem. I can't sing at all. Any Aboriginal mob in the room? We've got one brother. One Aboriginal man in the whole of this space. We've got some more? Yeah? All right, my mob. We're gonna show our mob how a celebration of our culture is a celebration that's worth living. And what I'd like you to do is connect with the person next to you the best way you can. get into the rhythm of dance and movement, yeah?
So we're going to dance.
Encourage them to dance. You know, it's a little slow movement. Okay, here we go. You feel the energy rise? See how everyone's smiling and they want to tell a story. Art, song, dance, language, story. When we want to do anything cultural, art, song, dance, language, story. Why is it that I'm speaking alone? Because when I talk, we all should be talking, yes? One of one. Art, song, dance, language, story. Game over. It's a beautiful country. But let me tell you a story about this country. Sit down, I'm going to paint you a picture. No. I'm telling you a story. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get you to breathe. When we get back to our heartbeat, that's the rhythm that your mother gave you. It goes like this. Ba-boom, shh, ba-boom, shh. And from a resting heart rate, you know you'll be able to make some of the greatest decisions ever made. Not just for you, but for your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grannies. And they'll wonder, hey, how is it that we were instilled with this great knowledge, this great sense of belonging? Because we always go back to our heartbeat and we know we're in the right rhythm of this wonderful, beautiful land. So what I'd like you to do now is just take a moment, and when we get into the process, I want you to follow these wonderful people up here. And they don't even know what's going on yet, but certainly I'd like to be able to see our brother. We'll just get you to play that song. Take a nice deep breath in. Hold it. 3, 2, 1, out. Sometimes you might want to close your eyes so you can just feel it. Just move your body a little bit, get in the flow. Now you can just move a little bit more and do a little bit of a shuffle where you're standing. See, honey, I saw, you see, it came to me. It put its face up to my face so I could see. Yeah, then I saw love disfigure me into something I'm not recognizing. What happened then was you felt a rhythm. Did you know the words? Maybe not. Do you know the song? Maybe not. But you felt something. And you know that maybe somewhere in your life you want to go and share that with the ones you love. And say, can you feel this? I don't know what the words are, but let's start dancing and let's do a little bit of a groove. Because you know you're part of something great. Be excited. We don't have to know everything. All we have to do is start to dance sometimes. Start to just get in the flow of something. And say to yourself, wow, TEDx today, they're going to have speakers, they're going to have people encouraging, they're going to tell you a story that will give you a sense of great wisdom, but at the same time make you feel as though you're on part of something really amazing. So, Warawira Buyakanan. Bad spirit, go away. We don't need you right now. Then we say, Murichirindat yening, Krobradan, yen yaku. Good spirit, come sit, not in the air, but on our skin, dat yening. And when you feel the goosebumps going over your body, that's them dancing with your spirit child inside you. Because everything is born with a spirit or an energy that unites us. Those old people dancing on your skin right now, they're saying, hey, don't forget, you're a part of this wonderful, beautiful universe that gave you life. And she is nothing but bright colours, frequency, sound. And get into the flow of her. You'd be like the great big dolphin and the whale out there flowing. No, it never lost Wanju wanju nija wajak nyonga buja wanju wanju nija wajak murich yogas wanju wanju welcome welcome. Murich is really good. Yoga's our women. Murich Marmin is our men. Murich Kulunga is a child inside you dancing and celebrating. And our Kulungas here, our children, to Nyunga Boja country. Thank you very much for having me. I hope you feel the energy for the rest of the day and you feel goosebumps for the rest of your life. Till then, Border.
Sean, thank you so much. What a beautiful welcome to country. And thank you for joining us on stage so earlier in the day. I have to say, there's not too much audience participation, so if you are sitting in the front rows, please don't panic. All right, you're going to be fine. It's not like one of those shows. Okay, now look, today's event is called TEDxPerth. Now the X means that we're an independently organized TED event. We're actually part of a huge sort of global community. And earlier this year, it was a great honor for me and a number of other TEDx organizers, indeed 499 other TEDx organizers from around the globe, to meet at TED Fest in New York, which was an amazing experience for all of us. And what I particularly took away from it was the incredible energy, enthusiasm, and the sheer dedication of volunteers who put on these shows across the globe. It's an extraordinary community, and it's so, I'm really proud to be part of that, and I know our team is really proud to be part of that as well. And actually, you're all part of the TEDx community too. It means a huge amount to us that you're here, and it means a huge amount to us that you are here to support our speakers and help spread their great ideas, because that's what TEDx is really all about. It's about ideas that are worth spreading. Now, what's particularly interesting about TEDxPerth is that it is in fact about here. It's about us. It's about now. We don't bring in speakers from outside the state. We don't bring in speakers from other countries. It is about Perth. We're about showing the world and giving a platform to the greatest ideas, stories, and enthusiasms that are coming out of our community here in Western Australia. Yeah, absolutely. And that I think is a wonderful thing. Because there's a huge amount going on, and I never cease to be impressed by the people our wonderful curators find to give these talks. It is astonishing. And again, today we have a wide variety of people talking to us on a wide variety of subjects, and I'm sure you're going to get a lot out of it. We also have a short film program this year. You've seen the first one already, incidentally. We've done a series of countdowns for the start of each session, showing the beautiful landscape, the amazing countryside of Western Australia. Coming back to what Sean was saying earlier on, so we get a real sense of the rhythm of the place where we all live and work and spend so much of our time. It's a great place to be. So there are 52 other TEDx events taking place today. We wish them well, of course. You've made a great choice by joining us here in Perth. And I'm also very pleased to say that we've been joined by a number of other TEDx organizers, not only from here in Western Australia. TEDx UWA is here, TEDx Fremantle is here, TEDx ATO Perth is here, and also TEDx Fulbright Perth is here, which is fantastic. I think Bunbury might be here as well. And from over east, TEDx Canberra and TEDx Sydney. So could we please all make them feel really welcome as well? I do hope I haven't missed anyone off that list, but we're a very small part of a global community, and it's just amazing and such a privilege to be part of it, and we're really happy that they've come to join us here today. Now, so TEDx is independent, but to tell us just a little bit more about that, I'd like to introduce Chris Anderson, who is the curator of TED.
From Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theatres, every day people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TED's. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
Great stuff. So there we are. So today we have an astonishing lineup for you. We have 16 amazing speakers. We have short films outside in the foyer. You may have seen some of them already. Some wonderful installations and activations which you can engage with, many by our friends, our sponsors, etc. We have Q&A stages. So during the breaks, you'll be able to join Anthony Hasluck and Andy Farrant, who'll be running 2 stages, and they'll be talking in a little bit more depth with some of our speakers. I'll tell you a bit more about that in a moment, but there's so much going on for you to engage with, and of course there's the food. There's some great lunch coming up, there's morning refreshments, there's the afternoon refreshments as well, and if you're coming to the after party, there's a few drinks then as well. If you feel like you need a few drinks before you get to the after party, and let's face it, I might, but we'll see how that goes. There is actually a pay bar which the theatre has open, so if you want to get some wine or whatever with your lunch, you're very welcome to do that. But whatever you do, just make sure you enjoy the day. Oh, and there's a little secret which we're going to announce to you later on today as well, so you'll be the first to hear about something new that's coming up. So it's going to be great. But I think it's about time we brought out our first speaker, don't you think? Now, these folks have worked incredibly hard on their talk, and I know you realize they're all doing it for nothing. It's an act of generosity for them being here to sort of share their ideas and their enthusiasm and stories. So when the first speaker comes out, I know you are going to go wild with applause. Okay, we'll just make that as a prerequisite for all the talks we're seeing today. But we're going to start with one of the greatest adventures in modern physics. We're really going to sort of start to expand our minds to a really sort of galactic scale. Now, you might think that Perth is not the place where cutting-edge quantum physics might be happening, but you'd be wrong, because it is happening here. And we have an amazing person who's doing just this sort of work just down the road from here. And I'd like to introduce you to him. He's a quantum physicist, and his name is Ben McAllister.
When I was a child, I wanted to be an explorer. Now, I'm a physicist, and don't get me wrong, I love what I do, but I've always been fascinated by what I view as one of humanity's most fundamental prevailing instincts, to push out into the unknown and see what there is to see. Our history, from the very birth of civilization, is filled with explorers, these romantic figures who capture our cultural imagination, forging out into the unfilled corners of the map. And I used to believe that those days were mostly behind us. We've filled in all the blank spots on the map, so until we get to the era of interplanetary travel, there's no exploring left to do, right? I believed that until I learned about exactly how little of the universe we understand. I believed it until I learned about what we call dark matter, which is what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'm going to explain the things we don't understand in the universe and tell you about what we're doing to explore them. But before I do that, I thought I should go back and tell you the story so far. The story of how we came to be in a universe full of people, planets, stars, galaxies, and black holes. I'm going to tell you the story of everything. And that story begins with the Big Bang. Now, you may have heard of the Big Bang. It's our current best theory for the way the universe began. And it goes something like this. About 14 billion years ago, all the fundamental particles that would later become you and me and the galaxy were all smushed together in a ball. Then they started expanding, those fundamental particles started combining and made more complex things like atoms. Then those atoms got so close and so hot that they ignited, creating the first stars. Inside those stars, the atoms are smashing into each other and making all kinds of complex, exotic, heavy stuff. And then those stars exploded, scattering all that exotic matter across the universe. Rinse and repeat that cycle for a few billion years, and we arrive at a rocky planet we call Earth. And a few billion years further after that, crawling up out of the primordial ooze on that planet, we have life forms that we call human beings. Now, that's a pretty cool story, right? And it kind of covers everything. I mean, people, planets, stars, galaxies, that's all the stuff there is, right? If we were going to make a map of all the stuff in the universe, well, it wouldn't look like this map of the Earth, but if we were going to break it down based on what's in the universe, it might look something like that. Now, that's a little silly and simplistic, I know, but that's all the stuff there is, right? Well, I'm here to tell you today that that is so far from the whole story. We know now that all that stuff, people, planets, stars, black holes, that makes up 15% of all the matter in the universe. The remainder is what we call dark matter. So, dark matter. There's about 5 times as much of it as there is all the stuff we understand, so we better define that term. Dark matter is actually a highly literal term. We call it dark because it doesn't interact with light, which means we can't see it. And we call it matter because it has mass, it has stuff to it. And there's one other important thing that we know about dark matter, which is that it doesn't interact with the regular matter much at all, which means we can't touch or feel it. So, how do we know about this stuff? Well, all of our evidence for dark matter so far comes from what are called cosmological observations. This just means we look at the way stuff moves around in space and we try and explain that motion using our mathematical models. And what we found on every scale of cosmology, from the largest galactic superclusters down to much smaller structures like individual galaxies, what we've seen again and again and again is that we can't explain the motion of any of these things with our theory of gravity if we only consider the stuff we can see. We have to introduce an enormous amount of invisible matter, and that is the dark matter. So probably the best example of this comes from what are called galactic rotation curves. A galactic rotation curve is just a measure of how fast a galaxy spins as a function of distance from the center. We've got some on the screen here. So if we were going to look at a galaxy like our own Milky Way, we can count up all the stuff we can see in that galaxy. And from that, we can get an estimate of how much mass there is. And if we know how much mass there is, then we know how much gravity there is. And if we know how much gravity there is, we should be able to predict what the galactic rotation curve looks like, how it spins. Because gravity is the main force that governs the way galaxies move. It's the thing that pulls everything in towards the center and holds it there as it rotates around. So, I'll ask you to focus on the galaxy and the curve on the left for now. If we looked at a galaxy like that, we could count up all the stuff we can see, the stars and planets and such, and we could model what we would expect its rotation curve to look like. We would expect it to look like that curve on the bottom left there. See, most of the stuff we can see is concentrated near the center, which means gravity is strongest there. That means that that stuff can spin around really fast. Then the curve goes down because the outer parts of the galaxy have less stuff, so they have less gravity, so they spin a lot slower. At least, that's what we expect. But the crazy thing is that in just about every galaxy we look at, it looks much more like that galaxy on the right, which is to say the outer parts are spinning way too fast. Take a look at the rotation curve. The outer parts of the galaxy are spinning just as fast as the stuff near the center. Have a look at the outer stars on the right and compare them with the outer stars on the left. They are moving so much faster than we can account for if we only consider the stuff we can see. We have to introduce a huge amount of dark matter, which provides extra gravity and allows those parts to spin faster without being flung off into space. It's like if you spin a ball around on a string. The string has to provide the tension that keeps the ball traveling in a circle. And if you go too fast and the string can't provide enough tension, it'll break and the ball will fly away. In the galaxy, the dark matter provides the extra force that literally holds the galaxy together. And with that, we've kind of arrived at everything we know about dark matter. I mean, we know there's a lot of it, and that it has mass and is invisible. And we know it plays a really important role in the way galaxies move and the structure of the universe. And we know one other very important thing, which is that it's all around us. Because we know that the dark matter is concentrated in the outer regions of the galaxy, which means That's exactly where Earth is in the Milky Way. And that means there's a tremendous amount of dark matter passing right through this room, right through our bodies, right now. And we can't see, touch, or feel it because it doesn't interact with our matter. This is a whole new blank spot on the map. It's a whole new region to explore. And we've got this weird paradox with dark matter because, as I mentioned, we've got evidence for it on every scale of the universe. The only place we don't have evidence for it is on Earth, in the laboratory. And that's the problem I'm trying to solve. So, how do you go about detecting something that you can't see, touch, or feel? Well, it depends what you think it's made of, and there are lots of different theories about what the dark matter might be. But if you ask me, the best theory is this particle called the axion. Now, I don't want you to worry about the technical definition on the board there. All you need to know about axions is that they are a really good dark matter candidate. There are a few things about axions that make them a great dark matter candidate. The first one is that they come to us from a completely separate area of physics. What I mean by this is we didn't invent axions just to account for the dark matter. I'm not going to go into it, but suffice to say there's this big problem in physics called the strong CP problem. And so far, the best solution to that problem relies on the introduction of a particle that they called the axion. And when you look at the properties that you expect that axion to have, they match exactly with the properties we want dark matter to have. So it sounds pretty good, right? The axion can solve these two huge problems at once. The axion also has something really, really important, which is a coupling or interaction with photons, which are particles of light that we happen to be amazing at detecting. That means if axions are the dark matter passing through this room in our bodies right now, we have the opportunity to take something that we have no chance of observing in the form of dark matter and convert it into something that we're great at detecting in the form of light. This is where my experiment comes in. At the University of Western Australia, we're building what's called the Oscillating Resonant Group Axion Experiment. But we prefer to call it ORGAN for short. The idea of ORGAN is to exploit this axion-light interaction. It works something like this. The dark matter in the galactic halo, this stuff that we don't know what it is, comes into our detector in the lab and converts into a little flash of light that we can try and see. Now, there are a few things that make these experiments really challenging. The first one is that the strength of these signals, essentially the number and size of these little flashes of light, is unbelievably small. The way we get around this is by cooling everything in the experiment to a few thousandths of a degree above the coldest possible temperature, absolute zero. The reason we have to do that is that everything is constantly emitting a small amount of light in proportion with how hot it is. Our bodies right now are emitting light, just not at a wavelength we can see with our eyes. If you've ever used a thermal or infrared camera, you know what I'm talking about. And although this amount of light is small, it would still completely destroy our chances of seeing an axion convert into light in this room. The other thing that makes these experiments really challenging is that we don't really know where to look. We have an enormous parameter space to search. Now, I'm going to throw a plot up on the screen to explain what I mean, and it's a bit technical, but I don't want you to be scared, so I'm going to walk you through it. This is the axion parameter space. On the horizontal axis here, we have the axion mass. Essentially how heavy the particle is, and we don't know. It could be anywhere from over there to over there. And this is a problem, because when you build one of these experiments, you have to choose what range of axion masses you want to be sensitive to. You can't be sensitive everywhere at once. On the vertical axis, we have the strength of the axion-photon interaction. It's essentially the probability that an axion inside our detector will convert into light that we can see. Now, this is getting a bit technical, so don't think about this as a plot. I want you to think about it as a map. This is a map of all the places the axion could possibly be. This is the map that we have to explore. And all of these bars and lines and stuff are just places that other intrepid adventurers have already been, explored, and ruled out. And if you ask us at the ORGAN experiment, as far as we're concerned, X marks the spot. That's where we think we're most likely to find axion dark matter, so that's where we're building our experiment. And with my research, it's my job to build the detectors that will allow us to access that part of the parameter space. If you like, it's up to me to build the ship that's going to get us there. And it just so happens I've brought one of these ships along with me. This is the detector that we're going to use to detect axion dark matter in the lab. This is the ship we're going to use to voyage and explore the cosmos. Now take a look at this thing. It is tiny. It fits in the palm of my hand, but it is amazingly powerful. With this little thing, we can get some big information. This tiny device can help us learn about the largest structures in the universe. And it's all happening right here in Perth, WA. So, why do we care about this? Why is this stuff important? That's a fair enough question. So if you're wondering, let me give you something to think about. Human beings have done some truly, truly amazing things. When you consider the fact that we're a bunch of barely evolved apes clinging to a rock, hurtling through space, and that, in a cosmological sense, we've been around for a frankly insignificant amount of time, the things we can do are nothing short of wondrous. Computers, modern medicine, spaceflight, art, and literature. On top of all that, the things we've been able to learn about the universe at large are simply astounding. We know how planets form. We know about the black holes at the centers of galaxies. We even know a little bit about the birth of the universe itself. And all of this without any human ever having traveled further than our own moon. These are the things humans have accomplished with knowledge of 15% of the matter in the universe. Consider that, and imagine what we could do if we could unlock the rest. Thank you.
How fantastic was that? What a great start. In fact, I thought I'd found a piece of dark matter in my refrigerator the other day, but it turned out to be a piece of cucumber that had been there since about February, I think. But anyway, there we go. So, but isn't that amazing? It's passing through the fridge all the time. So actually there is dark matter in the fridge, which is wonderful. So that's terrific. Well, okay, let's move on. Bring out our second speaker. And now she is a campaigner and a human rights activist, particularly when it comes to the deaf community. And this has been recognized by the fact that she has been awarded, or she has become Young Australian of the Year in 2015. She's a remarkable person, a determined person, and someone who I'm really looking forward to welcome to the stage right now. It's Drazina Levinska-Gray.
Did you all feel lost there for a moment? You couldn't understand what was actually going on? For a moment in your life, you got to live like a deaf person. You couldn't actually access what was happening on stage. So I'll give you a bit of a rundown of what I said. It's my great pleasure to be here on the stage of TEDxPerth. And I asked the audience a question. Hands up if anyone knows any Auslan, which means Australian Sign Language, or if you know any other sign languages from around the world. Can I get a show of hands? Fabulous. I've had the privilege of growing up bilingual and bicultural. We all have the privilege of living in a democratic society. Some of us have had the privilege of living a relatively comfortable lifestyle. Some of us have the unearned privilege of being male. Some of us also have the unearned privilege of being white. For most of you in the audience, you also have another privilege. You have a hearing privilege. I know that you don't get up in the morning and say, phew, thank goodness I can hear today. However, it's true, you do have some advantages in life. As a deaf person, I am very much the same as you. I'm a second-year university student. Last year I bought my first home. I'm happily married. In truth, you and I are not exactly the same though. We are slightly different. And we're different because as a deaf person, I experience prejudices, attitudes, and judgments from hearing people. And that's right, that's what we call you, hearing people. You're hearing, congratulations, you've all earned yourself a brand new identity today. You can call yourself a hearing person. So what does hearing privilege actually look like, and what does it mean? There are many, many stories out there about barriers, but I'm here today on stage to give you my story and share with you my experience. When I go to the shops, I queue up in the line, and when I get to the register, I gesture for a pen and paper. And while I'm writing my request, the cashier deals with the second person or the third person, and I'm forced to wait my turn again. When I go to the doctor's office to see my GP, I'm sitting in the waiting room and the captions aren't on the TV, and I have to remind reception to put them on. More worryingly, there are more serious events. Last year, my husband and I were admitted to hospital with meningitis. It was a traumatic experience in itself. We nearly lost my husband. And on what was already a horrific experience, we had to deal with prejudices, attitudes, and judgments from my husband's treatment team. To clarify, we were being treated by different teams. We were on different wards. He had his own team and I had my own team. My team were fantastic. They adapted their communication style to fit our needs. My husband's team did not do this though. We were harassed, bullied. Our use of sign language was mocked. They gestured that they had to speak and they had to write everything down, essentially saying that because we were deaf, we were somehow stupid. We were very fortunate to have a great team with my team. They were fantastic. They worked in partnership. They used their hearing privilege to go and speak to my husband's treatment team and explained that just because they're deaf, they're not stupid. They use a different communication style. They use Auslan, so that his treatment team needed to adapt their strategies. So imagine, for just a moment, if that was you, in a foreign land where they speak a different language, and you're in a hospital, lying on the bed with treatment teams, doctors and nurses poking and prodding you, and you not knowing what's going on. How would that make you feel? The pressure to keep smiling, be compliant, be nice, not make a fuss. It is brutal. Those two small examples that I gave to you earlier, they may seem small and insignificant, but when they occur day in and day out, it can really wear you down. So is it any real surprise to find that deaf people experience a higher incidence of mental health issues compared to hearing people? And yet, there is still hope. There's still those good news stories. My university education hasn't been all smooth sailing. So when I've experienced barriers, I've had the support of the Student Guild, who have been fantastic, worked with me in partnership so that I can focus on my education. This semester, I actually had the most beautiful experience. I decided to study a linguistics unit. And the first day, it's the first class, so the teacher goes around the room and asks everyone to introduce themselves. And it got to me and I said, "Oh, I'm Drazana." And the teacher said, "That's fantastic, Drazana, but what is your sign name?" And I was absolutely shocked, completely blown away that this teacher was asking me my sign name. Because for the past 25 years in my entire life, I have never ever had one teacher ask me what my sign name was. And it was amazing because that's part of my language and it's part of my culture. A sign name is really, really important. As I said, it's part of our culture and part of our community. A sign name isn't something that you can choose for yourself. The deaf community, deaf people, will suss you out based on your personality and your quirks and your traits, bestow upon you a sign name as a gift. So my sign name is Drazana. You might be wondering why that is. I smile a lot. And at the time, I had really long curly hair. So my sign name could be Smiley, curly hair, Drazana. When you all go home today, I want you to spend a moment in my shoes. Turn your TV on. However, turn the sound off. Have a go and see if you can understand what the people are saying. If you're struggling and you're fed up, put the captions on. There are other things you can do as well. Little things. When you go to your doctor's office and you're sitting in the waiting room, remind reception to put the captions on. Or if your workplace or organisation is making videos, promotional videos for example, remind them to use captions or an Auslan translation. Or better yet, learn some Auslan yourself, some basic Auslan, so that when you bump into me, you and I can have a conversation. Please don't look at me and feel good about yourself and leave the barriers in place with nothing unchanged. I do not need to be your inspiration. I already have to work twice as hard to achieve the same outcomes as you. I do not need your pat on the back. I want to be fully included in policies and discussions that directly affect me. Nothing about us without us. I want you to be my ally. Imagine if everyone here worked collaboratively in partnership, what we could actually achieve. We could celebrate every individual for who they are. My story is just a tiny piece of the struggle of every deaf person. We all need to look inward, look at our roles and our responsibilities in society in making it a better place for deaf people and for everyone. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much indeed. Now, if you feel empowered or enthused or interested to learn a bit of Auslan, one of the installations we have out in the foyer is an opportunity for you to go and learn some of the basics to make a start. So if you'd like to try and do that, that'll start in the first break, which will be coming up shortly. But we have a few more talks before then. But do give it a go. And let's hear it once again for Drazana Levitska-Gray. One of the new things we're actually doing quite a few new things this year. We've done some salons and we've produced a new program which we hope you're enjoying, and we've been welcoming some new sponsors to the team as well. But one of the new things is we're introducing a short film program. And these are short films made by and about Western Australia. They're wonderful, and they can range from comedy, it might be something which is a story, or in this case, a documentary.
I was wrapped in telegraphy. I really loved it.
It was a skill that not too many people had.
I've got to say, a bit of pride come into it.
There's
26 combinations of dots and dashes. No two are the same. And they all make a different sound. And that's what we go by sound. The chap's listening to the signals, interpreting it and typing it out. He's typing it out as he's receiving it.
We can't do it anymore. And
we were trying to keep Morse alive, and Morse code is something that people aren't learning now. And most of us are in our 80s. We're getting frail, sick. We're doing it very reluctantly, but it's just a
fact of life. So I'm sad to see the Morse Codians go.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Okay, now to put today together, we have a team of expert curators, and I'm very pleased to say you'll be meeting some of them on the stage today. So, in fact, I'm going to bring one of them out now to introduce a few more of our speakers. Please welcome Carmen Smith.
As a curator with TEDxPerth, I'm incredibly lucky because I have a fantastic job. One of my jobs is to meet with the incredibly inspiring people who become a part of today, but also just put applications in. And as you can imagine, it's incredibly rewarding. I meet amazing people. And it's actually a really tough job to finalize who comes out today. But the job actually can be challenging in a way that I actually didn't expect. When I met our next speaker for a cup of coffee to discuss his application, I was immediately blown away by him. Not by his story or all that he had accomplished, but because it was clear that he was incredibly passionate about helping a growing global community of young entrepreneurs like himself. But I also found myself being challenged. And it took a while for me to figure out that I wasn't actually being challenged by him or his idea. I was being challenged by my own perception. Our perception about who in society has something that they can teach me, who has opinions that are worth listening to, or in the case of today, an idea and a lived experience worth sharing. Now, Kai is currently on his third business venture. He's an amazing storyteller and a bit of a media guru. I have no doubt that he is going to be an advocate for that growing movement of entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Kai Lovell.
We all experience setbacks. Maybe your alarm didn't go off this morning. Traffic could have been bad. Maybe you didn't get the seat you wanted here today. Setbacks can be as small as getting the wrong order at a cafe, or as significant as losing your job. But for most of us, it's what happens after. Beyond the fight, flight, and freeze responses ingrained in us, we have a decision to make about how we react to setback. 3 years ago, I would have reacted very differently to how I react to, and in fact, how I view setbacks today. It was around 2 years ago when I founded my first business. It was an e-commerce store online, and we were selling t-shirts. And to be able to sell t-shirts, you kind of need t-shirts. So I got in contact with a supplier here in Australia. I sent them an email explaining a little bit about myself and the business, and I was so excited when I saw their response appear in the top of my inbox. And I opened it and read the first line, in fact, the only line. "Sorry, we can't work with you because you're 12. And believe it or not, this was really hard to hear, because up until this point in my first business venture, everything had been going so well. But without even thinking about it, I got in contact with the next supplier. I found one in the US who was all for young people in business. As Napoleon once said, a leader is a dealer in hope. A dealer in hope. Their role, to me, is to plant the seed of hope in themselves, in their employees, and in their enterprise. Because these inevitable setbacks that occur in business can be so much better received if we have the tools on our side. Because if you gave up after every setback in business, every inevitable setback, you wouldn't have a business left. And this was especially important for me because on top of being in this pressure cooker of business, I was so young. And it wasn't just the lack of trust or respect from suppliers over East, it was the lack of ability to do certain things, not because of my personal ability, but by the terms of service on PayPal or these website services, whatever they may be. It's not the company's fault. It's just something that they put up for legal or ethical reasons. And they affect those people that are under 18. But this didn't stop me. I may have taken a different route, but I still arrived at the destination. And I started to observe myself. I started to ask myself, why is this working? And why wasn't I doing this before business? And I challenged myself to distill down the steps that I was taking to turn these setbacks into opportunities. And in that process, I've come across two different opposing mindsets that we see here in society today. The first mindset is pretty familiar, and it's the traditional way of thinking, which is right versus wrong. We're programmed to have this right versus wrong mindset, this good versus bad mindset. It's modern society's yardstick. And we're programmed to view certain things, to fall into these different silos. And these setbacks and these emotions that occur because of them, they get thrown into this silo of being a bad thing. And we see them as this negative occurrence that always happens. We run away from them. We hide from them. And because of all of this, we see setback as a bad thing. The second mindset is what I like to call the new way of thinking, which instead of being good versus bad or right versus wrong, it's stay the same versus grow. It's where you override your own brain's tendencies so that when you experience that one setback, you know how to take 2 steps forward. And it's as simple as 3 easy steps. The first step is to recognize and have self-talk with setback. This is the time where you actually go, you know what I'm experiencing, it's human, it's natural, it's called a setback. Nice to meet you. It's this thing that we always experience, and that's what we're going through. These emotions, they're there because of that as well. And we need to start asking ourselves questions. What is the gift in this? What is the purpose of this? Why is this happening to me today, right now? We don't have to be the person to answer it. We just need to start to posit that conversation between ourselves and setbacks. The second step is to embrace setback and emotion. It's scary. But if we can be in the position where we can make setbacks and the emotions that are attached to them, if we make them okay, what that enables us to do is to be able to go forward with such a better view of these setbacks, and actually they become a tool rather than this setback mentality. And finally, we need to find the opportunities in setbacks right now. It's where you challenge yourself, where you shift your thinking, where you look at things differently, and where you unlock the opportunity for growth. I could have given up after that email, but I didn't. And it was because even unconsciously at that time, I had these steps going through my head. I believe that a life without setback is a life without growth. Because these setbacks, what they do is they tell us when we are ready to grow, and they facilitate that growth at the same time. And I think that they happen for us and not to us. And this powerful shift, it helps me see that setbacks are truly a gift. And if I take this out of the four walls of enterprise, out of business, if you get that bad test result at school or at work, use it as an opportunity, this setback as an opportunity to switch revision focus and to start to have those conversations with your teacher or your boss about how you can absolutely nail those future tasks. Or if you get that leadership position, in fact, if you don't get that leadership position that you've been working so hard for, use it as an opportunity to start to lead from behind and be enriched and electrified by the skills that you develop because of it. Or if you lose that close friend after an argument, a position some of us may have already been in, use it as an opportunity. Take this setback and see it as an opportunity to revisit what you value in other people and to start to mold and shape those future relationships with others. These have happened to me since that decision to challenge myself to distill down these steps and what actually happens in society. And it wasn't that I ran away from the emotions. That anger with myself and others, that grief, that despair, whatever it was still there. But I didn't stop there. I continued, and I unlocked that opportunity for growth. When I sat down to start to develop this talk, I looked back in hindsight as to how I can actually see myself using these in the past. And I came back to my first business that I shared with you, the Tech Thread Co. We weren't even making a profit. But instead of feeling that sense of failure, being angry and annoyed at myself because I had failed, I saw this setback as an opportunity. I saw the whole venture as my opportunity to start to learn the basics of business, something that can arguably only be taught by doing. I also learned that maybe nerdy t-shirts were a little bit too niche, but that's a story for another day. So when I walk off this stage, and as the day goes on, and as you leave tonight, and tomorrow morning when you order that cappuccino and get a long black, I challenge you to shift your thinking, to embrace growth, to observe your self-talk, and to find your gift. And you might just discover your new favorite coffee. Thank you very much.
It's actually hard to figure out if the curator or the speaker is happier after a talk goes so well. Now, our next speaker, being a woman in both a leadership role and having a very successful research career, has certainly no stranger to having to take setbacks and turning them into opportunities. Hannah Moore is an epidemiologist who studies the patterns and trends of diseases, and her research helps to develop vaccines to help reduce the diseases that impact some of our most vulnerable children. She's also a passionate advocate for encouraging women to pursue careers in science, and as a science communicator, I'm a bit of a fangirl, I'm not gonna lie. So please put your hands together and make a very, very warm welcome to our scientist who's working at the Telethon Kids Institute right here in Perth, Hannah Moore.
Imagine a 3-month-old baby boy. Let's call him Liam. It's the middle of winter and his siblings are sick. After a few days of a runny nose and a bit of a cough, Liam has what appears to be a cold. But on the 4th day, he has trouble breathing, becomes irritable, refuses to feed, and is sleepy all the time. His breathing gets worse and becomes very fast. So Liam's mum and dad take him to the emergency department. He has a high temperature and looks very unwell. He's admitted to hospital, given oxygen to help him breathe, fluids in his veins. He has a swab of his nasal fluids taken. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is found, a virus that is currently not vaccine preventable. Liam's parents have never heard of it. He ends up with pneumonia and spends many days in hospital recovering. This is scary for Liam's parents. Eventually, he does recover and then goes home. But he continues to have troubles with his breathing, and his parents are worried about the long-term impacts on his lungs. This is the story of one child. It could have been the story of a friend's son, a nephew, maybe even your own son. Because this is not a rare story. Across Western Australia, 1 in 3 children will present to an emergency department for an acute respiratory illness before their 5th birthday. What's worse, 1 in 15 children will progress from the emergency department and are admitted to hospital, where they can spend up to a few days with a respiratory infection. I want to change these figures, and I know I'm not alone. Data are generated every day. In the case of health, data are generated when people come into contact with services. When a baby is born, a child or an adult goes to the emergency department or is admitted to hospital, has a routine pathology test like a blood sample or a nasal swab, a routine vaccination, records are formed. Data that's in these records, let's call them public records, were established several decades ago and contain information on every birth in the population. Alone in these datasets, the information is really meaningful. But the power comes when these data are joined together. When you can join up information from birth records to future routine vaccinations, to pathology tests, to future hospital admissions, that's the real benefit. And not just on one child, like Liam, but on every birth across the whole population. These joined up data can then start to tell us a story and provide us with a roadmap for the patterns, the determinants, and the consequences of poor health. These joined up data, which can be explored using rigorous science, can then be used to generate and answer new questions such as why, how, who, and when. They can then be used to recommend, advocate, but most importantly, evaluate health prevention policy. Using our data means that the findings that are uncovered are representative of what's happening in our community and in our population. Preventing disease in children is multifactorial and complex. We need to use these joined up data across multiple streams of information together to discover the need for new health prevention policies and improve the existing ones. Let me give you some evidence. The first example is by looking at over 210,000 babies over a 10-year period. It was found that babies who were born via elective caesarean had an 11% increased risk for hospital admissions due to bronchiolitis. That's the illness that's caused by RSV, the virus that Liam had. And this was after adjusting for maternal factors and pregnancy complications. What this means is that delivery without labour could be impairing a newborn's immune system, making them more susceptible to infection. An important discovery, given the rising caesarean rates we see across the world. Second example is by looking at immunisation records, birth and pregnancy records on 1.9 million Australian children. It was found that as many as 1 in 4 children are not receiving their routine vaccinations at 2, 4 and 6 months of age on time. The data identified key groups where only half of these children were receiving their routine 6-month vaccination, like for the whooping cough, on time. These groups included babies born into larger families, those from lower socioeconomic areas, and those who were born to mothers who smoked during their pregnancy. A delay in receiving a vaccine is putting a child at risk for a potentially deadly disease. These data can now be used to pinpoint those key groups in the population that would benefit the most from targeted reminders to encourage timely vaccination. The third example is by looking at maternal immunisation records and birth outcomes on over 60,000 pregnancies. It was found that not only did the influenza vaccine given during pregnancy reduce the risk of mums getting sick with the flu while they were pregnant, it actually reduced the risk of stillbirths by 50%. This evidence demonstrating the health and the benefits of influenza vaccination is now used in maternal vaccination guidelines to encourage more pregnant mums to get vaccinated with the influenza vaccine while they're pregnant. Bringing data together from multiple data sets, like in all those examples I just told you about, is called data linkage. Data linkage has been around in Western Australia since the 1970s, and it's done in a very safe and ethical way. There has never been a breach in privacy, not like Facebook. Combining data from multiple data sets on every birth in the population is done in a very controlled environment. Data are only released to qualified researchers from academic institutions who are bound by confidentiality requirements. These qualified researchers have no access to individuals' names, addresses, or any other sensitive personal information. They're not necessarily interested in just one individual, but all individuals together across a whole population. That's because by looking at a whole population, you can obtain accurate and unbiased assessments of disease rates, the risk factors for disease, what viruses and bacteria cause infection, and what effect a public health intervention has on the whole population. It's important for me to tell you how much data we have available. I believe it's important for the community to know how these joined-up data can be used with rigorous science to provide evidence, like in those examples. Because I'm guessing not many people really know about this, and that this is how evidence on the health of our population can be used to inform policy. We need to reassure every aspect of the community that these joined-up data can be used and respected by qualified researchers for public good. That these data can ultimately be so powerful they can change people's lives. But there's a downside to this. Science is competitive, and it's difficult to have sustained funding for health research. The success rate for national grants is around 15%. This year, in Western Australia, 1 out of 27 mid-career researchers were successful for their fellowship. That is a salary, so they can continue their research and remain employed. This represents a lot of missed opportunities in scientific research. Now, you may have noticed I'm a woman. And what makes it more challenging for women in science is when they have career disruptions and work part-time, most often due to raising a young family. I'm not only a woman in science, I'm a mother in science with 2 young children and a third on the way. Thank you. And having my career disruptions, or children as I like to call them, has slowed down my productivity. I deal with constant tiredness. At the moment, thanks to this, a fair bit of nausea, and I have less working hours to get done everything that I need to. Like many other mothers in science, I'm constantly juggling between my parental responsibilities and being a good mum and being there for my young kids when they need me. and progressing my scientific ventures, presenting at national, international conferences, participating in that really important 8 a.m. meeting, and spending the time that is needed to write that next successful grant application in the same tight timelines as everyone else who's working full-time. But rather than giving up, I am here, and I am powering on. Because this is important work. This is important science that needs to be done. Not only because I know this data linkage research is ultimately going to benefit me and my children, but because I want to make a difference. I want to reduce that figure of 1 in 15 children being admitted to hospital for a respiratory infection by 50%. So, in the case of RSV, we need a vaccine. RSV vaccines are currently in clinical trials all over the world, including here in Perth. The World Health Organization, which has prioritised RSV vaccine development, predicts there will be a commercially available RSV vaccine by 2025. I want us to be ready by 2025. For a vaccine to receive public funding in Australia, it needs to be shown to be cost-effective. That is, the benefit outweighs the cost. To determine this, you need to define the cost. To determine the cost, you need to know about the burden of disease. This means knowing disease aspects such as the seasonal characteristics, the age distribution of who is affected, the risk factors, the consequences, these complex patterns of infection. And not just on 1 or 2 individuals, but on a whole of population basis. These answers lie in the data that are available. We need to advocate for the continued use of these joined-up data to conduct rigorous science to provide the evidence, critical evidence that is needed to give us the best shot at preventing morbidity due to respiratory infections. We need to talk about our research and share our evidence with the community so that Liam's parents know what RSV is and other infectious diseases and can be reassured that there are teams of qualified researchers out there fighting to prevent it. I'm only a small voice in the very large world of science. But like every cent, every voice counts. We can all contribute to science, each and every one of us. We can now listen. We can now learn. We can open our eyes up to the opportunities that are right in front of us. Children are our future, and I believe we all have a duty to ensure they can reach their full potential without infectious diseases. Our data can save lives, and if used in the right way, we can reduce the number of Liams that have to go to hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, now, when you came in here today, there was a rather misleading sign on the door, okay? And when I say misleading, I mean wrong. It said that you're not allowed to take photographs. We'd love you to take photographs. It's okay. Please take your cameras out. All I would ask, though, please, is obviously please be respectful to the speakers. Don't be sitting here in the front row videoing them or using flash or anything like that. But it's absolutely fine to take pictures of me, put them online. Use the hashtag TEDxPerth, yeah? If you do that sort of thing, that'd be great. So please do use your phones to take pictures, but just be aware of the people around you. Don't disturb them, and be respectful of our speakers, obviously. But please, take pictures and share. You see this graphic up here on the right, next to the, that's a phone sharing pictures. So just go ahead and do that. Okay, now, like a really important part of our day, as I mentioned earlier on, are our installations out in the foyer. And in order to put the installations together, some come from our partners, but there's some great things for you to interact with throughout the day. And to do that, we have an incredible volunteer who helps pull the whole thing together. And her name is Kayla, and I'm going to bring her on right now to tell you a bit more about that. Kayla, welcome. Kayla, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Kayla, we've set up some installations out there. Tell us a little bit about what's on.
Yeah, so there's heaps to see out there. We've got an installation from our sponsors, Curtin and City of Perth. There's also the Human Library, Type Club. Later in the afternoon, we'll be having some kombucha. Yeah, just lots to see. So you won't be bored in the breaks, don't worry.
Okay, now you mentioned the Human Library. Why don't you tell us just a little bit more about that? Because that sounds kind of amazing. So.
Yeah, it really is. So basically, the idea behind the Human Library is that each human has a story to tell. And so you can go to the Human Library and rent out a human book where basically you can ask them anything. They're all got really interesting lives, really interesting stuff to tell you. And as far as I'm aware, there's still some spots available in the morning tea break. So if you race there afterwards, then you'll be able to get a spot in the morning tea break. Otherwise, there's other spaces available in lunch and afternoon tea.
Okay, because there's not room for everyone, is there? So
no, there's limited books available. So
yes, okay, absolutely. But it's really great. It's really popular. So if you fancy that, do go and borrow a book and go and talk to them. It's an incredible experience. Now, our sponsors, our partners, have also got some installations out there as well. So the City of Perth and Curtin University. What are they doing?
Yes, so City of Perth, they're doing like a smart cities installation. So some of you might have seen around the place, there's some bins around the city that actually send data through the cloud back to City of Perth so they know when to come and fill the bins. It's going, yep, it's full, come and empty us. That's just the beginning. That's kind of the future of how our cities are going to run and how it's going to make it more efficient for everyone, which is really exciting. Curtin's display is all about the natural environment and what irrigation does and what mining does to the groundwater levels. So you can actually put on a virtual reality headset and press some buttons to see what it looks like to be putting water in and taking water out.
Fantastic. Kayla, thank you very much for coming to share that with us.
No worries.
Okay,
Thanks.
see you later on. Okay. Now, our next speaker/stroke performer is a poet, he's a producer, he's a musician, he's an award-winning rapper. Now, if you don't believe the fact that he's already won a West Australian Music Award, then you can test this out for yourself, because we're going to bring him on right now, and his name is Mathis.
Hello. How you going? I'm Mathis. I'm a 35-year-old white middle-class Australian male, and I'm here to talk to you about rap music. Obviously, there's far more qualified voices than myself to speak on this particular subject. I do feel a little bit odd about it, but ultimately I've been on stage for over 15 years now performing hip-hop, and what's often looked at through the narrow scope of the gangster rap element is actually a cultural movement that began in the Bronx in the late 1970s. Hip-hop is African-American culture, it's Latino-American culture. It encompasses rap, DJing, breakdance, graffiti art, fashion, beatboxing, politics, and it's become one of the world's most widespread cultural phenomenon. Rap is one element of a culture of many elements, and hip-hop is practiced and celebrated in almost every country in the world. Just last year, I don't know if you know this, but hip-hop and R&B surpassed rock for the first time to become the most listened to genres in the world. That's R&B popped up probably in, the 1940s, and it's about 45 or so years after hip-hop's inception. So it doesn't look like it's going away. I want to try and demystify the gangster rap thing just a little bit. Gangster rap came about in the mid-1980s, and it came from marginalized, oppressed people in extremely ravaged and neglected areas of the US, talking about stuff that was actually happening within their communities on ground level. Its controversiality is what made it so marketable. Most of its content actually needed to surface in a country where governments are virtually inactive in solving the problems within those communities that the music speaks on. It did become somewhat of an inflated caricature of itself, but that made money. That particular era is also referred to as the golden age of hip-hop. And the reason for that is because the level and sort of diversity of skill that was popping off in that period of time in all of the elements of hip-hop was at an absolute boiling point, particularly with lyricism, particularly with lyrical skill. This is also the period of time that birthed some of the most important and powerful positive protest music in the history of hip-hop. Stuff like De La Soul and A Tribe Called Quest and Public Enemy, for example. Hip-hop has always been far more diverse in its messages than it's often given credit for. As an example of how important it's become in an Australian culture, just in 2016, AB Original, who are an Aboriginal hip-hop duo, released a song with Dan Sultan featuring on it called January 26th. This song ended up being a contributing factor, possibly the key factor, in Triple J moving the date of their Hottest 100 this year away from Australia Day. 3 Aboriginal artists wrote a protest song that caused a ripple in the Australian cultural fabric. And that ripple seems to be continuing. No matter how you look at that issue, it's a pretty powerful thing. In April this year, African-American hip-hop artist Kendrick Lamar became the first ever musician outside of the jazz and classical realms to win a Pulitzer Prize for music for his album Damn. Now, this album is an album filled with taboo words and concepts and street talk. It's also a succinct, virtuosic collection of songs that are little windows into African-American life. His song Humble from that album got #1 in the Triple J Hottest 100 this year. Triple J is Australia's largest youth broadcaster, and the Hottest 100 is voted in by its youth listener base. So what this means is all of our kids are listening to this music. And that's my point. So it seems the world narrative is changing somewhat. Long-lived social, political, and ethical battles are being pushed to the forefront on a world scale. The music industry is changing in turn to become more inclusive, and hip-hop is evolving to become even more diverse. There's now plenty of gay and transgender rappers. Misogyny and homophobia are becoming far less tolerated. And in Australia, women's Aboriginal and multicultural voices are becoming far more prominent in what's ultimately been a very white, male-dominated industry. Music is one of our best tools for connectivity and communication. And what rap, the most verbal of its forms, often does, is it takes stories of struggle and prejudice and it puts them into a palatable, listenable, danceable form. It's quite unique in that regard because of how verbal it is. So I'd say there's always going to be stuff in it that you don't like. Try looking for the stuff that you do, because along with its great popularity, it's becoming likely one of our best vessels for distributing information. And just on a side note, there's also plenty of rappers talking about climate change at the moment. So I think what we're going to see in the future is hip-hop and its ever-expanding umbrella of diverse rap stories playing a significant role in helping to shape a more compassionate, empathetic, and ultimately less prejudicial youth. I honestly believe it has that potential. But I mean, what do I know? They put me on after the guy talking about dark matter and the big data linking lady. Anyways, what I try and do with rap, with hip hop, is I try and create discussions about things to do with my country, its people, its politics, and my beliefs. I try and be as real with it as I can in respect to it. So I'm going to perform a little song called Stone Cold Sober. It's produced by my friend Kruger James, and it's a little song about my perspective on the planet and how it came to be. And thank you. I've been holding off the 8 now, for years watching their collars pop. blabbergards, forever flapping their bucks. I'm studying their movements with a vitamin D vibrance, imagining how they look if they were lying lifeless. But every skerrick of my being hates hate and loathes violence, and it's an insult to insist when life is time priceless. Back in 03, my planet poked a bit of fun, turned a tragic handle, when half these frickin' camels couldn't even hold a candle to him. Gave me a dead leg, learned to let it sink in, magnetism blinking, etch a sketch on hyper in my head, trying to dry retch a mention from the earth of why he'd ended up dead. Pack of human parasites still clinging to the surface, nurtured little virus on a cell inside the vein, humming a resonance I've only found inside an 808, crushing on my planet's home. Hand drumming on it, think I might have learned to understand it some or something. Nobody's opus, a body moment keep muffled its tongue. Said something, I swear it said something. Crushing on my planet's hum. Cold lamping on it, think I might have learned to understand it some. And I was stone cold sober, technicolor cloak, at one with adding to it till my species time to go. That's my pearly gaze, mate. Strings plucking the plasma, illustrating the universe. Dwarfs whatever you're worth, little and weakly made. Neither the prick of the lame claim, pick of the fetal. Planet muzzled in that self-worth bubble. When a nucleus is nutrient, DNA is a maze. Dubious and indescript, slowly come of age in that indefinite certain. Clapping through the curtain close. 10 years to the marker now, I first stared at its code. I saw the hills as mesh and the river a wireframe. Its respiratory system huffing ways to wake and break. That memory is interlinked with smoke, a bit of heartache. Me and Nora Jones wailing top deck of the boat with a soak packet of Marlboro, red top pocket of coat, with only looking in the minute intervals into the riff of the keynote. And I was 19, red gum, sapping out the opens, lucid, hallucinating, understanding motion, and crushing on my planet's home. Hand drumming on it, think I might have learned to understand it some or something. Nobody's opus, a body moment demuffled its tongue. Said something, I swear it said something. Crushing on my planet's home. Cold lamping on it, think I might have learned to understand it some. And I was stone cold sober, technicolor cloak, at one with that into it till my species time to go. Still crushing on my planet's home. Hand drumming on it, think I might have learned to understand it some or something. Nobody's opus, a body moment demuffled its tongue. I think, might have done, crushing on my planet's home. Cold lamping on it, think I might have learned to understand it some. And I was stone cold sober, technicolor cloak, pulsing off the orb hum, encompassing its glow, at one with that into it till my species time to go. And I'm alright with that.
Mathis. Fabulous stuff. Okay, we're about to go into a break. Now, during the break, there's obviously the installations that we heard about just a few moments ago. Don't forget, there's also 2 stages out there. Now, they're very creatively named, so you know how to find them. There's one on the riverside of the building, and that's called the River Stage. And there's one on the terrace side of the building, which is called the... You got it, all right? We're all there on the same page. Now, on those 2 stages, there's a wonderful opportunities going on. I think you can see on the screen behind me who is talking to whom. Anthony Hasluck will be running the River Stage, and you'll be able to hear him in conversation with 2 of our speakers and ask a few questions as well. So please do that. On the other stage, there's also an opportunity to learn how to do a great TED Talk, and some of our amazing, there's one of them down here, one of our amazing speaker coaches will be there on that stage to give you a few hints and tips. If you want to find how to do a TED Talk, that's the place to go. Okay, we can take a break, get something to eat, get something to drink, enjoy, and we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back to the live stream. I'm Tom, and we've just stopped outside from inside the auditorium where we've just seen those 4 incredible presentations. There was a really beautiful Welcome to Country, Kelly.
Yeah, now look, I think one of the best things that came out of that Welcome to Country is that it's all about letting stories flow, and we need to be sharing our stories via the hashtag TEDxPerth.
Absolutely. Make sure you are tuning in. Tell us your questions or tell us where you're watching from, but 4 incredible stories. We were just saying off camera too about how incredible it is that these speakers can unite here at the Perth Concert Hall. They can bring information to all sorts of people. We've heard lots of medical things and plenty of topics. We'll see you soon.
Hi everyone, I'm outside on the balcony at the Perth Concert Hall. It's a beautiful day. Now everyone's just coming out to get some lunch, which is included in the ticket price. I'm going to pass over to Sarah from Hyder and Shears, and she's going to let you know what's on the menu today.
Hi, I'm from Hyder and Shears in Perth, and we've got a beautiful range of food for everyone today, sourced from local West Australian products. For the sweet tooths in the group, we've got some cookies, savoury muffins, and some beautiful fresh fruit. Enjoy. Back to you.
Thanks very much for that. So as we said, it is included in the ticket price. So not only do you get to hear from a wonderful variety of speakers, you also get to eat lunch as well. So come outside and enjoy it. Soon we're going to head and we're going to speak to Keely, and she's going to let you know about the activations that are coming up shortly. Thank you.
And we're back live at the Perth Concert Hall. My name is Kelly, and we're talking about the human libraries today. So I have Greg and Amran here to talk with me today. Now, I'll start with you, Greg. Why is it important to share stories?
It's important to share stories, to share the diversity and the richness that people exhibit, and to share stories in a way that lets people ask things they don't feel comfortable asking normally and don't get the opportunity to ask.
Thank you. So Amran, just quickly, can you share maybe just 30 seconds about your story that you're sharing in the Human Library today?
Yeah, sure. So my book is called The Great Book of Assumptions. Generally, when people have a look at me, there's a lot of things that they assume about me. So really, it's just really about me being a Muslim, young Muslim girl growing up here in Australia.
Great. And maybe can I ask a question, if that's okay? What has been your biggest challenge of being a Muslim woman growing up in Australia?
Well, it's a tough one. If I had to narrow it down to one, I'd probably say identity. Because I came from Somalia and Kenya and New Zealand, really finding and understanding what it meant to be me.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. And we're live at the Perth Concert Hall. We'll chat soon.
All right. Welcome everyone to the River Stage Q&A session at the concert hall today for TEDxPerth. Thanks for you though, for the people who have joined us already, and I encourage everyone who's going past getting a cup of coffee to come back and have a chat. I'd like to welcome Ben McAllister, who is our first speaker today, and who I guess is providing an opportunity for the audience to actually ask him some more questions. I think as most people know, Ben is a PhD student and he's at the ARC Centre for Excellence for Engineered Quantum Systems. So I'm putting your PhD up against my BA, and I think that makes the smarter of the two of us on the stage. So go gently with me, okay?
Your words.
So look, I just wanted to go back to the very start of your speech where you said that you grew up wanting to be an explorer.
Yeah.
So at this point, do you feel like an explorer, even though you're essentially just working down the road at UWA?
Well, perhaps not an explorer of physical space, but certainly an explorer of the stuff in the universe, absolutely. I mean, that's part of what drew me to this. In undergraduate study, when we learned about the dark matter problem, I just sort of immediately thought, well, how can I do anything else? Like, this is the biggest question I've ever heard, and I want to do whatever I can to explore the answer.
So one of the things that fascinated me in your presentation, I'm sure a lot of people, was the ship.
Yep.
You held up the ship, like the mothership, so I presume you got it with you.
Yeah, this is the thing, right there.
And obviously not bought off the shelf from Bunnings?
No. We had to design this and get it built. We have a great workshop at UWA where they manufacture these things for us. This is actually all made out of really highly pure copper. That's why it has that color that it has. Essentially, yeah, this is the thing that makes the experiment work. This is where the signals come from that we try and detect.
And so, is that one of many, or is that literally the only one in the world?
Right now, this is the only one that we have. And in the initial phase of the experiment, this will be the only one that there is. But as time goes on, we need to scale up. So that the size of the signal that you expect is essentially proportional to how many of these you can have in your experiment. But also the technical complexity scales ridiculously quickly as you add more and more of these things. So like anything, we start with one, we do what we can do right now, and then we investigate scaling up. So there are other experiments that work along similar lines that have been going for a lot longer that are kind of just getting to the stage where they've got 2 detectors in their experiment, because it is really fiendishly complex. There's no fundamental limitation on how many you can have. You can have as many as you can fit in your experiment, but it's just a real technical limitation at this point.
So I'm guessing if that's the only one, you don't want to pass it around the room for everyone to have a hold.
Look, probably not. If you really want to see it, come talk to me after, and I'll give you a look at it. But yeah, I like to keep it in sight at all times.
All right, okay, so we're going to hold it securely here, but do come up and have a feel later. It's a quite heavy little object, and that's without the things inside it.
Mm-hmm.
So look, I'm going to throw to the audience in a second for questions. So if you've got a question of Ben, please get it ready. But I guess, Ben, for me, the big question coming out of your talk is, you know, you might not be a gambling man, but given that you're not the only person looking for dark matter, and you showed us a slide where you ruled off, I guess, a number of areas that have been looked, how do you rate your chances of actually finding it?
Okay, that is a very difficult question. So there are people who study these kinds of things, and I know this guy from one of the leading experiments who did essentially what he considers a probability breakdown of how likely you are to find dark matter with one of these experiments on any given day. And I think he's a little bit pessimistic, to be honest, but you know, you've got to scan for a long time. There's a lot of parameter space to look through. They call it a needle in a haystack, this whole thing. I mean, there's so many different areas that it could be, so you have to scan through a large chunk of it. We're doing our best, and we're trying to cover a region of the parameter space that, if you ask me, I think is way more well-motivated theoretically than some of the other experiments. And the reason that other experiments haven't gone where we're going is purely because there aren't that many of them, and the first experiments in the field decide to go where it's easiest to look, because of course you do. You're building the first one of these detectors, so you say, where is it easy to build a detector? And they do that. And then, you know, they're already doing that, so we come along and we say, okay, all right, we're not going to go where they're going, because they're already doing it. So we're going to go where it's really hard to look, but where the theory says it's more likely to be. So that's why we're looking where we're looking.
All right, so I think there's a couple of roving mics. Who's got a question? Where are the mics? All right, maybe not. Do you just want to stand up and yell out the question in that case? Yep, sorry.
Thanks for the talk, it was really good. I've got a question about scale. Your ship there, not that big, not a lot of volume in there. And I'm comparing it with, for instance, the gigantic facilities that are for detecting neutrinos and things like that.
Yes.
Vast.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Don't you get a better chance of detecting something if you've got more space to detect it in? So I'm wondering why it's so teeny tiny.
Yeah, so essentially you want to know whether the size is important.
At least in this context, I can say yes. So essentially, yes, we do. The sensitivity of the experiment scales with the volume, which is why you want to combine a number of detectors. But more important than that is essentially, so if you remember that parameter space plot I was talking about, where you choose which masses you're sensitive to, the masses you're sensitive to essentially depends on how big the thing is. The higher mass you want to go to, you need a smaller detector. And that's just because of the nature of when the axions convert into light, the wavelength of that light is a certain size, it's sort of proportional or inversely proportional to the mass. And so if you want to catch that light, your detector needs to be a different size based on the wavelength of the light that's generated. So those other experiments that I was talking about, when I was saying they've looked where it's easy to look, they've essentially built the biggest detector they can, because that means that they can, more dark matter is passing through the detector, so the signals are going to be stronger. But the limitation of that is that because of the size of that detector, it's only sensitive in certain regions of the parameter space. So this is one of the challenges going into the high mass area. You have to build your detectors really small, which means that you have a lower signal, and that's why you need many, many, many detectors.
All right, I saw some other hands go up. Who's got another question? Down here in the black shirt. If you stand up and yell it out.
Final comment about what is it, why are we doing this? What does it all matter? And you said 50% of all matter is what we know about, and the rest is we don't know. And you said imagine what we. I can't imagine. Can you help me imagine?
Well, I just might repeat that back for everyone at the back. So the question essentially is, if we find the 85% that we don't know about, and imagine what we could do with that. What are we imagining? It's hard to imagine.
Yes, what are we imagining? Okay, so it depends how creative and how out there you want to get. And again, it really depends on what the dark matter is composed of. To give you one simple application that's reasonably easy to grasp, we're talking about the detection method that we have here is based on the dark matter converting into light. And so when you're talking about that, if you know where to look and you can reliably convert the dark matter into light, and there is so much of this dark matter around us at all times, you can essentially build something that just dumps energy from dark matter mass directly into light, which we can use as energy. So that's sort of the first most basic thing. That would be something of like a brute force type application. You're essentially just saying, take all the energy that's in the dark matter, turn it into light, and do whatever you want with it. Pulling essentially the mass out of the galaxy and using it for direct conversion into energy. So that's one thing that you can think of sort of right off the bat. In terms of more exotic applications, there are people who talk about using axion dark matter specifically for sort of communications and cryptography and things like that. One of the nice things about dark matter is it's non-interacting with regular matter, which means if you can take your signal in the form of, so when you use your mobile phone or the internet or something, that's all photons bouncing around. It's all light, just not at frequencies that we can see. So this axion photon conversion actually works both ways. So if you can take some light, some signal that you have, and convert it into an axion, because you know how to do that after you've discovered the thing, you've now got that light that you had in a form that doesn't interact. And you can maybe beam it straight through the core of the Earth. It's completely uninterceptable. And then on the other side, you reconvert it and you've got your information there. So that's just sort of one of the more sort of out there applications. It kind of is like, if you ask me, the first step is, what is it made of? And then the next step is, what do we do with it?
All right, I've got time for one more quick question, I think down the front, and then a quick answer, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm quite fixated on the ship as well, really. Is it as simple as it looks, or are you walking around with, millions of dollars worth of stuff in your pocket?
All right, so the question is the ship worth millions of dollars, or is it actually as simple as it looks?
Okay, so I will admit that I took all of the important stuff out of it. So this is the shell for the detector. This is a part of it. This is an important part of it. This is essentially... it's the thing that holds everything. Without it, the thing doesn't work. But the really precious stuff that you can't see because it's inside the can anyway, I left out. But no, not millions of dollars. We're talking about more like 10,000 scale kind of dollars. But yeah, it's not in here.
Simple enough that you can take it apart.
Yeah, exactly. I just opened it up and took all the precious stuff out.
I think if you come up and have a look, it looks very, very simple. It looks like a few sort of fairly basic screws in the top of a copper canister.
Copper can. That's what it is.
So we'll have to wrap up in a second. But if you look where you're suggesting that you look, but you don't find, what do you do then? Do you keep on looking in the other parts of that area? Do you decide that you need to go back where experiments have been looked before, or what happens?
There's lots of different things you can do. I mean, there's still more parameter space. When we finish scanning our area and some of these other experiments finish scanning their areas, there's still heaps more space to look. But assuming we manage to exclude all of the parameter space, then you have to start asking questions and you have to start thinking differently about the dark matter. So there's an easy one to say, which is, okay, so there is dark matter, but it's not made of axions, or if it is made of axions, it's not all axions. Maybe it's 50% axions or 10% axions or something like that, which then means that the strength of the signal you expect is weaker, which then means that you haven't actually excluded as much of the parameter space as you thought. So you'd go back and start rescanning areas. But this is essentially the nature of these big searches. I mean, we have similar things with every kind of new particle search. Is, you have to spend as much time as you can exploring all the accessible space and ruling things out first.
All right, well, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. We don't get much time. I would encourage you to come and have a chat with Ben. I guess, Ben, you're going to go over there for a moment.
Yep.
It is absolutely fascinating. It's certainly worth seeing the ship. But if I could just ask you to thank Ben for giving us a few more insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
All right, so we will have another speaker up here in a couple of seconds. We're just going to change seats.
Hi, it's Kelly here at the TEDxPerth 2018 event, and look, we're on the live stream and there are so many people joining us on Facebook but also on the actual live stream from the website. We want to give a shout out to everyone who is watching around WA and look around the world, but a big shout out to all the WA communities as well. Geraldton, Bunbury, Albany, Mandurah, wherever you are, thank you for joining us, and we hope that you are also sharing ideas with your communities as well. Look, we're in the middle of a break. Everyone's enjoying amazing food that was included in their ticket price, and we've been talking to the Human Library, City of Perth and Curtin University. So it's been a great morning so far. Please continue to join us and we'll chat to you soon. Look, we're here at the Human Library as part of TEDxPerth 2018. I'm joined with Amran and Laith. This is Laith down here. Say hi, wave to the camera. And now, we got to chat to Amran a little bit before and we asked you a few questions, but are you able to maybe share 30 seconds of your story that you do share with anyone who comes to read you as a book? Is that possible? Great, I'll hand over to you.
No worries. So my name's Amran Abdi. I generally, my book is called The Big Book of Assumptions, and I always say that when people assume they make an ass out of you and me, pun intended. And so pretty much what my story follows. I consider myself a global citizen, and so my parents are originally from Somalia, and I consider myself Somali as well. But because of the civil war, they had to move over to Kenya, where I was born. And then when I was 6 months old, we were accepted as refugees. And then from 6 months to 6 years, I lived in New Zealand. And then from 6 years to 22, I've been living in Perth, Australia. So that's what my story did.
Thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome. And hopefully we can cross back to you later during the day and hear more as well. Thank you for sharing. So we'll chat to you all soon. Please keep streaming live on Facebook, on your tablets, on your mobiles, and we'll chat to you soon.
All right, welcome back to the River Stage, and we're speaking to our second speaker of this morning, Drazana Levitsky-Gray. Welcome, Drazana. And I encourage you all to come and sit down and ask some questions of Drazana. So, Drazana, this is a real privilege for me. This is the first time that I've interviewed a deaf or hard of hearing person, and I guess to even just illustrate some of the challenges that you referred to, even in this interview, we've got obviously the Auslan interpreter and we've got your voice down here. So nothing is simple in your world. Is that a fair summation?
For me, it's actually quite simple and straightforward. Like you say, this is what I live day in and day out. So it's, I suppose, just dealing with people who are maybe not as informed and just educating them and explaining the process and how everyone works. For me, it's straightforward. I know exactly how it should work. But also, in saying that, I am a qualified interpreter myself, so I have studied in the field of interpreting, so I understand the practice and the processes around that. Yeah, I don't have a problem, and like you said, this is my life, this is what I do day in and day out, but it's the education of people who are uninformed.
All right, well, let's say that you're educating me now, and I don't like to think of myself as ill-informed, but you have asked me to say that I should only refer to deaf and hard of hearing. Is that a particular problem that people have, that you find that they're not referred to the right way?
Yes, quite often, and like I mentioned in my speech, nothing about us without us. Unfortunately, lots of people who make decisions in regards to terminology and policy is done without input and consultation from the deaf community. So if I was to be asked, I would prefer to be labelled as a deaf or hard of hearing person. There are other terms that get used, but they tend to be more negative and come from what I call the medical model. For me, there's nothing wrong with me. I actually have what I refer to as deaf gain. I have the privilege of being bilingual and bicultural. I have 2 communities. I live in 2 worlds, so I've actually gained a lot more because I am a deaf person.
And so according to your speech this morning, obviously I'm the most privileged person in the world. I happen to be male, white, and I can hear.
Yes.
What sort of thing should I be thinking about when I'm actually chatting to someone who's deaf and hard of hearing? Should I be thinking or worried about anything in particular, or just having a normal conversation?
I think at the end of the day, you just need to treat people as a human. I am a person. I have feelings and emotions, just like everyone else does. We all paddle along through life. I suppose it's more about when people are dismissive or deliberately excluding or downplay the barriers that deaf people experience, and that's when it becomes an issue. My, if you want to call it disability, is not the problem. The society we live in is disabled and cannot adapt in order to fit my needs. So it's so much easier to blame someone than to take responsibility of something and make those changes to improve society. So, and unfortunately, that's a lot of the barriers that I see in life. People are very easy and quick to jump and say, oh, well, it's because of you, rather than actually looking at the problem in itself and saying, well, how can we work collaboratively together in partnership to make the most out of this?
All right, I'm going to ask Drazana one more question and then throw to the audience. So if you have a question, start thinking about how to phrase it. At the end of your speech, you gave some suggestions about the way, I guess, the world can be improved for people who are deaf and hard of hearing. But sitting there, they seem maybe ridiculously simple. Is it really that simple? Things like captions on sort of screens in waiting rooms, just thinking about the way that we interact. Is there more than that?
Yes, I mean, to make those changes, yes, a lot of that is simple and very straightforward. Of course, we're not used to change. Change is not an easy thing. But I think when you get used to it, it does become relatively simple and straightforward. The biggest issue and the biggest barrier, I think, actually comes down to people's attitudes and people's perspectives on things. So when people look down at me as a deaf person, think of me as inferior, that's where the problem lies, and that unfortunately prohibits deaf people from achieving things in the world. So we need to keep an open mind and look at deaf people as a human being, someone who has their own dreams and aspirations. I am not someone here just to make you feel good about yourself. Like I said in the speech, we don't want your pity. There's no need to be patronising. So, and like I mentioned in the speech, I'm married, I have a mortgage, I'm a university student, I go through all the exact same life activities, and my journey is ultimately the same. So at the end of the day, I want to be respected and acknowledged for who I am. And I am a diverse person who's part of the wider society, and everyone should be celebrated for who they are in that regard.
All right. Has anyone got a question that they'd like to ask Drazana following her presentation? Yep, sure. Do you want to yell it out? We don't have a mic. Yell it out and I will paraphrase it. Oh, we do. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Look, Drazana, thank you so much for your speech. I learned a lot and it was certainly very eye-opening for me. I wonder how you might feel about someone like me. As well as being white, male, from a privileged background, I'm also a doctor and I'm doing research into cochlear implantation. You talked about the medical way a bit. I'm interested how you feel about the medical approach to deafness and attempts to try and, or research into cochlear implantation.
All right, just in case you couldn't hear that at the back, what's your name? Will. So Will is doing medical research into, I guess, cochlear implantation, so effectively addressing or helping to solve the problem of deafness. So he's asked Rosanna what she thinks of that approach.
Okay. I've actually done another TEDx talk 2 years ago as well, and I talked about why deaf children need access to sign language. So firstly, I would encourage you to have a look at that. And in that talk, I mentioned that the focus needs to be on the child and their well-being throughout their entire life. So they need basic foundations in order to succeed. Society's perspective on sign language is, and always has been, that it is just a communication system because they've failed in some way, because you cannot speak and you cannot hear, therefore you're a failure. What we forget, or what we often don't realise, is that acquiring a language has actually nothing to do with sound, and it's part of your brain. It's not just necessarily linked to auditory processing. For example, my husband is profoundly deaf, grew up in South Africa, has never heard a single thing in his entire life, and he's the most gifted person I have ever met. He is a world-renowned 3D animator, he's worked in Hollywood, he's a chief operating officer of a multinational company, but he's never heard a spoken word in his entire life. So I always try to educate people and say, yes, there are tools like a hearing aid or a cochlear implant that are great for some people, but they don't necessarily work for everyone. And nothing like a tool like that is not a cure. It's an assistive technology. So my focus, well, I really think everyone's focus should be on the well-being, the social and emotional well-being of children, and make sure that they have acquired a language. I have seen far too many kids, some with cochlear implants, some with hearing aids, that have absolutely zero language skills. So that's something we need to address. Unfortunately, the window for language acquisition is limited. Unfortunately, once you reach the age of 5, 6, 7 or 8, that window is almost closed. So I'm in no way blaming that medical model, but it's disappointing that, unfortunately, that medical model has not actually looked at the holistic approach to the child's well-being, the language acquisition, and how they will fit into society. And I think it's about removing a lot of that negative stigma around it. So technically, I would never be successful because I sign, but I'm here. This is my second TED Talk. I've travelled around the world. I have my own business. I pay my taxes. I'm a contributing member to society. So every child, regardless if they're deaf or hearing, should have the best start in life. And that is what I believe, and that's where I think the medical field could really collaborate, I suppose, with the deaf community to make sure that deaf children are not left behind and they can achieve all their hopes and dreams.
All right, that was a short and succinct answer. Obviously, Rosanna likes giving. All right, I've got time for one more question. Is there another question? Yep, up the back, if you could yell it out.
G'day. As a job, I'm a communicator, I'm an air traffic controller. But I'm part of the communication challenge masses. I have no ability to sign or understand. I'm also a Cub Scout leader. I work with youth to develop culturally and with their understanding. How do we work with the youth, the rest of the youth, to better include them?
All right, just quickly, so the gentleman's an air traffic controller, so his skill is in communications, but he's also a Cub Scout leader. He works with youth. How does he actually, I guess, bring these communications and translation skills to the youth of today?
So we're talking about deaf youth specifically?
I don't work with deaf youth, but
Mm-hmm.
as one of the examples of how to develop youth in general to be more accepting of and understanding of.
Increased knowledge around all youth. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You know, as a community and as a society, I think we essentially need to recognise every individual for who they are. It's so easy to have our own assumptions and just read the front page of the book without actually opening it. I think we need to start at the beginning and meet every person without any preconceived ideas of how it works. So if I was to talk in this regard about deaf people, often people would say, oh, well, deaf people are not clever because they don't have great literacy skills. But it's just that it's a second language. We actually are multilingual in that regard. Just because we don't use the same language as everybody else doesn't mean that we are illiterate. So I personally know 6 languages. My husband knows 9 languages. And as I mentioned, he's never heard a single thing in his entire life, but he's such a gifted man. I think everyone has their own skills and their own potential to contribute to society. So we just need to come in with a really open mind and say, hi, it's nice to meet you. Tell me your passions in life.
All right, that's wonderful. So that's all we've got time for, unfortunately. So if I could ask you to thank Rosanna for sharing her thoughts with us.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to go back to the live stream now, and I guess the sessions will start again shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back to the live stream. Tom with you here at the Perth Concert Hall. Now, as you've seen, we've had some intimate discussions with some of the speakers on the stage here in the foyer at the Perth Concert Hall. There's going to be plenty more action coming to you shortly. This is one of 52 TEDx events happening right around the world today. So this is a global event, and this is the 7th time it's been happening here in Perth. Remember, if you are watching the live stream, jump onto the hashtag TEDxPerth. We've already seen some people in Geraldton, some down in Albany and in Bunbury too. So regional WA getting on board, but this is right across the country. It can't happen though without volunteers. Let's have a look.
I think one of the things that I find so amazing about TEDxPerth is the fact that it's voluntary. You know, everybody here is doing this on a voluntary basis, and it's an event of huge quality. It's a big event anyway. The audience in the room is 1,700, let alone all the people online.
And I want you to see if you can feel it. Did you feel it? Did the earth move for you?
And you look at the stage and you look at the speakers and you think, my goodness, this is so professional. Everything is being done really well. Obviously we're paying for technicians and great lighting designers and for the filming and the print and all of that. But underneath it all, there's just a team of incredibly enthusiastic volunteers. Who just want to make this happen for Perth and Western Australia. It's an amazing thing.
Hi, I'm Sarah and I'm here with Amanda today. So we're just going to talk about the first session. Have you had a favourite speaker that you've enjoyed the most in the first session?
I'm pretty torn there. I think it would probably be between Helen Moore talking about big data and the young gentleman, Kai, talking about adversity.
Yeah, that was really interesting, and at such a young age as well. It was amazing. So have you been to a TEDxPerth event before?
I have. I came to the one last year. That was my first one.
Okay, and I mean, we're in such a beautiful venue at the Perth Concert Hall today, and it's a beautiful day. So, do you feel it's getting bigger and each year and more people and that sort of thing, and it's growing as an event?
I think it probably is. I don't have a lot of comparison from last year. There's certainly a lot of energy here, though. A lot of energy.
Yeah, and it is. It's great to see everyone chatting and everyone, exchanging the best speakers of the day and what they've loved most. It is such a great day. You're going to get so much out of it. Are you looking forward to the next session? You're going to hang around all day?
I'm going to be here all day. I haven't looked very closely at what the speakers are, because I figure that I can just leave my mind open and just see what they have to offer.
That's a great way to be. Thank you so much for your time today, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sarah.
Welcome back to the live stream here at the Perth Concert Hall. Now, we've seen a few speakers already, they were fantastic, but we've got plenty more, and the foyer, people are starting to move back in. Let's have a quick look at who we're going to meet though.
So there are so many people on today that I am using the program to get this right. We have Elise Wright and Rosie Taylor up first. And then after that, we have Joshua Portlock. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Sarah.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zena Ibrahim, and just going to get this right as well with the program. And then Amanda Lambros. So some really great speakers ahead of session 2, and I know that everyone's really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and we're looking at these programs. They are available online, so make sure you head to the website and flick through the programs, find out more about your speakers. Then you can think of some questions, tweet them along, and tune in to the live stream. And they're beautiful in person. They're great programs too.
So if you are joining us online, you can be using the hashtag TEDxPerth, okay, and tweet questions. If we can see them, we'll try and ask questions as well. So we want you to get involved wherever you are in WA or around the world, because your stories and your questions are just as important as the people here. Now, there is a lot more going on as well. We have films getting shown before each session. We had Mathis performing before. We've had morning tea. We've got the human library. We've got all different things happening. So there's just too much to actually handle today.
It is. It's actually quite overwhelming, I think. One thing, though, about the films, they can be documentaries or comedies. And I think that's a really interesting thing for TEDx this year. It's new for Perth, and they showed a beautiful film. If you were watching the live stream, you would have seen it on kind of the end of Morse code. And it really, I think, highlights a lot of that human element of why we're all here today. We're here to talk about those ideas, to explore all sorts of things that are happening. Sarah, what about some of the people that you've been out talking to different people? What responses have you been getting as to why people are here today?
Yeah, everyone is super excited about the day, and they're here to just get as much as they can out of it. They're just really excited to go in with an open mind. A lot of them haven't actually looked at the program yet, and they just want to go in with an open mind and make an opinion, at the time, and they're just really excited to hear about all the ideas that everyone's got to share.
Absolutely, very open to everything too. If you were watching the live stream before, you would have seen the entire auditorium up on our feet and hands up in the air, doing a bit of dancing, all of those sorts of things. So I think too, that's quite powerful, I think, for those people on the stage to have that full attention and command of the audience is pretty inspiring to see.
Yeah, it's amazing when someone gets up on stage and starts telling their stories. Everyone does have to listen to that person, and it doesn't validate their story. It's something really important. And the other thing I found really interesting today, though, was the fact that Ben McAllister, he's working here in Perth on quantum physics. And if you were watching live, you would have seen that tiny little machine that is like weighing or identifying that dark matter. Like, that's mind-blowing stuff, and it's happening right under our noses. We don't realise that these are things happening here, but yeah, it's so exciting, and we're so glad that you're joining us at the Perth Concert Hall for TEDxPerth.
Welcome back to the live stream. Now, as you can see behind me, the foyer is looking quite empty now. Lots of people are here, gone inside for another round of speakers. I have to say too, the food was pretty good. We had some good food. People will always need food to keep them going, keep their minds active. And of course, they're now ready and geared up to experience plenty more. I think another thing too, I was having a bit of a chat to some people outside earlier. It's about having an open mind coming to these sorts of things. So there's people of all ages that have been here and completely open to absolutely everything. You know, I was telling someone before about science is totally not my thing and maths, but I could still take away some things that I've experienced and, you know, I could relate it to that sort of thing. Another thing we talked about was from one of the entrepreneurs, Kai, some setbacks. You know, we all can relate to setbacks. We have all sorts of things happening in our lives, whether it's on a big scale, that he was talking about trying to launch a business and that not working. And he ended with finishing a cup of coffee or that sort of thing. Okay, let's have a look at some of our session 2 speakers. I'm going to get someone to bring me a program. We have Elise Ritzy and Rosie Taylor. So they met when they were just 14 years old at an after-school percussion program. So lots of those things bringing together. Joshua Portlock, he's a sustainable aviation advocate and innovation leader. Incredible. Zina Ibrahim, I hope I got that right. She's a third-year postgraduate dental student. So she's been involved in multiple areas of the community, including as a member of the Access Department at UWA, advocating and representing students with chronic illness, disability and mental illness. She's also a volunteer. And Amanda, she's been a relationship counsellor and clinical supervisor for more than 15 years. Now, you can find more of that information in the program that Sarah can hold up. But right now, it's time to head back inside the theatre for some more.
Welcome back, welcome back. How was the break? Good, yeah? Hope you got something to drink, something to eat, and it was wonderful to meet with a few of you out there as well. And it's great to feel enthusiasm and meet you all face to face. So I hope you're all having a greater day as the folks I just came across just now. Now, we're going to do something else now. Now, our next speakers, in fact, a couple of days ago, we had a sort of an event, a little party for all our speakers and our team, just to get everyone sort of geared up and enthusiastic and ready for the day, and also to thank them for everything they've done. It was a great event. And this next two didn't show up. I know, how rude is that? Anyway, so, but they had a good reason, because there was actually 2 other events on the same night. One was the launch of the Perth Festival, and they've got a great program this year. If you haven't seen it yet, go and take a look at their website. But the other thing was the WAM Awards, the Western Australian Music Awards. And our next speakers were actually at that, because they are musicians. And not only did they win 1 award, they actually won 3. They're really superb. I'm so happy that they're on the stage here today. Would you please make them very welcome? It's Elise Ritzy and, oh my goodness. Yeah, absolutely. I knew this was going to happen at one point. There's always one moment when this happens. It's Elise Ritzy and Rosie Taylor.
Growing up, we played the snare drum in the orchestra. We wanted to be classical musicians.
You would find us at the back of the 60-person orchestra, holding the crash cymbals, waiting for our big moment. The final crash hit at the very end of the 40-minute symphony.
And if you missed that one hit, you'd be dead.
Trust me, I know. At the age of 14, we met at an after-school music program where we bonded over our determination to master the perfect snare drum roll and orchestrate the most original,
groundbreaking,
innovative,
edgy,
radical,
extreme
cowbell solo.
At uni, we wrote lots of different music, but we got a nagging feeling. How much of what we were writing sounded familiar? In truth, probably a lot. We felt stuck, uninspired, boxed in.
Then, we discovered a new instrument, something we had never thought to play before. A cold, silver instrument with keys that makes very little sound until turned on.
The laptop. This might sound strange, but we actually had the whole orchestra inside the laptop. Any instrument in the world, from the electric guitar to the clarinet,
from the Irish tin whistle to the same strings used in the Batman films.
This was just the tip of the iceberg.
The gateway drug.
We didn't just have instruments inside our laptops. We now had the ability to invent sound, to manipulate sounds from the outside world and make them our own.
Hear that jingling sound? They're my car keys.
We are sound inventors. We create sounds that have never existed before.
So, what do you call someone that writes music using brand new sounds, but also rhythm, melody, chords, and real instruments?
People who, when it comes to music, are huge control freaks.
You call them music producers.
Every second around the world, new music is being created by music producers.
Without knowing it, you hear this every day.
On the radio,
through your streaming services,
on ads,
through TV,
in the films you watch,
right underneath the voices of your favourite singers.
Music production is right there.
These days, it's the most important part of creating a song.
The music producer's natural habitat is a dark studio, hidden behind a desk of dials like an evil genius.
Recording singers and live instruments, then plugging away for hours to put everything together and finish the final song.
The music producer is the boss. They wear the pants.
They make or break the song.
You're probably imagining a man right now, which to us isn't surprising. In the whole world, just 5% of all music produced is by women.
That's a lot of music that you are missing out on. So, with this in the forefront of our minds, we created the community WOMP, Women of Music Production Perth, to meet other women interested in creating music. Our very first meeting was held in our tiny studio in Fremantle. A total of 6 attendees lured in with free wine and cheese.
WOMP gave us the opportunity to teach other women how to make music using only a laptop.
More and more women started attending these meetings, variety of skill and ages. We would open with a lecture on music production, give a chance to meet other artists,
and to share music. Whether you're a teenager with her first track or a 40-year-old making steps towards producing independently, everyone was welcome.
We would nerd out on different electronic instruments, teach members how to use production controllers, and demonstrate vocal looping. Within 6 months, we had so many members we could barely fit inside the studio. Not to mention, we were running out of wine and cheese at every meeting.
WOMP educates, supports, and creates opportunity for female, transgender, and non-binary music producers. A space free of competition, judgment, and definitely no apologies. Music makers who were once relying on men to produce for them were now doing it for themselves.
And the creative output from members was so strong that international tours and festivals now come to us to book diversity.
From those first 6 attendees, WOMP now has 464 active members. Why? Because more women were seeing other women producing music, playing live on stage, and killing it.
WOMP has had a massive impact on the Australian music scene, particularly in Perth. Just look at the WAM nominations from 2017 to 18 in electronic music.
12% to 57%.
We're pretty proud of what we've done here in such a short time. WOMP has corrected a huge imbalance in the representation of women in Perth alone. Moving forward, we expect things to change on a national level and beyond.
Because we believe that there is room for everyone in music. And when you think about music producers as being inventors of sound, take a moment to imagine all of the amazing sounds that you could be hearing if more people had the pathway to making it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elise Wrightsey and Rosie Taylor, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that introduction. It just goes to show, doesn't it? You just can't get the staff. I do apologise. Anyway, that was great. Absolutely fantastic. Now, in order to put on this sort of event, we do need a lot of friends. Now, you're all our friends. You buy tickets, you come along, and it's wonderful for you to be here. But we also have a number of partners. And this year we have 2 principal partners, and I really would like you to show you their appreciation for them in a moment. The first of which is Curtin University. Curtin University, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go on, give it up. Curtin University have been with us for a number of years as a partner. We are so happy to have them with us. They're all about spreading great ideas and expanding minds and showing really what the best of Perth is to the world. Indeed, they have an international presence. They've got, they've grown that internationally in Malaysia, in Dubai, in Singapore. They've got campuses there, as well, of course, as the campus here. 56,000 students, I think. It's wonderful. Anyway, we're really happy to have them as our partners, and I once again thank them for joining us. Let's do it again. Big round of applause. And our second major partner, our second principal partner, I should say, is the City of Perth. The City of Perth, of course, is absolutely in our DNA as well. We are all, City of Perth, we know it's a wonderful place to live. The climate's fantastic, it's a beautiful, the countryside is amazing. It's a great place to invest, to work, and to live. We love being here, and the City of Perth is passionate about that as well. So we're really proud to have them as one of our major partners, as one of our principal partners, and I once again thank them for all that they do to help us to make TEDxPerth successful. We have a few more partners, and I'll tell you a bit more about them later on. However, for the moment, I think it's time to bring out our next speaker. Now, there's been a great deal about the environment recently, and a lot of bad news about the environment. Temperatures are continuing to rise, and it seems to be very much due to us, despite what people say about cows. It is, in fact, us. So we need to do something about this. Now, we've seen, certainly in the motor industry, all sorts of stories over the years where cars are becoming more sophisticated, they're becoming better at using their fuel, and they're becoming sort of self-driving. One of the areas where perhaps they're... my goodness, I didn't realize that bad. One of the areas where we haven't actually had a great deal of perhaps news recently is in terms of aviation. Aviation is, of course, a major contributor to global warming, and it must be something we should be doing in those areas as well. So our next speaker is someone who is not only an inventor, but also an investor and an entrepreneur in this area. And he's got some fantastic news for us. So I'd like to welcome him to the stage now. And his name is Joshua Portlock.
Just 20 kilometres off our coast of Perth is a beautiful island we call Rottnest. It's quite a special place, and many of us like to get away from the hustle of city life and enjoy nature at its finest. The way most of us get there is by ferry, a relatively affordable, if not slow and often bumpy way to go. So a decade ago, when I met my wife Felicity, and we were just starting to date, I thought, oh, I'll take her to Rottnest. Won't that be nice? Not so much to Felicity, as she suffers from seasickness. So 45-minute journey on the open ocean is not her idea of a good date. But look, I thought, well, we could do this differently. Why don't we fly? So I looked it up, and yeah, we could catch an air taxi. Okay? So out to impress her, I booked the flight, and off we went. And I realized, actually, it's a great way to go. It's over 3 times faster. There's no queues and no check-in and piling on a boat with everyone else. And it was on demand. And you had the whole aircraft to ourselves, along with our pilot, Frank, who also happened to be the owner of the business. The only downsides was that it cost more than twice as much, and I couldn't help feeling guilty about the emissions of the petrol engine burning leaded aviation gas, especially when visiting such an ecologically sensitive island. So over the years, I got to know Frank, and we went with him very regularly whenever we could justify the price. And I realized that, it's not him jacking up the prices, it's the cost of his business. So the fuel and the maintenance of these old engines and aircraft is really challenging to keep a sustainable business, and he runs a very lean operation. So I realized there's a larger picture at play here, beyond just a small business in Perth. The general aviation community in around the world are struggling with these cost burdens and making a viable business. So, given it had failed to modernize and the engine technology was over 60 years old, I thought there's got to be a better way of doing this. Now, I've been working in drone technology over the last decade, and that technology has been improving exponentially. And aviation has failed to modernize. It was really due for disruption. To solve these difficult issues, we often have to think in first principles and fundamentally look at it differently and work out how we can solve them with new insights. And sometimes it can surprise you. You see, when you think about aircraft in first principles and forgetting any preconceptions of what they used to be like, you can do it differently. Yes, you need to move the air fundamentally from the forward to the back and push the aircraft through the air, and that can be done with a propeller, but actually propellers are quite inefficient. And if you look at the turbulent noise that you get from a propeller, we can't see this normally, but with computational fluid dynamics, you're realizing that over 30% of the energy is wasted in turbulence. So how do you smooth that flow? Well, with a ducted fan. And you see them in commercial airliners all the time, so you get sort of used to them there, but why don't you see them in light aircraft? I'll tell you why. It's the big vibrating hulk of engines. They get in the way of what would otherwise be a nice clean airflow path. And these limitations have plagued the light aviation industry for over a century, since the dawn of the Wright brothers' first flight. Propellers have been powered by internal combustion engines. And these are what the engines look like, just to remind you how complicated they are with all the moving parts. And they're really inefficient, and people don't realize this, that over 70% of the energy is wasted in heat and noise, as opposed to a little electric motor that has less than 10% in heat and 0 noise. This is a 7 times less waste. It's a game changer in terms of efficiency and environmental friendliness. And also, if you didn't notice, they're quite small, so they don't block the flow of these ducted fans, and it can allow us to actually access this technology. When new disruptive technologies come along, it opens new horizons of what you can do to really disrupt an industry and think differently about aircraft design. If you think of first principles again, if we're trying to get lift, there are fixed wings you see in commercial aircraft, but they need a minimum airspeed and runways. So now if you want to take off vertically, you have to think, how do I get that lift? Well, in a helicopter, they use large open blades, which many of you, I think, will realize is quite dangerous and a little scary. And if we were to invent a helicopter now, we'd look at it and go, so you've got hundreds of moving parts wanting to separate from each other, and you've trusted some engineers and some maintenance people to make sure that doesn't happen? No thanks. So really, again, how do we do vertical lift differently? Well, that's where ducted fans can also help, because they're much more efficient in hover as well as forward flight. So by moving the flow of air through the fan more efficiently and getting that extra 30% of energy back, we actually can make aircraft smaller and more compact and much safer. So over the years of developing ducted fans for drones, I thought, surely this technology can scale up. And I started developing them for light aviation, for recreational aircraft and training aircraft. And when I was asked to present this technology at an electric aviation symposium in the US, they said, oh, why don't you bring a ducted fan along and show us what you're doing? Well, my business partner at the time thought a bit more ambitiously than that. Rob was like, oh, it's only 3 months away, let's build a whole new aircraft. Thought, okay, well, we'll give it a go. So Rob, as a true innovator, started building this aircraft in his garage in California. And I was helping him remotely when I could. But it was only 1 week before the symposium that I showed up with a suitcase full of electronics, and we installed all the batteries and motors like a mad scientist trying to get it all done, the fly-by-wire control system as well. And what we ended up with was something we called Flycart. It's a single-seat, vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. So it has 8 ducted fans distributed around the cockpit, and it's probably like nothing you've seen before. So just the day before the symposium, we managed to get it flying, and this is our flight test, where we took off, hovered, and could land safely with no problems. We even turned off one of the fans to demonstrate how stable it can be with just 7 fans running. And this is really exciting, because we're realizing you don't have to have single points of failure that could bring an aircraft down. The other fans can keep flying even if you have an ingested object or if you have a mechanical failure. So it turns out we weren't the only people thinking this way. There was a global competition announced called the Go Fly Challenge, with a prize pool of up to $2 million US. So we thought, all right, we'll jazz up the design a bit, put a few more fancy lines in, chuckle a couple of extra fans on the back for good measure, and we got Flycart 2. So that looks pretty fun, right? And the exciting thing is, we actually won the top 10 design awards for this aircraft. So it's very exciting. The competition's ongoing, and the fly-off is late next year in 2019. Now, the electric advancements allow us to rethink how we develop these aircraft and think outside the box of conventional aviation. And these other engineers that we engage with talking about our ducted fan technology have even crazier ideas and a really exciting aircraft that they're developing. Here's an example of a really cool transitioning motorcycle. Starts off as a motorcycle, and when you want to take off, you just fold the fans out, take off like a gyrocopter. So Skyward Moto are doing this excellent new transformative aircraft. And other ways of flying are really fascinating. If you can now tilt the ducted fans upwards and take off vertically, and then transition to forward flight, you can fly substantially faster and no longer need runways. This aircraft is the XTI Trifan, originally conceived as a twin turboshaft engine with complicated gearboxes and drive shafts feeding all of those fans. It was going to cost a fortune to design and manufacture and for the customers to buy. But when they started exploring electric propulsion, they realized they could do this aircraft differently. With electric motors in each duct and only wires instead of drive shafts, they could substantially reduce the development cost, the actual final cost, and operations substantially, halving the price of this aircraft to the industry and accelerating the uptake with over 60 pre-orders after announcing that change. Now, there are many, many new designs out there, far too many for me to convey to you in just one little talk, but the reality is that the science fiction dreams of our childhood are now possible. And the really exciting thing is how we're going to use this technology. So Uber are actually getting into this space, and they see this is the next way of transporting people. So being able to actually fly from San Francisco to San Jose in only 15 minutes instead of driving for 100 minutes from the ground is a game changer for urban transportation. And this exciting new industry is getting so much momentum that big players are all getting into it. And they're proposing that within 5 years, Uber are going to have vertical takeoff and landing electric air taxis transporting up to 4 people with pilots on board, so don't worry. However, they're that confident that within 10 years, they'll be able to take the pilot out and the aircraft will fly itself fully autonomously. These modern designs seem so far away from what we know as conventional aircraft, yet we'll soon be seeing them become reality. We're at the dawn of the electric aviation age. Now this year, Australia became the first country in the world to actually certify an electric light sport aircraft. And we're the first company operating this service for flight training right here in Perth, down at Jandakot. So this is it, the Alpha Electro. While it looks like a conventional airframe, don't let that fool you, it's got amazing technology inside. The electric motor and batteries are so much simpler and cost so much little to fuel compared to petrol that we can price a substantially more affordable flight training. And it flies for up to 60 minutes, more than enough for a typical flight for training, and it can fly up to 200 kilometers an hour. So you're flying substantially faster, yet using a lot less energy than automotives. It's very quiet. You can't hear it above 1,000 feet. You have to kind of pay attention and look for it, in fact. And it's zero emissions, which is the most important thing to this industry. This is just the beginning. Thanks. And this is just the beginning. 2-seat aircraft are now. 4-seat aircraft that can take passengers to Rottnest are within a couple of years away from being certified. And we can really rethink what this is going to do. So when you look at what Frank could do with his air taxi business, flying to Rottnest and charging off the sun, you've got a completely sustainable and affordable ecosystem for transporting people to that beautiful island. But what could this electric aviation mean for our way of life and our communities? Imagine a 1-hour trip by road, now only taking 15 minutes. What could we do with this extra time in our day? And it could transform where we choose to live. So if we could fly further, faster, and at a lower cost, would we choose a tree change, possibly live outside of the cities? Perhaps more dispersed cities, allowing a more friendly environment for people to live and work. And perhaps if we wonder what this daily view of your commute to work would make you realize what we're doing to this earth and our place in it. Now, electric aviation era has begun, and we need to start thinking how it will change our lives and what we do now to embrace it. A future where you can choose to fly in an electric air taxi is no longer a question of if, but when. Thank you.
Great stuff.
Cheers.
Josh, that was a great talk. Thank you very much. And very exciting. I mean, just looking at some of that up there, I mean, since the motor car was invented, people have spoken in science fiction and in literature about the flying car. And it seems like it's now, is it really here? Is it really just around the corner?
It's definitely becoming a reality. The fact that we have 2-seat electric aircraft now, 4-seaters soon, and the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft are not far away as well. So it really is a game-changing era for this new way of doing aviation.
It really is quite amazing. And clearly there's been advances in the way motor cars are now becoming self-driving, and there's still a little bit more work to do around that, but you know, clearly huge advances have been made. With this product, it sounds like that's actually even quite close as well.
Yeah, even closer. If you look at drones flying around autonomously, surveying things with very minimal pilot workload, it's actually easier to automate flight than it is cars. You don't have people jumping out in front of you when you're 1,000 feet up in the air. So it is a real new way of automating, and it'll probably happen even before the adoption of automotive automation. We'll see autonomous flight become a reality.
Well, that's great. Well, that's fantastic talk. Thank you so much for joining us, Josh. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Wilson.
Thank you.
Actually, at this point, I'm supposed to leave the stage as well, so I'll see you later.
We started online.
Now we're on the front line.
I'm deep in the Bolivian jungle.
We don't have any training.
But that doesn't mean we can't report the news. We're about to breach. 3 reporters.
1 mission.
To bring you the stories that make you say, the fuck?
The fuck?
The fuck.
3D printing. It's a revolution in manufacturing. But when we saw the first fully 3D printed handgun, we got worried. Well, that's nothing compared to what Darren has in store.
So Darren, what are you doing in your workshop here?
I'm printing a full-sized, fully operational Apache attack helicopter.
The Boeing AH-64 attack helicopter. It's equipped with 2 Hydra rocket launchers, as well as a 30mm automatic cannon that can fire 650 armour-piercing rounds per minute. Usually costing in the order of $35 million, it'll only cost Darren his time and materials.
That looks kind of complicated. Are you able to do that with just a domestic printer?
Yeah, you just got to break it into small enough pieces. This is my 3D printer.
Oh, okay. Yep. It's spine chilling.
This is actually part of the cockpit where you put in the... Oh no, I think actually this is...
Darren's 3D printer was churning out helicopter parts by the day. All he needs is around 400,000 individual parts to get this baby off the ground.
Should actually be up here.
I don't know how to place you, Darren. I don't know if you're a hero or a villain. I mean, I respect what you're doing here, but seriously, like, I'm nervous. I'm scared.
But I'll be like really, really responsible with it. Like it's just to get from A to B.
The consequences of Darren having this kind of firepower could be catastrophic. What if everyone on the street had their own Apache attack helicopter? It raises serious questions about 3D printing. Keith is a 3D printing expert, and out of anyone, he would understand the terrifying implications of Darren's instant Apache.
So what do you make of this troubling trend of people 3D printing Apache attack helicopters?
I don't think that's a problem.
Okay.
Everything I'm doing is totally legal. Like, there's no rules against building an Apache attack helicopter. There's no one that says you can't do it.
Maybe there
Perfectly
should
fine.
be.
Well, but there isn't.
Well, maybe there should be.
Yeah, but there isn't.
Well, there should be.
But there's not. So I'm
There
allowed
has
to do
to
it because
Yeah.
it's fine.
Time was running out. Someone had to get through to this madman before he unleashed his doomsday machine on the free world.
Couldn't you build something smaller, like a Jeep or like a sentry gun?
No, an Apache.
Okay. Yeah. No, okay. No, sweet.
Terrific stuff. Okay, now, in addition to our partners helping to keep ticket prices low, and of course you buying your tickets today, we do realize that $125, although it's actually, we think, a real bargain for a whole day out and food and everything, it is still out of reach for some people. So this year we've introduced for the first time our Pay It Forward initiative, which I'm pleased to say has gone rather well. And we've had some tickets donated from the City of Perth, and also from a number of our volunteers who work behind the scenes as well, and also a number of you. And the idea of the Pay It Forward is that individuals buy an extra ticket for someone who couldn't afford to come themselves. Because we believe that the spreading of good ideas isn't limited to the amount of money that you have in your bank account, it's actually what's going on in your head. So we are delighted to have been able to give away 25 tickets to our Pay It Forward initiative, thanks to some of you. I'm not going to name you, you know who you are megastars, as is the City of Perth putting in half the tickets as well, as are a number of volunteers at the back. So could we please give them a huge round of applause? And the two charities that we've chosen to work with this year, by the way, are Youth Focus and Yakwa, which is the, now let me get this right, because I don't want to get another card out. It's the Youth Association of Western Australia. Anyway, they're both doing incredible work with our young people, and it's great that we've been able to welcome some of their clients and supporters here today. So thank you for that. Now, it's my next job to introduce our next curator, and what a curator he is, ladies and gentlemen. He's not just one of the curators, he is actually our lead curator. He's also extremely bossy. You should see him at the back here, you know, telling people where to go and where to stand and what I'm to say and the rest of it. His name is Rob Lines.
He's fired.
It does seem like today perception is everything. How you are isn't important. It's how people perceive you. For instance, you might see me wearing this shirt and wonder, at what point is he going to offer me fries? Well, that's a fair question. Our next speaker has more experience than most of being on the receiving end of other people's perceptions. TEDxPerth is all about providing an extraordinary platform for people who would not normally get their voice heard. So it's a special pleasure to welcome to the stage Zina Ibrahim.
Somewhere between 9/11 and the burqa ban, we lost the humanity of the women behind the headscarves. Muslim women became talking points, stripped of our identities and humanity. I'm not here to talk religion, and a few of you will be wiping your brow. I'm done with the age-old debates and the back and forth about scripture. I'll leave that one for the scholars. When you ask a woman why she wears the hijab, we tend to rely on scripture and statistics. We forget that there's this whole human being sitting in front of us, that these women have their own paths and journeys and spiritual stories, that their lives in all their glory cannot possibly be summarized by the label hijabi. The hijab and veiling of Muslim women has long been politicized and stigmatized. Yet, the reasons behind our intentions of covering up have been misunderstood. Underrepresented and silenced, yet hypervisible and tokenized, this is the uncomfortable line we tread as modern Muslim women. I wish I could tell you that hijab was just a contentious talking point in non-Muslim communities. The truth is, being a Muslim woman and veiling in any sense becomes a challenge in all parts of society. In all niches and almost every culture, people obsess with the covering and the uncovering of feminine bodies. Muslim women? We face opposition and judgment at every turn. We're too covered to assimilate, yet too exposed to escape the judgment of fellow Muslims. Some Muslims have a problem with the way others choose to wear their hijab or weave modesty into their lifestyle. You're showing too much neck, your hair is showing, pants aren't modest, you're wearing too much makeup, are just some of the things my sisters and I hear on a day-to-day basis. They think it's improper that we use their label to describe ourselves. Muslims and non-Muslims alike don't consider me a valid hijabi, yet visibly Muslim enough to be subject to discrimination and Islamophobia. Muslims still say salam sister when they see me in the street. There's nothing new about this. This is the same fight that women of all cultures from all generations have been fighting for generations. It's just been repackaged. Identity politics in this regard has become increasingly divisive, where people feel they cannot identify with more than one label that's supposedly contradictory. You can't be religious and left-wing. You can't be veiled and feminist. You can't believe in a creator and have a scientific mind. Apparently. I'm a woman of science. I spent a whole year researching something we call non-coding DNA. Parts of our DNA we thought were junk because they didn't make anything for our cells. I feel the same way about the parts of myself that aren't tangible to you. My appearance is one thing you can label, but I'm a myriad of components that are so significant to developing who I am that you can't see or label. And they're just as valid parts of me. Now, I strongly believe that the true representation of a modern Muslim woman does not exist, because we are not a monolith. We're not here to prove or disprove your assumptions, and we don't exist to break your stereotypes. So picture me, it's 2 a.m. and I'm getting ready to drop my sister to the airport. That's where you kind of know it goes downhill, a Muslim woman in an airport. I should have known. Anyway, I'm fumbling around my room and I'm just throwing on anything I can grab, partly because of hijab, but partly, if not mainly, because it's about 3 degrees outside in the middle of July and it is freezing. And I'm Egyptian, so we don't do cold weather. We get to the airport and we weigh my sister's bags and we grab a cup of coffee because 3 a.m. Zina is just terrifying to the public, headscarf or not. And we get to the checkpoint and this man starts boring a hole in the side of my head. Here we go. Sorry, miss, you can't go through there. Please remove that. He points at my beret. I start explaining, oh, I know it doesn't look traditional, but you see, I'm wearing it for religious reasons. I just need a woman and another room and I can take it off. He raises an eyebrow. I continually nervously try to explain and I stop. And I wonder why on earth I'm about to launch into Hijab 101 with this security guard. He insists, no, I know what that looks like. You don't look like one of them. Take it off. You can imagine how the rest of the transaction went. I didn't take it off, and I didn't make it through the gate. I had been discriminated against. Nothing new for a Muslim woman. But in a moment of great irony, it was because I didn't look enough like a Muslim woman. Damn you for not fitting into my stereotype. Oh, it's so frustrating. But to be brutally honest with you, I wasn't wearing this at all last year. In fact, I wasn't living a modest lifestyle. I was doing nude photo shoots and bodyscape modeling, and that was just mere months ago. So if you had told me that next year I'd be on this stage talking to you about my headscarf, I would have laughed you out of the room. But seriously, what people struggle here with is the dichotomy. But why must there be one? What happens when I become my own point of reference and allow myself that room to grow? The woman you see before you is quite different, yes, but I'm very much the same. My spirituality and my religion is just one part of the dynamic and painfully flawed human being that I am. I didn't put on this headscarf because I had it all figured out. I put it on as an act of self-exploration, allowing myself to experience who I was fully without worrying about other people. It signified a point in my life where I cared more about myself than other people's perceptions of me. My reasons for wearing the headscarf are too fluid and ever-changing for me to cement down in this short talk or in response to a question. My feelings about the veil are so complex, they're not even fully known to myself. And the emotional labor of picking up that question as to why I wear it is sometimes more than I have the energy for. My body is not a commodity. My body is not a political playground. It does not exist to break your stereotypes or placate your ideologies for you. Some people really want this vocal condemnation of my past actions, and I won't do it. I don't owe any human being that. It's part of my journey, part of what got me here today, and if that doesn't fit into your box of what a Muslim woman looks like, feel free to keep that box. I'm a little claustrophobic anyway. Part of living my truth as a modern Muslim woman has become modesty. And my embodiment of it is not the same as it is for any other Muslim woman, and nor should it have to be. But what is modesty? Is it the opposite of naked? Is it purely physicality? These were the questions I was asking myself on my journey. Some people want to see it as a progression from uncovered to covered. I choose to see it as a spectrum with inherent freedoms. I love people's expressions when they tell me I'm not wearing the headscarf properly, and I look them dead in the eye and I tell them that last year, I wasn't wearing it at all, much less any other clothing. Their shocked expressions are exactly why I am here. And I get it, I do. People want neat boxes, immoral versus moral, liberated versus religious, covered versus uncovered, Eagles supporter versus Dockers. And I agree with you on that one. Those are two boxes that should absolutely remain separate. No crossover. Love that laugh. My modesty is not my headscarf. It's the way I move my body through the world, my demeanor and my interactions. My modesty is putting aside my ego and my arrogance and humbling myself. So if this headscarf doesn't fit with your version of Islam, hubris and judgment does not fit with mine. I don't see modesty as an either-or. I don't see uncovered women as immoral or niqab-draped women as a height of piety. Modesty and empowerment of the modern woman is not black or white, and we have to confront these character values and morality judgments assigned to a woman's appearance. The issue, though, is so far beyond covering up. We have to address the elephant in the room, and that is Islamophobia. Rarely would you question a nun's habit, African head wraps, or the British royal family's strict dress code. And if it makes you feel uncomfortable to think about it, it should. The reasons behind this long stem from colonialism and the categorization of Middle Eastern cultures as primitive. We can never divorce our socio-political climate from the values we associate with these head coverings, past or present. To the core of it, why does anyone care how anyone else chooses to dress? Strip away religious influences, strip away classist factors, personal choice. It should be about respecting someone's right to self-determination and their bodily autonomy. And I'm not standing here in front of you today saying I'm this perfect human being without my biases and my judgments. I'm not saying I'm a role model. In fact, I like to say I'm an anti-role model. I am much too human and much too emotional to be representative of anything, trust me. I'm just another Muslim woman, walking my journey with Allah by my side and a whole lot of blisters on my feet. So, the question that some of you may want to ask, why does that woman wear the headscarf? And why does she wear it like that? The truth is, we don't have enough words in enough languages to tell you why. So, save us all the mental gymnastics and just go with it. Thank you.
So I have many great qualities, but one of them is not giving relationship advice. And it's not because, hey, it's all good at home, all right, so just... but it's hard to put into words. It's hard to articulate. We run our relationships, we wing it. We're making it up as we go along. Not so our next speaker. A straight shooter, tells it like it is, and I bet you all, actually no, I shouldn't do that, there's a lot of you. I bet you have never met a forensic sexologist before. So please welcome Amanda Lambros.
This is Wilfred and Lenore. I want you to look at their faces. To me, they have this look that I like to call forever love. You know that feeling when you walk into a building and that person you're madly in love with is right in front of you and that's all you can see? and everybody else just kind of like fades into the background. I want a piece of what they're having. And I can almost bet that there's a high probability that if you've ever been in a relationship, or if you ever plan on being in a relationship, that you want a dose of this too. I feel privileged to have been able to look at this photo since I was a little girl. These are my grandparents, and this was their 50th wedding anniversary. As a marriage educator and a relationship counselor, I have yet to meet a couple who have walked through my door saying that they look forward to their divorce. Ever since I can remember, I have been crazy interested in human behavior, and in particular, relationships. So to me, what I did was I went out there and I got the books. I studied the units, I got my degrees, and I absolutely loved everything I learned. Then when I decided to get married, I wanted to purposely put everything I knew into my marriage, because I too wanted forever love. Now I want to tell you something. A few years ago, I was having this conversation with this woman, and we got on the topic of date night. And she said, "Oh, tell me a little bit about what you do." And I shared with her the same information that I'm going to share with you. And she said, "Oh yeah, date night, that would be great. But like we have kids and we have no family here and it's so expensive, and. And in reality, all I could hear was excuses. So I'm usually pretty straightforward. And on this particular day, I may have been lacking a little bit of sleep as a mother of 2 young children. So I said, "I hear what you're saying. However, a divorce, or a date is a lot cheaper than a divorce." She looked at me and she went, I never thought of it quite like that. It was from that moment that I started to wonder, what is the cost of divorce? And better yet, what's the burden of divorce? So let me explain. I'm a health scientist, and throughout my degrees, I've learned 2 extremely awesome topics. One is called the burden of disease. The other is the cost of disease. And when you combine these 2 things together, you get a really great picture of the direct and indirect costs associated with an illness, like cancer. And I thought, how cool would it be to apply this to divorce? So I do what I did best, and I geeked out on research. I found everything I could, and I just kind of like went to it. And what I found actually surprised me. It doesn't matter if you're in Canada, the US, Australia, New Zealand, Spain, or even the UK. A divorce is going to cost you, on average, $150,000. Some of you are thinking, no, I just go to a lawyer, pay my money, sign my form, go to court, we're done. No, it's the direct and indirect cost. So now you have to sell a house and buy 2, or sell a house and rent in the meantime. Or better yet, buy 2 of everything that you only previously needed 1 of. And don't even get me started on who gets the parental rights of the animals. So then I started crunching some more numbers, and I thought, well, what's it cost to go on a date? Now I'm realistic and I have small children, so 2 dates a month. One you splurge on, like go kind of all out, and the other one is what I like to call a low-cost, no-cost date. Pack yourself a picnic and go to the park. Get yourself an ice cream and sit at the beach watching the sunset over the ocean. Low cost to no cost and 1 splurge. Twice a month, over a period of a year, it's going to cost you roughly $2,500. To me, that number is a lot more digestible. So I looked into this and I thought, this is brilliant. People need to know this stuff. Now, I don't want you jumping out of your seats and going to plan your date night right now, because there's 4 principles that you really, really should know in order to make those dates as successful as possible. I've tried to make it as easy as possible, so I've spelt DATE, D-A-T-E. D is for diarize. You absolutely need to go home and print off a calendar or go out and buy one, grab a pen, and circle the date that you're having a date on. put it somewhere that everyone can see it. Everyone in the house, even the animals, make sure everyone can see that they know that is date. My mom used to always tell me, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And that couldn't be more realistic than in this scenario. Because if you don't put it on the calendar, weeks and weeks will go by, and you know what? No date will be had. So make sure you diarize. A is for action. So I want you to take action. When you first started dating someone, chances are you each took a turn creating the date. Dates nowadays, after a while together, kind of sound like this. So it's Saturday. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? Whatever. That is not a date. There is no surprise to that. So you want one person to plan the date and make it surprise and just invite the other person along. And then the next person is meant to create the next date so that you trade off. Go somewhere you haven't been. Do something exciting that you never thought possible. Those are the things you want to do. Going to a movie is not a date. I can sit next to anybody at a movie, just like you guys are. I'm guessing, well, maybe some of you, this is your date, which is great, great date. Make sure you make it about yourself. So movies are not a date because we want you to be able to engage with someone. The next thing is talk. T for talk. Talk to each other in a positive light about your relationship. All the great things that have happened and that you want to continue doing in your relationship. Talk to each other about all the things that you fell in love with each other for and that you want to continue doing. Now, there's a small caveat with this, and bear with me. 3 things you cannot talk about. You cannot talk about work because this is a date. This is not work. If you have them, you cannot talk about your kids. Because if so, you might as well have not paid for the babysitter and brought them along. So you can't talk about kids. Finally, you can't talk about logistics or admin stuff, like who's driving who to the airport next, or did we actually hang out that laundry? No. I see it. I see those rolling eyes. Hold on, Amanda. I can't talk about work, my kids, or logistics. There's nothing left to talk about. Absolutely not. There's plenty more to talk about. And if you really think you have talked every topic out, come and see me. So what I want you to do, I want you to think about your partner, and I want you to answer this question. If your partner had the chance of running away from a bear or a lion, which would they choose and why? If you don't know the answer, you got plenty to talk about. Finally, the last part of the acronym is E for excuses. No excuses allowed. Never. Sorry I gotta work late. I'm sorry I can't. It's date night. My car's out of petrol. Guess what? There's Uber. The restaurant's on fire. Plenty more down the street. There should never, ever be an excuse. In so much so, my husband was in a hospital a few years ago. He was there all day. His dinner got delivered that night, and he looked at the nurse, and he said, "This is gonna sound weird, and I don't even know if you can do this, but would you be able to bring my wife a dinner as well, because we're meant to be having a date?" At the time, he was attached to a morphine drip, so he may not have remembered that conversation. But I can guarantee you, if I can have a date with my husband in a hospital while he's attached to a morphine drip, you have no excuses, okay? So what do I know from research? I know there's great things that separate good from amazing relationships. Those 3 things are empathy, positivity, and a great, deeper emotional connection. Guess what? You can get all 3 on a date. And if you regularly go on dates, you're going to just foster that even more. So if you know that that's what separates good from great relationships, why wouldn't you want to do that? Now, don't get me wrong. When it comes to relationships, most of us have no clue what we're doing it. We're winging it. We're pretty good at communicating to ourselves, but we have no clue how to communicate to others, especially when emotion's involved, and we have to talk about, those subtle little arts of being able to pick up laundry and put it actually in a laundry bin. There's one of them right there. So to me, we know that if you, as researchers and marriage educators, I know from research that if you have empathy, positivity, and a greater emotional, deeper connection, then you're going to have the chance of having forever love. I would suggest that you treasure your relationships and take the opportunity to engage in dates as much as possible and make sure that your relationship is the priority. Thank you. I'm gonna shake your hand.
Well done.
Thanks.
Nearly lunch. So when I first met Amanda as we started the curation process, something she said to me was, most people come and see her when it's too late. So here's the question. What are the signs that we should be on the lookout for when it isn't too late? What are the little things?
Okay, little thing. If you have 2 couches in your house and one of you sits on the short couch and one of you sits on the long couch, there's a physical separation. If you prefer going on a vacation with your best friend instead of your partner, there's a pretty good indication. When your conversations become negative, where you're like, wow, how come you couldn't just maybe empty the dishwasher? That would have been nice. As opposed to, I totally understand you've had a long day. Would you appreciate if I emptied the dishwasher for you? Those are the type of things. Those are the type of things to watch out for.
I think you hit a nerve. Now, you remember Kayla, who you met earlier, who has been working on the installations outside. Now, I understand you've actually got a little secret something that you've been working up with Kayla.
Yes, so there's a date contract. So a lot of people, because you don't know how to date, like you've obviously found someone, but you don't really know how to date. I figured the best thing to do was create a date contract. So if you go out one of these doors, there's some date contracts, and it kind of gives you an indication of what should be on there. You and your partner both sign it. There's some space for you to put some extra stuff in as well, and aim to action everything that's on there. You're more likely going to have a successful date, and probably a successful relationship too.
Wow, that's a good. You didn't know you were going to get that today, did you? So, fantastic. Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, Gavin.
So a date night contract. Yes, get one on during the break. Now, lunch is coming up very soon. Now, during lunch, you need to be back, incidentally, at 2 p.m. sharp. But during lunch, we also have our stages working again. So if you want to talk a little bit more about electric aviation with Joshua, he's on the river stage. And I think after that, we have Amanda, who, again, can talk to you a bit more about your relationships, and she might even witness your contracts for you. Who knows? So you can get that done. And on the terrace stage, we're a bit more from Zena. And also, we get a lot of applications. Hundreds of people write in to apply to speak on this stage. It's a wonderful thing. We love the enthusiasm. And our curators have a really difficult job, actually, of selecting, just 16 people who have great ideas to spread and who together make, a great show, frankly. But so what makes a really good application? What makes a good TED Talk? If you want to learn more about that, you can go and talk to our curators, and they'll be on the terrace stage during lunch as well. Now, there's plenty to eat, there's plenty to drink. I hope your day is going brilliantly so far. So at this moment, I shall bid you farewell. Enjoy your lunch, and see you back here at 2 p.m.
and you're on the live stream with Kelly here at TEDxPerth 2018, and I'm joined by Daniel from the City of Perth. Welcome, hello.
Hi Kelly, how you going?
Yeah, good. Now, can you tell me about this whole idea of a smart city?
Yeah, I guess smart city is about using data and analytics to make better decision making, to engage citizens and to save in operational costs, which is reduced rates for people, which they quite like.
Yeah, so also just quickly, who is this program funded by?
So this program is funded by the Australian government in matched funding and also the City of Perth, so $1.3 million each for 4 projects.
Wow, that's amazing. Can you tell us a little bit maybe about one of these cool projects? I know you've got some equipment here.
Yeah,
so
sure. Love to show you. So this is an example of a sensor that we're using in our project, which will basically detect temperature, humidity and 3 different types of particulate matter. And we can use that to map emissions and make better transport decisions within the City of Perth. Some of the other projects include a smart irrigation system, which will reduce our usage of water through sensors and microclimate weather vanes. We've got a lot of grass in Perth and not much water. Another project is CCTV analytics, which will give us data on pedestrians, cars, etc., numbers throughout the city. And all of that will go into a shared data hub whose output can be used by the innovation ecosystem, startups and members of the community to do their own projects with the data. So quite exciting for us.
That's some great achievements by the City of Perth. Look, thank you so much for sharing with us today. And make sure if you are here in the building that you come check out the City of Perth activation stall. And if you see it around the City of Perth, make sure you have a good look at it and chat to the City of Perth. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to keep wandering down to where there are some love contracts going on. There's a lot going on in the foyer right now. A lot of people having some lunch. It's very yummy. Oh. So we're just going to keep coming through. Now, part of the ticket, you do get lunch included. So this is where actually everyone is heading. And we're going to pop through. Hello everyone. Are you enjoying it? Oh, good. Oh, hello. Say hello to everyone on the live stream. Give a big wave to the camera. Give a big wave to the camera. Cool. Awesome. Here we are. Excellent. So we're here to pick up a date contract. Thank you very much. So what we heard before in one of our last TEDx talks is all about date contracts and the fact that, you know, it's all about connecting with each other and relationships. So I have a feeling I should actually start filling this out. Let's go. Now, I'm actually single, so can I do this with can I do it with my best friend or with you? Or yeah, okay, cool. So this contract is entered into between, well, my name's Kelly and your name is Jackie. Hello, Jackie. Yeah. And this agreement is going to begin on today, so it's the 3rd today?
3rd of November.
3rd of November. Great. And until forever. This is it. So, you know what? This is all about committing to each other. It's about, you know, having a date night. Let's catch up for a coffee next week. Yeah. I think that'd be really good. Yeah. This is all about doing life together and, you know, here we go. It is, we agree to alternate the person responsible for creating the date. Okay, so I suggested having a coffee, so you can do the next one. With cake? Okay, yeah, I can do that. We can't look at our phones during the date. We agree to openly and honestly discuss our relationship on our dates. This is some awesome stuff. It's some of the old school stuff that is so important. So, you know what? If you're here at the Perth Concert Hall, make sure you pick up one of these. You sign it with your significant other or your best friend or your housemate or your I don't know who, but you just head on and do that. And this is awesome. So thank you so much for joining me on this part of the live stream. This is everyone heading out to lunch now, and we'll be back soon with more live stream content.
Hello, Tom and Sarah with you again. We've just jumped out of the auditorium. We've been in soaking up everything from the speakers, and it's a very, very busy auditorium. Another 4 fantastic speakers that we just saw. Let's just give a little brief overview about the 4 speakers in there. So speaker number 1, Sarah.
So we had Elise and Rosie. Now, they met when they were 14 at Whopper at an after-school percussion program. They then went on to study percussion and composition. They basically saw a lack in representation of female artists, so they ended up developing and founded a music community, WOMPP, Women of Music Production Perth. So that was really interesting to hear from them and just their experience of how they got there and why they did so. It was, really interesting.
Absolutely, and I think for women, this is something that is happening right across the board. This is live streaming for you right here, people coming through. Women are doing amazing things in production, and I think hopefully, other women that are perhaps sitting in the audience will take a little bit away from that.
Definitely.
Speaker number 2, of course, while you're getting to that in the program, these are available from the Perth Concert Hall, but also online. So if you want to read some more about the speakers, make sure you check out the program. But Sarah, who did we have as speaker number 2?
So speaker number 2, we had Joshua Portlock. So he is a sustainable aviation advocate and innovative leader. So it was really good to hear from him, and there was also a video played after and things like that, which it was really interactive, and he was really good at just sharing his experiences and his ideas, and it was really interesting.
Something he said actually at the end there was it's actually safer to be up in the sky than to be driving a car, because people don't jump out up in the sky. It's pretty clear playing field, so that's pretty good. The third speaker, now this one I think was really thought-provoking for a lot of people. The best thing about TEDx talks, I think it talks about those issues that are perhaps often scooted around and not discussed enough. It was a hijab-wearing Muslim woman talking about what it means to be a modern Muslim woman. What did you take away from that, Sarah?
Yeah, I agree with what you said. It's like she compared it to, describing the elephant in the room and just really digging deep and giving us all the information that we all know is there and we know it happens. And it was really good to just feel really connected and engaged with what she was saying and her life experiences that we can all relate to every day, and we see and we witness that happening. So it was, I think everyone in the audience would have felt very connected to that talk.
Absolutely. I think the best part about it too is that it's giving somebody a platform that perhaps they won't always have that platform to share their voice. And for that particular talk, I think for a lot of it, you could have heard a pin drop in the audience. Everyone was so in tune and soaking up everything that she had to say. Just lastly, we also had Amanda, and now that's got everyone a little bit excited. Talking about relationships and sex and fun, all of those important things, but she gave us a few good tips.
Yeah, so she basically was talking about having regular dates, and a way to remember it is she's done a little acronym for DATE, which was D, diarise, A, action, T, talk, and E, excuses. No excuses allowed. So she really dug deep and gave us all an understanding and some good ideas as to how we can stick to dates and make them really personal and surprising, and work on relationships and hopefully be married for 50 years.
Yeah, no excuses there. Now, of course, this doesn't happen just without any help. So there are plenty of volunteers that help put TEDx all around the world on. Let's take a look.
I think one of the things that I find so amazing about TEDxPerth is the fact that it's voluntary. Everybody here is doing this on a voluntary basis, and it's an event of huge quality. It's a big event anyway. The audience in the room is 1,700, let alone all the people online.
And I want you to see if you can feel it. Did you feel it? Did the earth move for you?
And you look at the stage and you look at the speakers and you think, my goodness, this is so professional. Everything is being done really well. Obviously we're paying for technicians and great lighting designers and for the filming and the print and all of that. But underneath it all, there's just a team of incredibly enthusiastic volunteers. Who just want to make this happen for Perth and Western Australia. It's an amazing thing.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm here today with Tim, who's just had session 2 of the TEDxPerth event. So, who was your favourite speaker in session 2? Is there anyone that really stood out to you?
Yeah, I think the person talking about the electronic aviation was really interesting. I think it's good with the push in the automotive industry that they're taking that stuff towards flight. I don't know, you'd want some pretty significant warnings on the battery levels though when you're up there, but yeah, it was quite interesting what he was talking about.
Yeah, I agree. It was very interesting. And have you ever been to any TEDxPerth events before or any others around?
Yes, I came to TEDx, I think it was 2015 or 14? Yes, this is my second one.
Okay, that's great. And I mean, here at the Perth Concert Hall, it's a great venue and we've got a beautiful day and lots of food waiting outside for us. So it's really nice to have the venue here. Do you notice a difference? And, you know, the audience is just packed and everyone's just so energetic. Are you really feeling that when you're walking around and, you know, speaking to other people?
Yeah, well, Sarah, my housemate who I'm here with, I find the best part about this is all the thought-provoking and the conversations you actually hear immediately after you exit the concert hall. So I think in the circulation space is where you start to really get the nuts and bolts behind what it's all about. So it's really good.
Yeah, definitely. And it is, you know, it's a great way to network and have discussions with everyone. I mean, this event is designed for, you know, ideas that are worth sharing. So that's what everyone's here and everyone's talking about today. So there are lots of opportunities to keep talking. Are you looking forward to session 3? Is there anyone that you've, you know, thought in particular you're looking forward to, or are you just going in with an open mind and gonna, make your opinion up on the night?
Open mind and clear head. So I haven't actually looked at the program, to be honest, for session 3, but I've just been taking it as it comes for the day.
And a lot of people have said that. They've just gone in with an open mind and, just been really excited to hear what everyone's got. So thank you very much for your time and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly here again, and I'm on the balcony of the Perth Concert Hall at TEDxPerth 2018. Now, everyone's here at lunch and everyone's getting quite into it. Now, there are a lot of options, and all these options are actually included in your ticket price. So that's pretty cool, you know, morning tea, afternoon tea and lunch. Now I know that there are a few coffee vendors out there and there's some other amazing coffee too, but what I'm really excited about is that here tonight is going to be the after party. So once all these speakers are done, you know what, our time continues to share stories, to share knowledge, to share ideas, and this is what it's all about. So you know what, afterwards $10 on top of it, you can come out, have a good old chat. It's all about sharing these ideas. Maybe a cheeky glass of wine. I'm just saying, just one cheeky glass of wine and all the ideas may come out. So if you're out here, make sure you come and say hello to us as the live stream host. There's myself, there's Tom and Sarah. We're around, we'd love to chat with you. If you've got an idea worth sharing, come and find us if you are here. Otherwise, if you are at home, use the hashtag TEDxPerth and we can look at sharing your ideas and your questions with other speakers. And thanks so much. We'll be back soon with some more content.
This is TEDxPerth, and if you're just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. We've been live streaming now for quite a few hours and there's still a little bit to go. I am Tom. Right now it's lunchtime, so as you can see behind me, there's plenty of people filling the room, heading outside to grab a bite to eat. We've had plenty of action here at the Perth Concert Hall this morning though. This is one of 52 events, TEDx events that are happening right around the world, so an impressive effort there. This is the 7th time that this has been happening in Perth, and the feedback I've had from people I've been chatting to in the arena and outside is that it's running really, really well. Everyone's sort of here enjoying their Saturday. A lot of people coming here with a really open mind. They're coming, don't even know who's speaking, some of them. They just want to see what's happening and hear someone's experiences, or hear from someone who perhaps they would never speak to in real life. Of course, speakers are available afterwards too, so plenty of people going up and asking questions. Now, if you have a question, make sure that you are using the Twitter handle, the Twitter hashtag, which is TEDxPerth, capital TED, lowercase x, capital P for Perth. So join the live stream. We're going to throw to another Q&A now.
All right, welcome back to the River Stage, where I've got with me Joshua Portlock, who's the founder and executive chairman of Electro Air, and was obviously one of the speakers in the last session. So I'm going to ask Josh a couple of questions and then basically throw open to the floor. So if you've got questions that you want to answer from his quite fascinating presentation, I guess get ready, think them through, and then I will turn to you and there'll be a roving mic. Right, Josh, so I absolutely have to ask, after seeing those pictures, have you personally taken off and flown in that flykite?
Not flykite yet. We're still doing some unmanned testing to keep it very safe. But I have flown in the Alpha Electro, and it's an amazing experience. I'd welcome anyone to come down to Jandakot and try it. It's a real game changer.
And do you have a sort of a feeling of being like the Wright brothers when you get inside these new machines and give it a go?
It's certainly got a sort of pioneering spirit to it, because you are doing things that no one else is doing yet. And the great thing is there's a community of people getting into this space, but it definitely still feels green fields. It still feels like it's a whole new era, and it's kind of pre-competition. It's sort of a lot more collaborative. You can pick up the phone and talk to other electric aircraft designers and manufacturers, and they're really excited to talk to you and work with you and get involved.
So we were talking about that before. So at this point, it's not a race to see who can get the market or most of the market first?
I mean, it's always a race, but everyone's in it together for now, because it's almost like electric aviation pioneers are competing against legacy more than each other. So it's more like, hey, if we do this together, if we collaborate and we combine forces, then we can get this out there sooner.
And one of the things that fascinated me was, of course, you hear a lot already about the rules around drone use, and we obviously have, I guess, flight restrictions in certain areas just that relate to planes, and then drones now fall into that. How does the future look if you've actually got people like yourself zipping down the street with fly kites? I mean, will it actually work?
So that's why we're not overly focusing on the fly kite business model right now. We think eventually vertical takeoff and landing, passenger drones, if you will, may end up having a place, but for now we see fixed-wing electric aviation being where a huge opportunity exists, and that is already manageable with existing regulations, with two-seat training aircraft that can fly legally over the city and down the beaches and over to Rottnest. And the four-seaters will come next, and then the VTOL will eventually come, and then a fully autonomous. We see that the sort of order of progression.
All right, so I'm going to ask you one more question before going to the audience, but that, when you describe it like that, there's a sense of progression there from small, I guess, aircraft to larger ones. Where's the end limit? Like, how scalable is this? Is it about the actual engines themselves? Is it about the materials involved? Can you actually go to having large commercial aircraft potentially?
Yeah, I mean, the technology is there to make these aircraft already. It is the regulatory hurdles that slow the adoption down. And not to say that slowing it down, it's just making sure they're safe, right? So the aviation regulators want to make sure that these are safe. That's their mandate. So we have to keep proving to them as industry that it's as safe as possible, and then they'll start letting us do more and more with them. So by going two-seat electric and training is a big market opportunity now, and then air taxi, and then eventually vertical takeoff and landing, and eventually unmanned. But technology-wise, like I said, battery technology is good enough now for our two-seat trainer to get over an hour flight time, which is more than you typically want to fly in a little aircraft anyway. So it's not actually a hurdle anymore, technologically. And then composite materials are making our aircraft lighter and stronger and safer. Other technologies like 3D printing and rapid prototyping makes our jobs a lot easier to design and manufacture. So we can actually get these new ideas to market fairly quickly, and then work with the regulators to make sure they're safe and certifiable.
Well, I have to ask you this, because you've just mentioned it. What did you think of the Apache attack helicopter printing?
Yeah, look, I mean, and look, helicopters have their place, so I'm not completely against the technology. And funnily enough, military definitely benefit from the helicopters, but military don't have the same cost sensitivity to the civil environment. So the civil aviation industry really needs a game-changing, a step function of cost saving to get the adoption again. And if you look at what's happened over the last half century, aviation in the general aviation, the civil sector has declined. And this isn't a chance to revitalise it.
All right, great. So who's got a question that they'd like to ask Josh? Anyone? There's a roving mic somewhere. I don't know where it's gone. Where's the mic? Oh, you've got the mic. Up the back, the man with the hat. All right, so just speak loud so everyone can hear your question.
Hi, thanks. Very interesting talk. And just to touch on one of your questions about commercial aircraft, realistically, if you put away the regulation problem, is the technology there now, or when will it be ready that we'll be flying electric, everyone?
Yeah, so light aircraft, less than an hour endurance is already achievable now. Trying to compete with a multi-hour, all-day, commercial airliner is not likely to happen in the short term, not with battery electric, but hydrogen electric or hybrid electric is definitely possible. So that's why we're focusing more on the propulsors, the actual ducted fans and the electric motors, and that technology, once done well, can be used in fully battery electric or hybrid electric or hydrogen electric. And then you've got the longer endurance capability from those high energy fuels, if that answers your question.
All right, another question? So at least one other hand. Go up, right up the back if we can get up there quickly. So just while we're waiting for that question, Josh, what do pilots think about it? What's their thought? Because
they love it.
You're on a trajectory to replacing their jobs, maybe.
No, not at all, not at all. And in fact, because it's about 10 years away from being fully autonomous, unpiloted, there is a huge need for pilots in the light aviation industry as that expands. But even in the commercial airliners, it's not likely they're going to be taking them out of the front seat of a commercial airliner because it's not that much of a cost hurdle to have one or two people in the front of a multi-hundred seat aircraft, but it is a bigger cost in a 2 to 4 seater. So it's the small 2 to 4 seaters that will become unpiloted much sooner than the big commercial airliners. And the commercial airliner market is enormously growing, so they actually need more pilots. So they can train on these affordable electric small aircraft to build their career up on the commercial airlines.
All right, so you're doing Qantas a favour. That's great.
Yeah, they're happy with the low-cost training.
All right, up the back, the gent with the glasses, I think.
Hi, fantastic talk. A question I wanted to ask is, we've seen a lot of innovation in, for example, in cars, which have come out of race technology, or technology which has had commercial properties which are very visible, like F1, rally-bred cars and stuff like that. Will we see the similar stuff coming out of aeronauticals? Would we be seeing things like, I guess, a Star Wars kind of pod racer or something like that, which would then actually end up feeding into the industry as well?
Yeah, we're certainly seeing a lot of these new competitions stimulating innovation. So the Go Fly prize I mentioned, the $2 million US prize pool for that, is getting hundreds, if not thousands, of people interested in making these personal vehicles. So that's been exciting to see. There's also a electric air race being proposed next year from London to Darwin, and actually flying electric aircraft down through all those countries. So that's going to stimulate, really pushing the envelope in endurance and range. There's other ones like the pod racer ones that have been talked about. So there's some new ones coming up that I've heard about that'll be about racing and trying to make these technologies as capable as possible. So the great thing about those is it does stimulate people to really push the boundaries, and we do see that trickling into the sort of more commercial opportunities.
All right, another question down the front here. Sorry, you don't get a second one. Well, there's rules.
We'll chat later.
Yeah. Just while the mic comes down, have you thought about impacts on physical infrastructure of where you're heading with this? Because, of course, if you don't need a runway in the future, that makes a large difference to a lot of cities.
Certainly, and that does open the flexibility of where you can fly and where you can transport people from. The good thing is, in cities, they generally do have a rooftop that's usually just concrete, so it's a matter of putting a helipad on it, or a vertipad as they're called for electric. And Uber have looked into this, and they're amazed by how many opportunities there are to just turn roofs into vertipads, and they've actually engaged a bunch of architects to design these vertiports on top of roofs and car parks and things like that. And the other interesting thing is that the more people fly and the more that adopt on-demand mobility, the less car parks are actually necessary. So they're actually thinking they'll just turn these big multi-story car parks into vertiports and have the aircraft land on the top and manage all the people within them. So.
All right, so if you're about to build a house, forget the garage and build a flat roof is the advice from up here. All right, question.
Thank you, great talk. And I think it kind of flows along the same vein. I'm curious as to how accessible this technology already is. So could I take my average budget, hop onto Google, order a few bits and pieces of technology, draw on my Meccano skills and get myself a metre off the ground, or would I need a bit more?
Scarily, yes, but at your own risk. No, look, I mean, people are making these crazy flying contractions and jumping on and flying and being their own test pilot, but we're approaching it much more from an aviation safety certification down and not from like a big drone up. And that's important because to get adoption and to get like a commercial business model out of this that's viable, we have to satisfy the regulators, and the regulators want to see us doing things as safe as possible. So while the technology is possible, you have to go through a lot more hoops regulatory to actually allow a person to commercially fly on one anyway.
All right, yep, just behind. It's an easy one to reach.
Great talk. So I don't know much about flying, terrified. I hope the plane goes up, stays up as long as it's meant to, and then goes down when it's meant to.
Sure.
But with it being more electronic, do you think that these planes, do you reckon they're going to crash safer than other ones and not burst into flames?
It's one way to, yeah, it's an interesting
Crashing
question.
safer is a very interesting concept.
I can actually give you some examples of crashing safer. So for instance, our Alpha Electro actually has a ballistic parachute.
Yeah.
So if you did happen to have a failure in any of the systems, you just pull the big red handle and it actually floats down to Earth, and most people can just walk out of that.
I'm all for this technology then.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
it.
so you're a ticket holder. That's great.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a question over there. So Josh, while we're just moving the mic, are you under great pressure to move from Western Australia to somewhere else? Because this would not seem the obvious place to be competing with the Ubers or linking up with the Ubers of the world.
Not necessarily. In fact, you'll find these days engineering is a global business, and we have some fantastic technology companies here in Perth that actually license their technology around the world. And you have easily the ability to pick up a Skype call and communicate with different partners around the world. We have one of our partner companies in California, so we do have a presence there. But actually, we've got some fantastic education systems. We have really talented engineers that come out of them, and we have a beautiful environment to live in. Like, we were kind of spoiled with probably the least traffic problems than any of these other major cities in California that are really dying for aviation to change their problems. But it does mean that we have a less populous area to do flight testing over. So that's actually fantastic. We have the best weather as well all year round. So, people who are stuck in cities, they have to go hundreds of kilometres away to go flight testing. We can go, down to Jandakot, and we can go to some areas to safely fly our technology without being in overpopulous areas.
I do like the irony, though, that you've decided to base yourself in the place that doesn't have the problem that you're trying to solve.
Well, it doesn't. Yes and no. It's more like an exciting improvement we have rather than a necessity. So that's probably the comparison.
I've lost sight of the mic. Where do we go?
Hi, sorry, I'm Adam. I was one of your first guys to pay to fly the electric aircraft. It was great.
Thanks a
lot.
lot.
And the person asked about crashing safer. As you descend, it actually regenerates and puts some charge back into the battery pack.
That's right.
Which is pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, so we're actually conserving and regenerating up to 7% of the energy. So basically for every dozen or so flights that you're going around the airport, you've actually got a free chance to land again.
Yeah. How many of your ducted fans do you need to replace like a standard prop on something like a little Cessna?
So the good thing is the technology is very scalable. So the Flycart uses our small 40 centimetre fan, but we also have an 80 centimetre and now a 115 centimetre one. So the 115 centimetre fan is more than enough thrust for a 2-seat aircraft. So one of those is enough, and then 2 of them on a typical 4 or 5-seater. And that aligns with the safety aspects that by going a twin in an air taxi, we see as a much better safety case. And I could get into this really deeply, but needless to say, a petrol engine twin, where you've got these big engines out on the wings, is pretty scary when one engine fails, because you've got this risk of sort of the aircraft becoming a boomerang, actually. So you have to fly at minimum airspeeds, and there's all sorts of factors.
Yeah.
A twin electric, where they're much smaller ducted fans close to the fuselage, is not that noticeable. If you lose one, you'll know about it, it'll warn you and whatnot, but it'll just compensate and keep flying straight and level.
Sure. What sort of power do they need?
Say again?
What sort of power draw do they
Well,
have?
typically 30% less in our ducted fans than an open propeller. And for our Alpha Electro, it's using about 60 kilowatts to take off and about 20 kilowatts to cruise. And we'd see that reduce further with our ducted fans.
All right, cool. So, Josh, you haven't talked about it much, but despite you looking like a very old guy, you've already been a pioneer of drone technology in the past decade or so. So maybe just tell us about where drones are going, where they're up to. I'm still waiting for my Amazon deliveries and my pizzas and all the rest of it to turn up at my doorstep. So where is that side of your business heading?
Yeah, so SciAero is a separate business, but it's doing very well in the commercial services sector, and especially engineering custom solutions for people who need a bespoke capability. So whether that's spectral sensing for improvised explosives is one example, or we're doing all sorts of visual ways of telling how healthy plants are. So it's not so much about the platform anymore, it's more about the sensors and the data and what we do with it. So the age of innovative new drones is almost over, because there's enough innovative platforms out there that you can actually just use them and then add value to them with better sensors and software. Whereas manned aviation is still in its infancy in electric. It's really got a lot of improvements to have. So it's kind of a bit of a shift where drones 10 years ago, I was telling everyone, drones are going to change our lives. And everyone's like, you're crazy. But hey, they are. They're really saving time and money. And to this day, everyone knows what a drone is, and half of you probably own one. Whereas electric aviation, I'm sitting here going, hey, it's going to change our lives. And some people are still like, yeah, right. But it's really happening. It's going to be the next decade of flight.
Well, just out of curiosity, who owns a drone? Stick your hand up. You've got a lot of market there, left there, I'd say, quite frankly.
Yeah. And we've found the personal drone market is one aspect, and that's exciting and fun. But actually, the commercial drones don't need to be owned by people. They can just be hired on demand and operated when needed. So, yeah, there's a bigger market commercially for them than even privately.
Great. All right, we had a question down here, I think, if we could just run the mic across. So you can cover either drones or planes.
So it sounds like you specialise more with the ducted fans, but with regards to the energy storage, if you had to bet on the London to Darwin race, or whichever's going to be leading the endurance aspect of this or energy scale, who would you be betting on?
So for now, hydrogen electric is probably going to satisfy those long flights, and at least it is still potentially environmentally friendly, as long as you're conscious about where you got the hydrogen from, how you produced it, how you stored it, how you transported it. So as long as you've got that solved, then hydrogen makes sense. But the great thing about battery electric, there's power points everywhere. So you can plug in and you can fly. And most light aviation doesn't need more than an hour endurance. And there's a joke that aviation's flight time's dictated by bladders and stomachs, because you kind of need to stop for a pee break or food. So electric can already do that with batteries. So unless you have a big enough aircraft with a toilet on board and a food service, then you'd start thinking hydrogen. Otherwise, for the sub-hour flight times, which is most light aviation, battery electric's what I put my money on.
And what's the upper limit on battery electric for hours?
Well, I mean, we're flying drones that last 3+ hours endurance, so it's doable with battery electric, but you end up with a large battery to payload fraction. So for instance, to fly from, say, here to Sydney in a electric battery aircraft, it would probably be like 70% of that aircraft would have to be battery mass, and you'd only be carrying a few people on board. So it would be a really big battery, and that doesn't make sense. So getting that practical ratio of payload to battery mass is back around that 1 to 2 hours.
All right, so another question. There's a lady over here, if we can just run that round. Can you see yourself participating in any way in a London to Darwin race? I mean, it's a time-honoured tradition of building the aero industry as those races from England to Australia.
We've been asked to participate, but we're probably not going to necessarily have an entrance in it. But we do have some partners wanting to use our technology, so we're happy to support it from a technology point of view, and we do encourage it. But we're more focused on the light aviation that doesn't need the endurance, more about training fleets and actually making it more affordable for people to get their licence. So that doesn't need super long endurance.
All right, where were we?
I have missed the previous question, so I hope I'm not repeating. Does this translate directly to motor vehicles as well?
Yeah, it's funnily enough, we're benefiting a lot from the automotive industry now because they're the ones putting a lot of money into it. But because we have such a more challenging weight optimization in trying to make these things fly, that we're probably going to, the aviation industry will probably create even better technology than what's in cars now, and then that could trickle back into automotive.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Now, there's a gentleman over there who I know is an air traffic controller, because you were asking questions before.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask a question? Seems to be right in your area.
I think perhaps my wife has the more interesting question there is, how is the disruption going to be played out? We currently run on air routes and things like that, which are our analogues of a road. If you're starting to talk about accessing individual houses and things of that nature, how are you seeing that figuring into a mass or plethora of traffic construct?
Sure. So air traffic management will definitely need to be evolved in parallel with the technology. Now, the current method of making radio calls and actually verbally communicating your flight paths will have to transition to a more digital way. And we're already seeing that in drones, where you can have automated airspace management and segregation of airspace. So it's an evolution of that conventional method of, Echo Bravo Charlie, coming in for landing, having to verbally convey that, to a more automated way of the aircraft actually telling the system where it is. Now, ADS-B is a system for avoiding aircraft collisions, and that's already becoming mandated in the future. And not just for big aircraft, as little as drones will need it. And in the future, all the aircraft will be talking to each other, as well as the air traffic coordinators, so they know to keep their distance and automate that segregation of airspace.
All right, I've got time for one more question, if anyone's got one. One last question. Right, around here, if we can just run around. Or if you can come forward a bit. All right, so last question.
Hey, really interesting stuff. I'm just wondering about EMFs and how that translates and how it affects the human body.
The EMF?
Yeah, with
electromagnetic frequencies, yeah.
With drones and then the aircraft and things like that.
Sure. I mean, the EMF is not that big out of an electric motor, and the radios that are on existing aircraft actually produce far more EMF, electromagnetic frequencies, than the propulsion systems. So it'll actually be no worse than petrol engine aircraft in that regard. But we are conscious of it, and we do actually have to design them for low EMF, mainly so they don't interfere with other electronics on board the aircraft. So yeah, it's not really going to be a problem as far as a health risk or anything like that.
So, I guess just as we round up, what's the number one thing on your list to do now as you head into the future? There's obviously so many things that you could do and probably so many things that you want to do. What's the top of your priority list?
Spend time with my wife and child.
Oh, it wasn't quite the answer I was looking for,
No,
but
look,
there you go.
I'll give you the engineering one, is really make people aware that this is happening and allow people to experience it. So go down to Jandakot, go for a fly in the Alpha Electro, and be a part of it. If you can get involved, then we welcome it.
And if people want to follow your journey, what's the best way to do it? Online or?
Online, our website, electro.aero, and all the social media activities. But definitely come down for a fly, because I think flying in an electric aircraft is what really makes people realise it's real. It's a reality check on it all.
And I haven't actually asked you this question, but can you fly?
I'm getting my licence on the electric aircraft.
Well, there you go. So, moving straight to the future.
That's it.
All right, so look, I think that's been a fascinating conversation with Josh. It's a fascinating topic. I'm sure you'll be around here for the next, few minutes, or at least for the
happy to
day.
answer more questions.
So absolutely, come and have a chat to Josh. It's a really interesting subject area. But if you could just say thanks to him for the moment, and then we'll move to our next speaker.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
All right, so we'll have Amanda Lambros coming up in a second, wherever Amanda is.
Welcome back to the TEDx live stream from Perth here at the Perth Concert Hall. I've jumped outside where people are having some lunch, and we're going to have a little chat to some people who have been here all day. Let's find out some of the things that they are enjoying. Hello, you are on the live stream for TEDx. What have you thought so far?
Just feeling really proud of Perth, the creativity and
the fact that there's so many people that are celebrating ideas in Perth, that we are this amazing community. I like to say it's a template-free pathways to success. You know, there's all this expression here, way on the creative edge. There's just so many ideas coming out across all domains. And it's just, as I said, a celebration of people and their expression and their ideas across all walks of life, really, or some, not all walks today, but there's a fair representation.
There's certainly, and just in the audience alone, I was looking around before, there's some older people, younger people, there's all sorts here, isn't there?
There are. And it's quite an emotive experience. I've seen people wiping their eyes, lots of laughing, lots of learning. You know, as I said, being out of your comfort zone. I've never been good at physics, but I loved this first speaker, Ben.
That's exactly
I
what I
learned so much. I mean,
yeah.
I understood a little bit of it, but I loved it. I loved his passion, and there's just so many great hearts and minds here.
Absolutely, and even just to see at the start in the Welcome to Country, everyone standing up, having a bit of a bookie, that's fantastic. What about the importance of giving people a platform to speak? That some of these people on the stage, they don't always have a platform to share their stories. How important is that?
Yeah, that underrepresentation is something that we've got to be mindful of, and this is their opportunity to bring a story. It's storytelling, isn't it? Bringing a story to everyone. I know there's not everyone of Perth here, but this is really important, and I kind of salute all the organisers and the volunteers and people like yourself streaming this out to many people.
Absolutely, and it's today is one of 57 TEDx events happening right across the world, so it's great. Have you been to a TED Talk or TEDx Talk before?
Well, just the one at the Nowhere Bar, the salon. You know that salon that was a few months ago in West Leederville. So that was, but I didn't come to this one at the concert hall last year. But I'll be back.
You'll be back.
I'll be on.
TEDx.
Actually, I'll be on that stage. I am applying because
there
I
you
have a
go.
great idea that actually I'm developing in Perth at the moment, an Ideas Institute.
Okay.
So I will be on that stage.
So you're going to walk away with a bit of inspiration.
Yes.
What would you say to people like yourself, I suppose, who do have an idea or who think, maybe I will have a go next year? What would your advice be?
Is back yourself, run your idea by people and just put it out there and see if you can get some input but at the same time, if you're onto something, and just keep working hard and reading and doing your research and developing your voice and keep being inspired,
Absolutely. And one of the talks talked about having setbacks, embrace those setbacks,
right.
and it just happens. Well, we'll be coming to you again shortly. We are live here at the Perth Concert Hall for TEDx in Perth 2018. We've jumped from the sun into the shade here with some new people here at TEDxPerth. How are you guys going? How are you enjoying today?
Yeah, no, it's been really fantastic so far. It's been a great day, lots of different varied experiences.
Absolutely.
It's been wonderful.
Have you been to a TEDx talk before?
No, I haven't. First time.
First time. What do you reckon? So if this is your first time, what's been some of your highlights?
Well, my brother gave the opening talk this morning on Dark Matter, but everyone's talk's been great. It's been really entertaining. I'd recommend it to anyone. Come along. Yeah, it's good to, yeah, absolutely.
Very good. What would you say if someone who perhaps hasn't been to a TEDx talk before, or they're thinking about coming next year, what would you say to them?
I'd say probably it's quite accessible and there's a lot of variation, which I wasn't expecting.
Variation is very important.
Lots of different.
Absolutely. Well, keep enjoying today. Right now, though, we're going to go back onto the Q&A stage with Amanda.
All right, welcome back to the River Stage, and I've got with me Amanda Lambros, who I guess broadly is a relationship counsellor and clinical supervisor. And we have a big audience for you, so there's obviously a lot of people wanting some relationship advice, so now's the time to start dispensing. So the thing I was going to mention, which you heard at the end of the speech, is about the love contract templates. And so if you're needing a love contract template, well, there's someone who's got one and filled it out maybe, but they're over here in the corner. Don't feel embarrassed. It's okay to get up. You can pretend to get a coffee or something like that, but go and get them over there.
Swing past.
Right. So, Amanda, I'm just going to ask this for my own purient self-interest.
Yep.
Forensic sexologist?
Yes.
What's the forensic bit? How close to the action are you?
Okay, so it's the study of the criminal and legal realm of human sexuality. So a lot of like sex crimes is what I used to do. I worked with the Australian Federal Police and the FBI in Detroit.
It's not quite the answer I was expecting, but still pretty good. And
so you only do that for so long, and then you go, you know what? I kind of just want the airy-fairy relationship stuff instead.
Yeah.
So I jumped ship.
And you were just telling me that you've got the perfect business model because basically you focus on relationships and grief.
And grief.
And everyone does it.
Yeah. Think about it. Most people will get into a relationship, so I'm kind of not going to be out of business, which is great. And then my other company is grief, and guess what? Most people are going to die at some point or experience some form of loss. So I'm like, it's a win-win. It's great.
So during your presentation, you had that lovely picture of your grandparents up on the screen, and there's no doubt they did look very happy and in the zone with each other.
Yep.
And then you've created a system, I guess, for helping build a long-term relationship date.
Yep.
Do you think your grandparents would have followed any form of system, and what do you think they would think of a system?
I think part of my grandma's system was just to have as many kids as possible so that the oldest one would babysit the youngest one so that they could actually go out. Because I remember them going out like all the time and having actual dates and going places and having family vacations and stuff like that. So they were always connecting. And I honestly, if I like really had to rack my brain about it, I never heard them say negative things about each other. So they were constantly supporting and kind of positively promoting one another, which I thought was really important.
So if they didn't have, and I'm guessing that picture was from the 60s or the 70s, or anyway, it was a fair while ago, but...
It's a while ago.
But if...
It's because I was young when it happened. It's not from the 60s.
Right, from the 90s, from the 90s.
Yeah, let's go with that.
So, I've maybe lose my train of thought now. So if they didn't have a system and you're now recommending a system, has something changed in the world? I mean, things obviously have changed from certain periods. You know, women have different roles in society. Men's roles have changed a bit as well. The ease of divorce has changed as well. So have people changed, or have sort of the rules of the game changed? What's changed?
I think one of the biggest things to consider is that the rules of the game have changed. So now instead of having typically one person at home and one person at work, so you only had that one work stress, now you have two people who have work stress. We have a crazy multicultural community. So someone like me, I come from Canada. I don't have relatives here who I can go, you know what, can you watch my kids while I have a date? Like, it just doesn't happen. So I think those kind of add to the pressures and stresses of a relationship. And so we kind of feel that we're like bent over the way that we probably shouldn't be. And I think so research has actually shown us over the last 40 years, amazing research has come out in the past 40 years of how to actually successfully flourish a relationship. And I think if people actually jumped on board with that, then they'd have these long-term relationships, because divorce is easy. Like, divorce is actually easy. Relationships are hard. And so to me, when people get into a relationship, what I find is people go, oh, you know, I put all this work into finding my partner. Well, awesome, well done, pat on the back. But that's 1/10 the amount of work you should put into keeping your partner. So if you kind of think of it like that, whatever effort you put into getting that person, times it by 10, and that's how you might keep the person.
All right, so I'm going to just ask one more question and then the mic will come round. Do you think the fact that we all live longer makes any difference as well? Is it unrealistic in the modern world to think of a long-term relationship in the sense of it might last 60 plus years?
It just means it's going to be a longer long-term relationship.
So the cost benefit between the date nights and the divorce is gradually actually going to even out over time, isn't it?
Possibly.
Cynic. Yeah. All right. Who's got a question that they'd like to ask Amanda? We've got a roving mic here. I'm sure someone does. If your question's about your relationship, just pretend it's a friend. You can put quotation marks around it. That's fine too. All right. Some brave people over here. If we could just run across. Now, do you follow, just while we're doing this, do you follow your own rules?
Absolutely. I 100% practice what I preach.
All right. Let's go.
Hi, Amanda. Yours is the only talk today that I've taken notes on. So
Awesome.
thank you. My wife and I are celebrating next year 50 years of marriage.
Round of applause.
Congratulations.
That's 25 each.
Perfect.
Our youngest this week turned 16, so we now spend more money on pizzas than babysitters. Have you got any specific advice for a couple making the transition from parents back to being a couple?
Oh, that's such a great question because, again, it's any focus that you can have, like you make your relationship a priority. And that's actually really important. So when you get to transition back from parents to couple, it's kind of exciting because you can revisit new things. And chances are when you make that transition back, you probably have a little more money now than you did then, which means you could do some funner things. So just kind of, people say to me, oh, no, we've done it all. No, you haven't. Like, go and jump out of a balloon or, go. My husband took me on a car ride the other day to, like, Gnomesville. Have you guys heard of this place?
Oh, yeah.
There's just, like, a million gnomes everywhere. And I'm like, how did you find this place? So that was really cool, So, like, just go out. We live in an amazing place in this world. So it's explore as much as possible.
All right, another question over there, I think. We had more than one person. Yep.
I was wondering what your approach to different types of inequalities in relationships might be and whether they're just perceived or not.
I'll just jump in and say there should never, ever be an inequality in a relationship. So if there is, that's when you need to kind of balance that out because my view is two people getting into a relationship should be equal at all times. So, yeah. So if there's an inequality, maybe check it.
All right, we've got a question down here. Just while the mic's coming across, do you also give advice to parents on perhaps the advice they should be giving to their, say, later teenage children or children in their 20s when they're getting into relationships as well? And if so, given that they're at the starting point of this forever journey, what advice are you giving?
I think one of the best things that parents can do for their kids, regardless of how old their kids are, like currently mine are 8 and 10, is to practice what you want them to do. So if you're going to be bickering and kind of conflict in front of them, then they're going to see that as the norm, and then they're going to take that into their relationships. So if you're expressing positivity and asking questions and actually saying, no, tonight's your date night with the babysitter because Daddy and I are going on a date night, then they see that, and then they go, oh, I'm about to get into a relationship. I see the benefit of being on a date night. My mom and dad did it all the time, and they're pretty sweet. So my view is really practice what you preach. And then if you do have that kind of like teenagey adult age child, I'm going to say it, like, go and see a relationship educator. You guys don't know what you don't know. And relationship educators learn this stuff, like it's cool stuff. So it's not like, oh, you're seeing a therapist. It's like, no, I'm going to educate myself in something cool. So that's how I see it.
All right, I think we're down here.
Thanks, Amanda. Great speech.
Thank you.
Just thinking about toxic relationships, the point to where you as a counsellor might be saying, well, work's over, this is not saving. At what point do you sort of start to give advice to say, don't keep working at this, it's time to move on?
Well, and I think toxic relationships is a whole nother kettle of fish in reality. And my view is you should be as happy as possible within yourself in order to have the most successful relationship. So if you're not happy in yourself, you kind of have to verify why you're not, and then look at the relationship. So yeah, toxic relationships are something that unfortunately go on much longer than they should. And I think a lot of times it's because people are afraid to leave the relationship because they're not fully sure while they're in it if it actually is toxic. So yeah.
All right, any more questions? Here we go, down here. Present. All right.
I'm just wondering what advice you might have in regards to technology and the effects that that's had on relationships.
Yep.
Tinder.
I love technology. It brings me so many clients. Which is so true. It's ridiculous. One of the other things on dates, and I didn't say this in the talk, but I firmly believe it, you should leave all technology at home. Leave it at home. I pay a babysitter very good money to watch my children. She has a car. If my kids need to get to a hospital, I expect her either to drive them or call an ambulance. If my house is on fire, get my kids out of the house and call the fire department. There is nothing she needs to call me for while I'm on a date. There is no need for me to selfie with my husband on a date and upload it to Facebook so you guys know I'm on a date. So leave your technology at home unless you're a medical doctor who's on call. Please keep your phone on you. Or maybe choose date night's not the day to go when you're on call. So I think technology really has the ability to be the third partner in your relationship, and that's really not a threesome you want to have.
And what about technology in that sense of, I guess dating sites, Madison, Tinder, they all must have made significant change to sort of your area of activity over the past, 10, 15 years?
Well, if you think about it, now it just makes it a lot easier to kind of swipe and find a partner. So we usually look at an image and can, in less than 2 seconds, determine whether or not we want to be that person. Okay, so as a relationship educator, no, you do not know enough about that person to determine whether or not you need to be in a long-term relationship with them. You can only look at their photo and go, yes, this is someone I'm willing to wake up to for the rest of my life, or no, it's not. Now, also, if you're thinking of it that way, you're thinking of it as a girlfriend or a boyfriend. You're not thinking this through as a wife or a husband. So if you have the boyfriend and girlfriend mentality, you're going to look at what looks good now because you're happy about it now. If you're looking from the wife or the husband mentality, you don't really care what it looks like now. You look more at values and morals and whether or not you're able to work with this person for 40 plus years. So decide which mentality you have. Thank you.
In your presentation, you gave the example of your grandparents, and you've used the word marriage a number of times, husband, wife, and all the rest of it. Yeah, so I'm assuming that your advice applies equally to any form of long-term relationship. Yep. Right. Any other questions out there? Okay, one down here.
I've just got 2 parts to the question. The first one is, as much as we'd all like to have you on call to be able to ask questions to you all the time.
I'm sure she's got a mobile that she'll give you later.
I do. It doesn't come on dates with me, though.
Yeah. Where would we go if we wanted to access a relationship educator? And/or is there a book that you could suggest that we read to educate ourselves on relationships?
Okay, so where can you go? There's, and I'm biased, I'm the current vice president, but there's the Marriage and Educators of Australia website. So Marriage and Relationship Educators of Australia website. So you can go on there and it lists all the marriage educators from across Australia. Great resource to have. And there's lots of blogs and posty things like that up there that you can read. The other thing I would highly recommend, and this is going to sound weird, if you haven't read it, 5 Languages of Love. It's by Gary Chapman, great book. Now, what I would recommend, buy 2 copies. I actually really wish I would get kickback for this. So you should buy 2 copies. You should read the book from your perspective of what you like the most and highlight those things and have your partner do the same. And then swap books, because all the highlight bits are what I want and how I would like to be loved. And then that way you kind of know, rather than going, oh, I think my partner would want. No, don't mind read. Don't ever mind read in your relationship. So really kind of buy 2 books, highlight what makes sense for you, and then swap.
And would you suggest doing that on date night, or is that?
Yeah, any time that you can have, no swapping on date nights. No, just date your partner on date night.
No, I mean swap the information.
Yeah, swapping the information, absolutely, because that's when you're actually positively focused on your relationship. So you're talking about like, hey, honey, this is what I like. Like, my example, I love flowers. I am like a sucker for flowers. If you buy me flowers, they will be displayed in my house, in my table, in my office. I will have flowers everywhere. I love them. The first time I told my husband this, he's such a great guy. He came home with a frangipani tree. So frangipanis are my favorite flowers, which is awesome, but it's a tree. And I said it like that to him. I was like, thanks, it's a tree. And he went, yeah, but you love flowers. I'm like, but it's a tree. And he goes, but it won't die. I'm like, it'll have 2 flowers on it. Like, what? So we worked around the system. I got lots of frangipani trees now, but we designed a way that my kids now know to pick the flowers as soon as they're pretty enough and then bring them inside so that they're in a bowl. So we just worked around the concept. But he had to actually talk to me about it first because I was like, oh, I love flowers. And he's like, here, I bought you a tree.
Well, I guess that shows the system working. You're communicating. So. All right, any other questions? Down here, we've got one.
There's one way back there. I don't know if you'll get there.
Hello.
Hi.
Just got a copy of your date contract, which is awesome. Just one question, because you were talking about boyfriends and girlfriends' relationship. How far in the relationship you should be before you actually introduce that contract? Because
great question.
Right?
Did everyone hear that?
Scare them off.
So, do you pull out the contract on the first night?
Pretty much. Yeah. So as soon as you start dating, fill out one of them. Because then you're starting on the right foundation. And that's the biggest problem with relationships. Usually they start dating and doing their thing, and chances are they might stay together, get married, whatever. And then they go, oh, by the way, we don't know how to communicate. Yeah, because your foundation that you should have set like 2 years ago didn't get set. So it's like as soon as you meet someone, set the foundation and then do it right from the start rather than having to backpedal.
Look, I'm no professional, but just as advice from a bloke, the first night would not be the night I'd be pulling it out. So. Just a small hint. All right, there was another lady in the white jacket behind.
Hi. My question is, I also enjoy the study of, and I am studying human behaviour and emotional intelligence. My question is, how do you cope with knowing all this knowledge? I've only just recently started dating. And so having this knowledge, sometimes it's frustrating when you meet certain people, and knowing this knowledge to cope with that, and all I know is to demonstrate and have compassion. Do you have any other suggestions in being able to do that while you're struggling, having them sort of almost catch up to how you think?
I love telling everyone all the information I have in my brain. I'm like, I've got the coolest amount of information in my head. If you ask a question, I will give it to you. So to me, I think, and because I practice what I preach, I read research. So I'm an evidence-based health practitioner. So I read research and I apply really good quality research to what I do. And when I see the outcomes of good quality research, I'm like, why would I not apply that? Why would I not have these conversations with people? So probably to the detriment of my husband, when we did first start dating, I'd get out like books that had like 400 questions in them. And we drive down to Albany or something, and I'm like, out comes the book. And he's like, wow, 4 whole hours with the book. I'm like, isn't it great? And he's like, oh boy. So I think because I always let him know what the research is behind it, that he's happy to engage with it. And he's like, if it's anything that's going to make us have a better relationship, why not engage with it? So share your knowledge wide.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's all we've got time for, unfortunately. Now, actually, I do want to thank someone else who I don't think's had any recognition today, which is Christy next to me. But if you've watched Christy on stage, quite frankly, I think she's working harder than anybody else. So well done to you.
Absolutely.
And can you give Amanda a round of applause, because that was very entertaining. And one last plug for the love contract. Again, you can do it incognito. It's very easy. It's just over there in the corner.
Don't do it incognito. Like, celebrate your relationship and do it on purpose, you know? Go and be like, I got an awesome relationship. Get a contract. Make it more awesome.
All right. Thank you all.
Welcome back to the live stream. Tom here with Kelly and Sarah. That was a fantastic chat there. But there's plenty ahead. So we've had quite a bit of a long day so far, but there's plenty of exciting things ahead. Let's take a look at some of the speakers that are coming up next.
Yep, so our first speaker in session 3 is a gentleman by the name of Damien Norris. So he'll be up first in the session 3.
And who's following that?
So we have Helen Street. Now, there is so much on today. We're having to look in the program. And Helen has been journeying supporting youth wellbeing and has been studying that.
Fantastic. The next speaker is Pete Byfield. So prior to 2014, Pete's musical history included playing in cover bands throughout the wheat belt of over 40 years. He had not written or recorded an original song in any official sort of sense, but his interests began in his teens, and he's going to talk all about music. And it said there about the wheat belt. Now, this is happening right across the world. You can tune in. If you're in the wheat belt, tune in, join in online. And what about the fourth speaker?
And we have Glenn Murray, and he is the Chief Executive and Managing Director of Sapien Cyber, the creators of sophisticated systems designed to detect cyber attacks before they make impact. And it's a thing that is now happening in our communities and our technologies.
Absolutely, 4 very important topics there. And we were saying before, it's really fantastic because it brings all these different things right together, and it gets us talking, I think, about stuff that we possibly don't always talk about.
You know what, and I was hanging out before with the City of Perth team, and it was just so interesting to see the technologies that they're working with, looking at temperature and different particle sizes, all to inform, their networks and their transport systems. It's actually some amazing things coming out of our little community here in Perth.
Absolutely. As I've been out there having lunch and being on the balcony outside the Perth Concert Hall, people are saying, you know what, this is really putting Perth on the map. Perth is really coming into itself, and why not? We've got some great minds here. There's some fantastic research that's happening out of Perth-based universities, plenty on offer. Sarah, you've been into a few talks today. What are some of the things that you've enjoyed seeing?
I've just enjoyed seeing how much everyone is really connecting with the speakers, and it's really hitting home for a lot of people. There's been some quite emotional talks, and I just feel like everyone's just got goosebumps the whole time. They're just all listening and just taking it all in, and I've really enjoyed learning much more and come out feeling a lot smarter than I did before.
Absolutely. People sort of walk out with their chest puffed up a little bit higher, I think. They feel like they're on top of the world. Lots of people writing notes as well, which I think is really good. They can refer back to them, and of course, contact speakers. That's another thing too. The speakers get a little bit nervous themselves. They don't always like to be public speakers. Some of them are really great, in the science field and that sort of thing, and don't have too much experience speaking. So I think it's really important that we get behind them and we encourage them to keep going.
Yeah, so please make sure that you're commenting and sharing out any videos that they do. But you can also use our hashtag, which is hashtag TEDxPerth, and you can share comments, questions. If we see any other questions, we'll make sure that we ask them when we get a chance as well. So, get behind these speakers and get behind everyone in your community as well who have an idea.
Absolutely, and we'll have more from the Perth Concert Hall coming up shortly. I've pulled over one of the volunteers that we have here at the Perth Concert Hall for TEDxPerth. Introduce yourself, Sarah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah.
Why are you getting involved with something like TEDx?
TEDx. Well, I have to admit, I've spent many hours of my life watching TED Talks, and when I found out that we have our own TEDx conference in Perth, I thought, oh my gosh, I need to get involved in this. And I've always been interested in production and kind of seeing things as they're produced and behind the scenes, so it's been quite a rewarding experience so far.
What would you say the buzz is sort of behind the scenes, backstage, in the foyer? How do you think people are feeling?
Whew. There's definitely there's very much an upbeat kind of energy. That's the best way I can describe it. It's sort of indescribable. It's quite amazing.
I called it before buzzing. The
Buzzing.
foyer is buzzing, I
That's
think.
it, yeah.
People are, coming and going, and everyone's just feeling really inspired, I think. It's great that we can get these minds coming together to really uplift everyone and make everyone feel a little bit better.
Absolutely. And there's definitely an energy amongst the volunteers as well. I think everyone's really excited to meet new people, and we've all got we've been made to feel like our roles in this event are very important, we're valued, and It's just a good feeling.
Blake, I might get you to come in a little bit closer. Hello, welcome. Blake is another one of our volunteers. What have you been doing today?
So I've been doing installation, so I've been helping out with the love contracts over there. We've currently run out, but we'll have more during the next break. So it's been great seeing all the people pour in, getting feedback from Amanda's speech.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, volunteering is something that we should all try and do. Why are you volunteering here at TEDx?
Well, I'm here today because just TED is such a great institution to get ideas out there and bringing together the Perth community for such a great event. I mean, it's the second largest in Australia, so it's definitely great to get that rep, get down, get involved. Especially if you don't have time to commit to the whole day, just volunteering is just a great way to just get involved and get around and see everything.
Absolutely. And is the TED Talks and TEDx Talks something that you have watched before, or is this your first one?
I volunteered last year, so this is my first. That was my first experience doing TED, and I was doing volunteering, which was such a great and rewarding experience. But watching them online and all that kind of stuff, it's just it was just that's what kind of sparked my interest. Like I saw on the Facebook page, I was like, oh cool, there's one in Perth. I'll definitely see if I can get down involved.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. He just talked about watching online. Now that's probably where a lot of you are. So make sure that if you're interested, get in touch, because it doesn't happen without the help of people like Blake and Sarah. What would your advice be to anyone who is thinking about, oh, maybe I might like to jump in next year? What would you say to them?
Definitely get involved. It's such a rewarding experience. The team here is great. Everything is it's super rewarding experience. And I'd say definitely, get around to doing it. What about you, Sarah?
I'd just say do it.
Just do it, absolutely. All right, we're going to go right back to the theatre now for some more speakers.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Aren't those films great? They're produced by a company called Sky Pixels. They're just terrific. And I love the way they show our wonderful landscape so beautifully. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good feed. How many of you went and got the date contract, by the way? There's a few hands. Oh, no, that's kind of interesting. That's kind of telling. All right. That's great. Actually, I was speaking to quite a few of you over the break, and I did meet one gentleman who said, actually, it's finding the date in the first place that I'm, now, and I would like to point out that this is probably not a bad place to look, So you've got another break, and you've got an after party coming up. So please, use the opportunity wisely. Okay. Now, you've probably noticed already that I'm a man in peak physical condition. Yes, yeah, come on. I used to go to the gym. Well, I went once. And it was I have to say, it was kind of dull. It's not really my sort of thing. And, I admit that I do need to take a lot more care of my health. And maybe some of you feel the same way as well, even those of you who are going to the gym. Now, our next speaker is actually going to talk a little bit about all of this, and he's a most interesting person. He's had a really varied sort of background. But he's also thinking that if you find the gym a bit boring, as I certainly did on that one occasion I went, it was about 10 minutes. I stayed for about 10 minutes, so, I gave it a good chance, If you find that a bit boring as well, there may be another way. And the man to tell you about it, his name is Damien Norris.
In December of 2016, I was walking in the woods of Paradise. It was a beautiful place. It's in Canada, Newfoundland. It's full of snow and pine and the occasional moose. And as I was walking, I came across a stream with no discernible way to cross. Any attempt to do so meant potentially falling in freezing cold water. And trust me, you don't muck around in the winter in Canada. Now, I didn't want to go back. I desperately wanted to push on. I wasn't sure when I'd be back here next, but what to do? What would you do? Before I tell you what I did, I need to take you back. About 12 months prior to standing in front of a freezing cold stream, looking for a way to cross. See, I learned I was going to be a father for the first time. And while this news was awesome, it troubled me. Because when my child was in his or her teens, I'd be in my 60s. And so how would I cope? Would I be able to get down on the floor and play in a meaningful way with a toddler? And where would I be for all of those firsts? The first surf, the first overnight hike, the first rock concert. Whatever it was, if I was going to be the kind of dad that I imagined myself being, that at that time, I needed to do something about my fitness. See, when I was younger, I was an elite gymnast, so I knew what a body could do, but that was 25 years or more ago, and a lot had changed. I was a regular guy with a 9-to-5 job. I had no discernible exercise pastime. I ate and drank as I pleased, and believe it or not, I was growing a healthy pot belly. So I needed to do something about my fitness. So I joined a gym, on the assumption that fitness equals exercise. And exercise is, well, a combination of stationary running and riding and rowing and weights. That's fair enough. But straight away, my reason for being in the gym and the things that I could do there just didn't make sense. The rows of machines all lined up looked like ways of organising bodies and not ways of making mine more versatile and spontaneous. The exercises that I could choose from, the movement patterns I could practice, were all sort of limited and linear and repetitive and predictable. And if my goal was to be this person able to move with and grow with a child, where was the gym class for that? My gym didn't have a place to balance on, or hang or climb or swing, or run and jump and roll in a way that mimics children's play. And when I tried to rearrange the exercise furniture, I just provoked odd looks, which was totally appropriate. As I was struggling with the gym, I also happened upon a book published in 1912, a French book by a man named Georges Herbert. Its abbreviated title in English is The Natural Method. Well, here was an exercise textbook, a physical education program that, despite the old photographs and the novel language, was just contemporary and fresh on a read. It was a fitness program with a motto: be strong, to be useful. You see, for Herbert, fitness was both a personal and a civic duty, that one ought to be strong enough to not only save one's own life, but the life of another person, if needs be, and in any circumstance. It had a methodology where the traditional measures of exercise progress, like weights, reps, distance, time, even physical appearance, weren't the primary objective. The primary goal was to learn a wide range of movement skills, perfect those skills until they became a habit, and then deploy those skills in adult-sized playgrounds or le parcours, obstacle course training. Well, here was a fitness program that just sounded practical. and useful. But you don't feel like you're getting that kind of a benefit when you're eyeing yourself off in the mirror doing bicep curls for 30 minutes. And lastly, it had advice. Get out of the gym. Train outdoors as often as possible. So I quit the gym and I applied the method to myself. Amongst my friends, I called it parkicize, because I'd go out and I'd find parks or any open space that afforded me the opportunity to practice all of the movement categories in the method. Run and sprint, balance and climb and roll and swim and lift and carry and so much more. Now, pretty soon I realised this wasn't exercise per se. This was movement training, the deliberate and methodical practicing of skills that move my entire body through all that it is capable of. And it was a lot of fun. But more than that, after months of training in the method, I didn't just feel stronger, I certainly felt that. I felt functionally stronger. And that's a very different feeling. So back in paradise, what did I do? Well, off to my right, I saw a fallen pine that appeared to offer a way across the stream, but it certainly carried some risk. It wasn't very large. It didn't feel very stable. It was covered in gnarly branches and ice and snow. And I was out in the woods on my own. But with the natural method skill set in my back pocket, I saw a legitimate movement opportunity. So I took off my gloves, warmed up my hands, and I got on the pine. I crawled for a ways until it felt unsteady, and then I dropped into a straddle. I pulled myself along, getting around the gnarly parts of the tree, until I was far enough along that I could get under the branch and onto the land, onto the other side of the stream. Now, it wasn't very pretty. I had a really wet bum. But it worked. And now maybe it was the rarefied air in paradise, or maybe it was the novelty of pulling something off that was spontaneous in nature. But as I stood on the other side of that stream, and in the stillness of that snowy valley, I actually felt wild. Like the last 12 months of movement training had been this process of rewilding my body. It was this sense that was amplified because I had a strong feeling that my body and the landscape were communicating. And here was my aha. You see, movement training had given my body this access to this wide range of functional skill. And now the landscape was communicating through its obstacles. And I was only able to respond because I had a body that could read and interpret that language. Now, I found lots of parts in life are a bit like this. Obstacles we encounter, they're actually opportunities for movement, if only we had a body that could see a path. As I walked on through the woods, I hatched a plan. I was not going back to my 9-to-5 desk job anymore. I was going to go home and find a way to share the rewilding process with others. And in so doing, I've learned a great deal about people's movement behaviour. For example, most people train between 1 and 3 days a week for 30 minutes to an hour, choosing any one of a range of very normal exercise pastimes: walking, running, cycling, swimming, the gym, which is wonderful, but its wonder starts to unravel when we count the amount of time between exercise. So for our 3-hour-a-week exerciser, what does that person do for the other 109 waking hours of the week? And you can start to see a problem, right? Our movement via exercise is 3% of our waking week. Our purposeful movement outside of exercise, in an environment that actively promotes sedentary behaviour, movement there is almost optional. It's because of how we work and how we entertain ourselves, how we travel and commute. Not only is our sedentary behaviour and our choice of exercise not giving full expression that all of the human form is capable of, the linear nature of the patterns of movement that we are practicing actively make us less mobile. And all because most of us make the same assumptions that I made, was that fitness equals exercise. And exercise is confined to a moment in the day, and our choice of exercise is sufficient enough to keep my entire body healthy and mobile. But it's not. I do not think that my body or your body or children's growing bodies, that these bodies evolved to navigate the natural landscape built for power and speed and agility and grace. That those bodies were somehow meant to be repurposed to endure a lifetime in one of these. I mean, is that what nature had intended for your body? The body didn't evolve to be domesticated, but somewhere along the way we traded the playground and the outdoors for the sofa. It's time to get back in the playground, and at any age. So in rewilding training, we return to the ground, literally. We learn ground movement patterns. We learn to crawl again. We work our way up off the floor through all of the movement categories in the method, skill by skill. We won't lift weights. We are our weight. We'll lift weighted things. And everything that we learn will be practical and relevant and helpful in life. We built an adult playground to make all of this possible. And while some parts of the rewilding process are a challenge, sure, everybody adapts in time. Hands get tougher, wrists get stronger, shoulders loosen. We learn the movement patterns, we trust our bodies again. We grow confident in our abilities physically and mentally until at some point, our bodies and the objects in our world start to communicate. And so we see a machinist who navigates confined crawl spaces, doing so mindfully, swearing that he's avoiding a workplace injury in the process. A firefighter running up a wall without a ladder. Seniors who have an option if they fall over, they could roll. And parents joining their kids in the playground, on the swings and down the slides. And almost everybody has joined me in the woods, where movement training is a joy, where the skills that we learn indoors are let loose outdoors, and the place that I think at least was our first fitness instructor, in nature. So here's a few rewilding tips to get you started. Start anywhere, your living room floor, your backyard, your local park. You will not need a gym. Get down on all fours and crawl around. Relax, roll over, pretend you're a wombat. Go and climb something. Walk everywhere, but walk uphill and downhill and on uneven surfaces, in sand, along limestone walls and over logs. And if you must use the footpath, dodge the cracks occasionally like you ate. Exercise in gyms, for sure. But get out of the idea that fitness equals exercise. And start finding ways to move your entire body throughout the entire day. From reaching up high, to bending down low with good form to gather things up, to stepping over objects and balancing on one leg. Movement opportunities are everywhere. And don't find yourself sitting for large periods of time, ever, after today. Just, today is a day of rest and ideas. You see, I've come to understand that learning a wide range of functional movement skills that give full expression to all that my body is capable of is fundamentally important to the longevity and enjoyment of your life. But trust me, your precious ability to move your body how and when you want it to will never be more appreciated when that ability is gone or in decline. Through the lens of rewilding, I understand that freedom is not just an intellectual idea, it's a physical experience. And if we spend a little bit of time purposefully moving our bodies in ways that expand our reach, then where we can go is liberating. Now, maybe it all comes down for you to answer this question for yourself. What is your body fit for? Because fitness is not just exercise. Fitness is also fit for a purpose. And now I found my purpose in a desire to meet my son where he would start life, on the floor. And it seems that with this place as my starting point for fitness, I've never been more mobile in my adult years. So move with a purpose. Be strong to be useful. And move like your lives depend on it, because they do. Thank you.
So I don't know about you, but this time next year I'm going to be a changed man. So if you want to see if the sort of person who's here just for the eye candy, remember, we'll be here the same time next year. Anyway, okay. Oh, come on. Now, I mentioned earlier on we have some partners. Now, we have two principal partners, as I mentioned. That's the City of Perth and Curtin University. But we have lots of other businesses and individuals who support us as well. And one of our major partners is PAV. I don't know if you've come across PAV before, but PAV is Perth Audiovisual. And these are the guys who are responsible for what's going on behind me. And I don't just mean that beautiful screen, but actually what's going on behind me. Behind that blue curtain that you can see behind me, there is a whole team of people. And I think we're going to see if we can cut to that. These are the folks who are running the live stream. They are also... Those are all cans of lager about. No, they weren't. They're very professional. These guys are amazing. So whatever size your event, if you're doing something sort of big and flashy like this, they can do it. They do it really well. Even if you're doing a small thing, they're really great, sort of fitting out your boardroom or whatever. So we're really pleased to be working with PAV. Now, we have other partners as well, and if we could bring that slide back up just so we've got them here. These are our drinks partners. Now, we've had some great support this year from Vinicius. Now, you'll be trying some of their wines later at the after party. How many of you are coming to the after party, by the way? Fantastic. If you want to come and you haven't yet got your tickets, we will be selling some. They're only $10 in the foyer afterwards, and you can also get them on the door. So Vinicius and West Winds Gin, Howard Park, Gage Roads, and Organics by Red Bull, which is not one of those drinks that keeps you up all night. I was kept up all night last night for a completely different reason. I think it was the adrenaline running through. But no, it's a wonderful drink. And also this year we've been running some salons for the first time. And our salon partners are IQX, where we ran a superb session with them earlier in the year, and also Switch Batteries, and I think they're both with us today here as well. If we could just go back to the previous slide for a moment, guys, because I think we've missed a few folks off who I really do want to talk about. There they are down there. So these guys at the bottom of the screen, in addition to PAV, IT Dynamics, University Theatres, they've lent us loads of bits and pieces and lights and stuff to help us do our salons. They've been great. Perth Concert Hall, of course. I mean, what a great venue this is. I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's not just TED that happens here. There's wonderful concerts. William Shatner was here about two. Did you see that? We were competing with him. Anyway, so he did very well. But they do a wonderful program of events here, from music to all sorts. So we're very proud to work with Perth Concert Hall. Alika have been with us for a few years, helping us with our sort of social media and stuff. And the wonderful folks at Scoop, where are you? You're up the top there somewhere, I'm told. Anyway, they've been helping us with selling our tickets this year. Incidentally, I have a beautiful spreadsheet at home. I like my spreadsheets. I'm a kind of a nerdy person behind the scenes, really. And I have got all my numbers on there for ticket sales, and I have graphs and all. It's wonderful. And I got home last night, and we were about half a dozen tickets short of a full house. And I can't tell you how much my OCD kicked in. But we've sold them all this morning. So we've actually got a full house, which is great. So thank you. So thanks to all our partners. We really couldn't do it without them. And if you're coming to the after party afterwards, you'll get to experience some of those wonderful drinks I was talking about as well. Now, it's my great pleasure to bring on another one of our beautiful curation team. You've met the beautiful Rob, you've met the beautiful others. Now you're going to meet the beautiful Suzanne. Please make her very welcome, Suzanne Waldron.
Hello! You fabulous people. Well, the curation team had such pleasure in selecting our next speaker. She's often known as a bit of a friendly troublemaker, but Helen Street is actually better known as an applied psychologist. Like, when you meet her, she's this woman who is like such a quiet but really powerful person. And you know, when you're speaking to her about her topic, you really know that she advocates for young people in such an authentic way. And as an applied psychologist, she is so interested in like the social construct of how our social environment shapes who we are. But mostly, she's really interested and passionate about education reform. She wants us to recognise that systems could be better for our young people to support their mental well-being. Please make her welcome, Helen Street.
Schools across the developed world have never invested so much time, money, and energy in supporting the mental health and well-being of young people. So you'd think that young people today had never been happier, right? Wrong. Mission Australia has found that 1 in 6 primary school children and 1 in 4 high school children are suffering from distress. That's 1/4 of our adolescents who are struggling. I wonder how many of us know a child who is overwhelmed, disengaged, unhappy. Maybe that child was you. When I was at school, it was very much a time filled with hard work and exams. I'm naturally academic, very perfectionist, and I was driven to succeed. In addition to Latin verbs and the periodic table, I learnt very early on, at a very deep level, that life is a competition, that success is about winning, and that winning is a judgment made by somebody else when they give you a grade or an award or a sticker. Winning is a judgment made by somebody else. So, I learned to keep my eyes firmly on the prize. And over time, this came at a great cost to my own well-being. When I was 14, I was starting to crumble at the constant pressure to win. Art was no longer considered to be a viable subject in the pursuit of excellence. And so despite an absolute love of painting, I stopped. I squashed my creative voice. I became socially withdrawn and unhappy. This led to a lot of social rejection over time, to the point where I was completely isolated. In my last 2 years of school, I lost all of the friends that I'd had since I was 8 years old. I can't tell you how utterly lonely I felt every single day. I remember being asked to write an essay in an exam called The Emergence of the Chip in Modern Society. I think that the examiners were looking for something about microtechnology and the arrival of home computers in English households. This was, after all, 1984. But in an attempt to find a little bit of my own creative voice and push just a little bit against the system, I decided to write about the arrival of McDonald's in England. and the emergence of French fries in English society. I got a really low mark. When I left school, I fell into a real black hole for several years and found myself in this constant state of free-floating anxiety. I became a hippie. I dyed my hair purple. I listened to a lot of Neil Young. And I campaigned for gay rights, for animal rights, for women's rights. If you felt like you were an outsider and you also didn't belong, then I was your advocate. I also spent a lot of time in the pursuit of my own well-being, which was so severely lacking. I studied psychology at university. I became a practicing Buddhist, and I read incessantly. But it wasn't until I reached my mid-20s that I came to truly understand that the pursuit of well-being is in itself a problem. Because happiness is not a goal to be achieved. A meaningful life is not a competition. But rather, well-being emerges when we feel alive. And feeling alive is about feeling connected. Connected to the people who matter to us. Connected to the things that we do and the norms of our community. Connected to our sense of physical place in the world. So well-being is about connection. And it's very hard to be connected when you spend all of your time looking for recognition or pursuing some sort of future goal. 20 years ago, I finished my PhD and I was offered a job in Queensland, which I eagerly accepted. I had this vision of drinking cocktails on this tropical beach and some sort of slightly bronzed, permanent sun-kissed look. Reality was a bit different. I felt out of place and very sort of uncertain in this country that I didn't really know or understand. I was also surprised at how completely homesick I felt for the England that I'd left behind so readily. I can remember in my second week in Australia, my new head of school invited me along to a barbecue, and he asked me to bring along a plate. Yeah, so I took along a plate, an empty china plate. Of course, now I know he meant a plate of food, but it takes time. It takes time to understand the context in which you're in, and it takes time to connect to that context. But the more connected we become, the more alive we become. And I call this contextual well-being. So contextual well-being is the well-being that emerges when we feel connected to the people around us, connected to the things that we do and the norms of our communities, connected to our sense of place in the world. Contextual well-being is so vitally important in life that if we're lucky enough to live past the age of 80, then the number of years we continue to live is more dependent on our contextual well-being, our connection to community, than to any other factor. And that includes diet, smoking, and drinking, which actually bodes very well for your 80th birthday party. But what about young people? Well, children do not become resilient because we continually force them to compete. They become resilient when they feel connected, when they're contextually well, when they're connected to their family, to their classroom, to their school, so that when something goes wrong, they still have a strong sense of their place in the world. Children do not do well academically because of natural ability only or effort. They also need to be contextually well. Because when we feel connected, we have a sense of belonging. And that means we have so much more capacity to learn. Yet still, schools perpetuate this competitive, reward-driven reality for young people. And this unhealthy reality is now spilling over into the way we try and support well-being. So I've seen schools who want young people to learn about kindness, but they hand kids prizes when they see them being kind to other children. This is making well-being into a competition. And suddenly, being kind only matters when someone is watching. Far better to show young people what being kind looks like in action. To let them know that being kind is an expectation in their communities. And then to help them to feel connected to those communities so that they organically and naturally internalize being kind. I see many schools today who want young people to understand and recognize and build on their strengths. But they do this by asking children to list their strengths in a hierarchy from top to bottom. As if you could get B+ for bravery, but only D- for zest. Far better to help young children to understand a mix of different strengths in different situations without judgment and without ranking. Now, I know that there are children out there who do really well in the school system just as it is. They do well academically and they make good friends along the way. Maybe you were one of them. And it's very easy for the people who are feeling successful to look at the children who are struggling or misbehaving and say, well, they need to try harder. They need to be more motivated. They need to get some help, as if they are the problem. But maybe they are simply trying to survive in a system that insists on having winners and therefore losers. And that is not okay. Children know the difference between a well-being program and the competitive reality of their lives. So in 2018, I still fear social rejection, and I can be quite reserved and shy at times. But I also feel so much more alive. I have more contextual well-being. I make sure I prioritize time with my family and close friends. I have found my creative voice and I paint each week and I love it. Here in Australia, I found myself a gorgeous partner, and together we have 3 very beautiful girls. One is now 11. She is highly creative, and she's also very perfectionist. One is now 15. She's amazingly socially skilled, and she's dyslexic. One is now 9 years old, and she's pretty cruisy. I hope that each of them leaves school having done their best academically. But far more importantly, I hope that each of my children, and indeed every single child, leaves school contextually well, feeling connected to the people around them, connected to their learning and to the things that they do, feeling confident in who they are becoming. Schools need to realize that success is not about finding some way to stand out from the crowd above the others. True success is about finding a way into the crowd. Thank you.
You'll be pleased to know that this is not for me to play. As a curator, you find the most wonderful people in the most amazing places. And recently, I was at a backyard gig in York, WA, and there was about 20 people sitting around and talking to my friends. And there was a moment where I heard our next performer, Pete Byfield, speak and then play, and I literally stopped and just went, I want to know him. And so after introducing myself, I learned that when Pete was 60 years old, he really realized he had his own voice as a singer-songwriter. He had been performing for 40 years in cover bands, but he was writing his memoir about living on the edge of the wheat belt. And he was, thinking about farm life, and he had some really interesting things to say. So he produced his very first track at the age of 60. But not only that, Joel Quartermain from Eskimo Joe decided to help him produce it. How awesome is that? And then he went on to win a Wham Award for Album of the Year in 2016. He has a piercing voice, the kindest heart. Please make him feel welcome all the way from our beautiful regional WA, Pete Byfield.
4 years ago, I wrote a song drawn from my connection with the land. It's a tale of the hardships of country life. I've become disenchanted with it. It's led to a raging internal conflict, and I've created an issue for myself. I thought my song was profound and complete, but it's limited. I can't sing this song now unless I talk about my broader issue first. The song is about the plight of farmers, many with unbreakable ties to the land and with rich traditions of family ownership that are relentlessly tested. Some are on the brink of walking off the country or resorting to drastic measures like suicide. The whole country goes out in sympathy. There's media vision of dry, dusty plains, of people crying, stock dying. And then there's people donating hay and contributing to fundraisers and charities, which is heartwarming. But the whole thing is dreadful. At least there's unity, though, in that good old country spirit. Desperate times create debate and raise solemn questions. Are we employing sustainable land use practices? Are we contributing to climate change? Are we adaptable? Can we do it differently? Now that begs another question. Who constitutes we? It's this question that makes me realize that my song limits its sentiment to 230 years of land use. I decided I needed to put some scale into it. What about if I extend my concern to 60,000 years of land use? Crikey. 60,000 years. That is sustainability. Why did I limit my concerns to recent years? I'll tell you why. In school, I received a worldly education of foreign lands and languages, continents and landforms, wars, crusades and expeditions, colonialism and elephants out in India, but not of the elephant in the room. I sat with an Aboriginal mate of mine at an Australia Day ceremony. A senator on stage was waxing meaningfully on the virtues of our wonderful country. We, he said, are a peaceful country. We are a lucky country. We have never been successfully invaded. We are not an aggressive country. We don't invade other countries. My mate leaned into me and whispered in my ear, I don't know about the never been invaded bit. He got me thinking, who constitutes we? My mind drifted away from the ceremony, and I thought of the thousands of displaced migrants who now populate our towns and our cities. A lot of these people are us, our family, our friends. I thought of the thousands of Aboriginal people who have been exiled time and again in their own country. A lot of these people are us, our family, our friends. Maybe we are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice. I am, you are, we are Australian. In January, I commence an Australian tour when I'll perform at community gardens, farm gates, and bush tucker trails on a quest of enlightenment on land use and country. I hope it helps me and those who follow my journey to reconcile and unify our existence with all people. I hope my message permeates the discussion during desperate times on country. I hope my message saturates the consciousness of those who may be prone to the classic faux pas of exclusion when referring to our country and its people. Having got that off my chest, I'd like to sing my song, enchanted now with the thought that its sentiment is now extended to 60,000 years. Please join in the howling if you feel comfortable. Black skies, sunbeams, and a dusty plain. A rainbow, electric skies, no rain. Lonely drops, pound repellent soil. The smell of expectancy in readiness for toil. Half chance rain, half chance fire. Cockeyed bobs and willy willies are reaching for the sky. Hopes are rising, dams are falling, the bank is calling, the hounds are howling. Ah, ooh, ah, ooh. Keep your chin up, friends. Just do the best you can. It's hotter in the fire than it is in the pan. your loved one's burden is not the lack of rain, it's the sadness in your eyes, watching you in pain. Half-chance rain, half-chance fire, cockeyed bobs and willy willies are reaching for the sky. Hopes are rising, dams are falling, the bank is calling, a house, keep your chin up, friends, just do the best you can. It's hotter in the fire than it is in the pan. Your loved one's burden is not the lack of rain, it's the sadness in your eyes as I hear you cry in pain. Oh, oh, oh. Thank you.
So could you see what I see? I have to give him a quick cuddle. Pete, you did a track, and it was your first track, and then you ended up with an album. How did that happen?
Well, you mentioned that Joel Quartermain produced that first track for me on the WA Music Sounds of the Wheat Belt. And Joel said to me, he said, we should make an album together. And I said, why is that? And he said, well, that's a good song, that one. I said, is it? And he said, it's a good song. How many more have you got? I said, well, only that one. And Joel said to me, well, you better pull your finger out and write a few songs. We'll make an album. Within 6 months, I'd written another 16, and 7 of those were chosen to add to that first track, and they ended up on the album.
And you've become you're very good friends with him.
Well, I sure am. He's a wonderful man.
Fabulous.
Yes.
And I've listened to your album maybe about 100 times. As soon as I got in my car on the way back from that gig, I was like, I'm Spotifying straight away. And you've talked about some very complex and deep concepts today. But your album actually transcends many different concepts as well. What's something else that you're quite passionate about in your music making?
Well, it's been mentioned earlier today that things like dark matter and the things that we don't know anything about, outer space and particularly the atmosphere, the fragility of it intrigues me. I like to try and put some perspective into my writing, and my thought process there with the atmosphere is that if we were to drive down our highway at normal speed for 10 minutes to pick up the paper or some milk or something, we're not very far from home, are we? However, if we went at the same speed that way, we exit the breathable and livable zone, and I find that extraordinary. So that helps me write to try and place some normal things that we probably don't think a lot about into some sort of perspective.
You're an incredible human. Thank you so much for joining us. Pete Byfield.
What an amazing voice. Wonderful stuff. Now, this year we've expanded our team at TEDxPerth, and we now have an IT department for the first time. It's quite incredible. Which one of the effects of this means that we no longer have a folder on our share drive called passwords. So Yeah, it's a voluntary organisation. We've been growing over time, but, we now have 24-hour IT cover thanks to one of our volunteers who's based in New York and one who's based here, which is marvellous. Anyway, this is a rather long-winded way of introducing our next speaker, because cybersecurity is clearly something we all need to take very seriously. And this gentleman is someone who actually is an expert in the area. He set up a business called Sapien Cyber, and he's the managing director. His name, what is his name? Go on, you tell me. The name is Glenn Murray, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, it was the 23rd of December and 2 days before Christmas. Beautiful time of the year. You look outside, you can see the Christmas markets and everyone's going out to, buy something for Christmas, and, it's freezing though. It's 0 degrees, temperature's falling. That's okay, you're inside, toasty and warm, sitting on the couch, just looking, at each other and going, should we put another rerun of a Christmas special on? Yeah, why not? And we put it on, and we look outside, and just to top it off, the snow begins to fall. And you look at each other. Should I get the candles or should you get the candles? Oh, I'll get the candles. So off I walk, go get the candles from the kitchen, come back out, light them, put them on the table. Geez, it's romantic, and we think, should we ring the power distribution company? Yeah, okay, we'll give them a call. We give them a call, it's engaged. Okay. Probably a lot of other people experiencing the same aspects as well. Okay, so we sit there. An hour passes. Gee, it's getting cold. Temperature outside's falling, and it just so happens that your central heating is electric. You think, okay, we get a blanket, we get closer. Another hour passes. It's now 8 o'clock at night. It's pitch black. You're in Northern Europe. You look outside, and now what you can see is this eerily blackness. But you start to see these little glows where people have started lighting fires because they're freezing. So you ring the power distribution company again, thinking, surely how long is this going to last for? But again, it's engaged. Starting to get a little bit worried now. It's now 9 o'clock at night. You're actually freezing. You've actually lit the match and you've started to burn furniture. And the water pipes start to burst now because it's just so cold and there's no warmth going through anywhere. Meanwhile, in the power distribution company, the operators are seeing these mouse cursors just go across their screen, helpless to change it. And what they're seeing unfold in front of them is businesses and homes, hospitals, just being taken off the power grid, one by one. This is more than just a blackout. Now they've lost control. Hello, my name's Glenn Murray and I'm the Managing Director and CEO of Sapien Cyber. What I've just told you isn't the beginning of a Tom Clancy novel. It is actually a real live event of a sophisticated cybersecurity attack that happened in 2015 in the Ukraine. They took off about 250,000 people off the grid, which included hospitals. So before we go too much further, I think it's worth us talking a little bit about what is a cyber attack. What do we consider a cyber attack? And I'll put it to you, the majority of people here today will be thinking, well, that's an IT thing. It's information technology. It means something to do with, I don't know, credit card fraud, virus protection. That was that time where I actually did think that I had Nigerian prince that actually did have money to give me, so I clicked on it. And in that arena, the worst case scenario you're probably going to have is you're probably going to lose some money, you might lose some data, but it's not normally fatal. Unless you're involved in a certain online dating application and you got home and your partner found out, it might have turned fatal then. But in an operational technology domain, this is where we're talking about utilities, our oil and gas. In that arena, things can get fatal very quickly. All I have to do is start changing some sensors remotely in the comfort of my own home and start causing gas explosions, start poisoning water, all from a distance. So you're probably thinking, oh, is this real? I haven't really heard of this. Yes, it is real. It's happening all the time. What you find, though, in this arena, in the operational technology domain, all these attacks are linked to major corporations. And the last thing that they want to do is put up their hand and say, you know what, we've been a victim of a cyber attack. Because guess what happens? The other cyber criminals out there go, oh, there's a soft target, I'm going to go attack them. And so they keep it to themselves. They work on the principle, if we can contain it, it won't escalate. This year alone, it's predicted that we'll spend $96 billion in cybersecurity, affecting about $3.5 million per business. You put that in perspective, majority of businesses cannot handle a $3.5 million loss. So this is quite serious. As high as 63% of all intrusions into your network are through a compromised account. What does that mean? Well, it means we've got poor passwords. Some people think, I need something I can remember easily. How about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Maybe a bit more complicated. Let's go password. That'll get them. Or we can be a little bit more creative and we go Eagles. Ooh, hurts. Go Dockers. Still hurts. But those kind of passwords is what's causing that vulnerability. Yeah? So we're also seeing this curiosity that killed the cat syndrome. We're seeing people who get these emails, get these links on their phone, and for a minute you believe that you do have a dead aunt in the UK that has left you an inheritance. And you think, oh, I wonder what happens if I click. Yeah, I'll click it. And in that split instant, that's where the vulnerability occurs. And so I find as a community, we've started to give up our privacy for convenience. Yeah? We've let devices come into our normal homes, such as smart TVs, smart fridges. We need a smart fridge because we don't know when we've run out of milk now, but the fridge will tell us. And then all of a sudden it will appear on your doorstep and you go, oh, thanks, milk, awesome. Put it in my... But is that a convenience or is that just open a vulnerability into your house? Does that literally open the front door and let the cyber criminal in? I'm not saying that we have to give up technology. What I'm saying, though, is we have to be vigilant about a technology. You're probably thinking, you know, well, I don't have a smart TV. I definitely don't have a smart fridge, and I rarely use the internet. Does this affect me? Well, this company called the Kimiri Water Company. This year, there was an attack on their network. The cyber criminal managed to gain access through a web-facing application, a payment application, and then gain 2.5 million customer records, which includes things like credit cards and all those details, your personal details. But that's just the start of it. What they managed to do next was to pivot into their operational technology, into their on-site plant. From there, they were able to start manipulating the valves on site, changing the chemical composition of purifying water, effectively holding the company at ransom, or we'll start poisoning all your clients and customers. It's devastating. They're doing this at home, remotely, faceless. So are businesses prepared? Are we prepared in that commercial environment for cyber attacks? Well, recent studies show that as high as 40% of all attacks on our networks go undetected for days, weeks, months, years, or not even detected at all. We do things like fire drills. Yep, when we all get together and we go for a nice walk out and get some sunshine. Before we go, we grab our cup of coffee and make sure we've got our handbag and our keys and make sure if it goes for too long, we can go home. But how many cybersecurity drills do we do? Not many. So, who is this cyber criminal I talk about? Surely it's somebody with a dark hood, and they're sitting in a dark room, and they sit really close to the computer screen, and they do this all day. Well, no. It's everyone from a 16-year-old kid that's trying to impress Apple by downloading 90 gig worth of sensitive files, and I'll put it to you, that individual was really trying to impress Apple to get a job, right through to nation state. Yeah? And so, in that broad category of people, it's nearly impossible to defeat. So I want to leave you with a few questions, just a few thoughts. What knowledge do you want about cybersecurity attacks? Are you better off not knowing? If your utilities had a cyber attack, do we pay the ransom? Who decides do we pay the ransom? Who should decide do we pay the ransom? Do companies have the structure in place in order to make that decision? Do you, should you, would you punish a company by taking your business elsewhere if you know they've been through a cyber attack? Our complacency opens up the doors and creates the vulnerabilities that the cyber criminal is looking for. The good news is, though, got to have some good news, is that us as a community, through collaboration and education, we can minimize this effect of a cybersecurity attack. We live in a very highly connected environment now. We've got this lovely device called the internet, which is great to be able to go online, do online shopping, but it also creates a point of about 32 milliseconds from the furthest part of the world to the other furthest part of the world. So in this changing landscape, we really need to unite and understand our collective responsibilities in able to defeat this cybersecurity threat. And then maybe, just maybe, we might be able to keep the lights on. Thank you.
Glenn, well done. Thank you. Great talk. Now clearly, passwords are a thing, and we all know that we shouldn't use people's names as passwords, although if you used your name, perhaps at least you'd be safe from me hacking into your account. So sorry about that. These things happen. So can you give us a little bit of advice about passwords and how, what's the best practice around some of that?
Yeah, definitely. So people pick passwords. So that, first of all, the longer the password you can do, the better. To put that in perspective, a three-letter password that we can crack in less than a second. So the longer, the better. Next one is yeah, let's not start using password or password 123 or our date of birth or, you know, we've got this our pet's name and those kind of things. Maybe think of a sentence. You know, I love TED events. So I-L-T-E means nothing to anyone else. However, it's a sentence that you can remember. And so that's 4 letters. Start expanding that sentence.
Okay, great. Now, during your talk, you spoke a little bit about ransom and the fact that, you know, some organizations are being held up for quite a bit of money here. Is this a developing trend? Is this something that's happening more and more?
Yeah, disturbing it is. The cyber criminals starting to wake up that the money, per se, is not in attacking the mum and dad type population. It's not about getting that $300 worth of Bitcoin anymore. They're starting to understand it's getting that 7 figures from the larger corporations. And so you may have heard of this cyber attack, and it was called WannaCry a couple of years ago, or actually less than 2 years ago now. And what they did is that they went through pretty much from the UK right through Australia and further, where they started to put ransom on your computer systems, where they would encrypt your files and then hold you at ransom, and if you paid $300 worth of Bitcoin, they would unencrypt your files. So it's a business. And to prove it was a business, somehow their code got leaked on the internet, and somebody else, copycat attacks started to happen. And so they started to encrypt the files as well. But when they got paid the money, they couldn't be bothered unencrypting it. And so the people from WannaCry found this out and went, no, 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 no. You will unencrypt the files because you're ruining our business plan.
Okay, great. Glenn Murray, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you.
We are the guardians of our traditional values and customs. My journey began in 2011 when I made the decision to enhance my understanding of Māori traditions. I became a recipient of moko kanui, full facial traditional Māori tattoo, recognised by my tohunga tāmoko artist and Māori tattoo expert, Leah Ratana. In February 2017, I became a moko kanui recipient in Karratha, Western Australia. The ink markings you see on my face, hands and arms are patterns of my ancestral inheritance and genealogy. Tāmoko is held with great reverence and respect of our ancestors. These designs are a reflection of the elements of the earth. The interwoven designs reveal unique cultural attributes bearing genealogy and heritage. In Māori, we call this pepeha. I begin with my father's side, Joseph Tuhuti Moke. Ko karioi te maunga. Karioi is the mountain. Ko kawhia te moana. Kawhia is the sea. To my mother's side, Lou Hosanna Rose Matthews. Ko mawao te maunga. Mawao is the mountain. Ko tauranga te moana. Tauranga is the sea. Tihei Mauriora. My nose is my breath of life. Ngā hauewha. My mouthpiece is the 4 winds. North, south, east, west. Below my bottom lip is Turanga Waiwai, my most revered place to be in the world. This is my standing place. I acknowledge my grandparents and great-grandparents on both sides of my face, as they historically upheld our ancestral inheritance. Here you will find an account of the great Māori wars of my ancestors against the armies of the British Crown. The Kingitanga movement, land wars of 1863. Pukehinahina, the Battle of Gay Pa of 1864. Colonialism occupied and suppressed our culture and way of living. Throughout my childhood and young adult life, tā moko was not on anybody's mind. It was never a day-to-day conversation. Tā moko was missing from the Māori face, even to our listening ears. Its absence was a silent suffering. Today, we see recipients of tā moko, Māori men and women like myself, who have emerged from behind the colonial wall of silence to become ambassadors of Māori history. These symbolic remnants of our ancestors will always be a part of our Māori traditional ink designs. The patterns of knowledge are evident upon my skin. My grandparents and great-grandparents are with me as I represent them in my identity and heritage. We uphold our way of life. We are the authors of our legacy of tā moko. We are moko kanuhi. We are moko kauai. We are Māori. If a face is unforgettable, then I am poetry.
Extraordinary Rory Moka. Now, he's normally based up in Karratha, as you heard, but I'm very pleased he's here with us today, and I'd like to introduce you to him. Rory, do come and join us. Great to meet you. Great to meet you. Now, I know there's a question you get asked a lot, so rather than skip around it, I'm going to ask you straight away, how much did that hurt?
That's a common question that I get all the time. And it usually happens in airports.
Right.
Usually a person will come up, I'll say a man will come up to me and say, "Hey mate, did that hurt? That tattoo you put in your face?" I politely say, "Well, it's an out-of-body experience that your face never forgets." So, we're passing through the night and see you later. And I go this way, he goes that way.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Now, you very kindly have agreed to share a haka with us today. Just before we do that, perhaps you'd like to explain just a little bit about what it is and its significance to you and the culture.
Well, haka is a ceremonial dance, and it's performed by Māori women and men, even children and young adults. Australia, New Zealand, all over the world. As Māori, we uphold this tradition that's handed down by our ancestors, and we keep holding on. And we know that everybody enjoys it.
Okay, Rory, I'll leave you to do that, and thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for contributing that wonderful film.
Thank you. Thank you, Gavin.
Rory Moka.
I have two grandchildren. The youngest is 11, Te Ariki, and the oldest is my granddaughter. I heard last night she was in hospital. And my family are up in Karratha. So I dedicate this haka to her. This is called Kamate, Kamate. Tuturu whakamaua kia tūna, tūna. Hunge, huye, tākie. Taringa pakarongo, kia rite, kia mau, hui. Ringa pakia. Oho kamate, mate kaora. Moho kamate, mate kaora. Moho tene te tangata. Puru, uru, nganga, ititi, maika pititera. Moho hopane, kopane, pititera. Putitera, Maha Kamate, Mate Kara, Maha Kamate, Mate Kara, Maha Tenete Tangata, Huru Nana Ititi, Maka Putitera, Mahopane, Mahopane, Mahopane Gopan, Putitera. Hey.
The wonderful Rory Mocha, ladies and gentlemen. How fantastic was that? We're just about to go into another break. So there's more coming up for you on the stages. I noticed when I went out there over lunch, the river stage was absolutely packed. We've got coming up for you this time, Helen Street. She'll be there with Anthony Hasluck, and Rory will be there afterwards as well. So there's 2 sessions on the river stage. That's also going out on the live stream, of course, so you'll be able to watch both those 2 as well. And then on the terrace stage, you've got Damien Norris. It's a little bit more about sort of fitness and movement. And Glenn Murray, if you want to know a little more about how to make your passwords the best they can be. So we're going to be back in here at 4 p.m. sharp. But for the moment, go and enjoy. Speak to you soon.
Hi, and we're back in the Perth Concert Hall foyer for TEDxPerth 2018. Now, we're here with Roscoe from Type Club. And Roscoe, can you give us a little bit of a rundown about what Type Club is all about?
Absolutely, yeah. So Type Club was a little community group that I created with a couple other really talented lettering artists in Perth. It was created based on like our own experiences in getting into lettering ourselves. It's a very niche kind of discipline and art form, and we found it quite challenging to learn about type and lettering, calligraphy, and everything to do with that kind of stuff in Perth, it being such a small kind of creative community. And so we decided after, getting together and meeting up and finding other people that were as passionate about it as we were, that we wanted to start a little group where we just did really casual meetups that were open to the general public. So people could come along and just be able to hang out with other people who are passionate about lettering and get into kind of typography and just be able to ask questions to each other and show each other, what kind of tools and pens they've been using and ask little tips and tricks about how, they've been doing certain styles, or just to be able to all hang out and talk about the same sort of thing and get really excited about pens and be super nerdy on that kind of stuff.
Cool. So can you show us a little bit of your typography practice?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so maybe TEDxPerth?
Yeah, I think
cool.
we should do that.
All right, I'm going to let you go for it, and I'm going to commentate. So
all right, no worries.
Let's do this.
I'm just going to do it in a real kind of casual style. These is a Tombow brush pen. The Tombow brush pens are kind of a go-to for me. They're one of my favourites.
Yep.
They're really kind of fun to use. They've got really beautiful colours and everything. But
cool. Let's see it.
Let's do it now. So we go. We'll just do quite a simple one. Just going to do.
This is great.
I go completely mute when I do lettering, so...
That's okay, you need a lot of focus.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful art form that, maybe we don't see a lot of anymore, and it's really nice to see it getting revived.
Absolutely. That was like part of the reason why we got into it, is because, we're really passionate about it, love like the discipline itself, and to see it kind of starting to disappear because there's not many people practicing it was a really sad kind of moment for us, and so we I think like I'm really connected to those kind of more old school practices, the more authentic and traditional kind of methods of design, and lettering and calligraphy and all that was one of those things that has been around for a very long time, and it's going into the future, it's has new little things that come into play, but
Cool.
it's definitely something that will be around for ages.
I'm going to have to stop you there. I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be looking at more activations real soon.
Hello, Tom with you again. I'm joined now by some people from Curtin University. We've got a volunteer here wearing plenty of different things. Can you just run me through what she's wearing?
She's wearing the Oculus Rift, the latest version. It's a VR headset, so you basically see a 3D space showing a development that we did at Curtin. We won an award. Dom is the lead on this project. He can describe it more. It's a geology project trying to visualize what's normally hidden by numbers for the students. So we took it from the numbers into the virtual space.
Amazing. How important is having technology like this? Obviously, when it's working downstairs, they can see all sorts of things. How has it changed how you can communicate a message?
Oh, it's a very powerful tool. If you actually, probably the camera, if you can go just for 1 second on the screen, you will see over here, for instance, there are formula, right? And calculus, involving calculus. And so visualizing it in a virtual reality environment takes out this edge of exposing them to math, right? And so it's very efficient of showing them how, in this case, by the way, this application is on groundwater, and how groundwater basically kind of changes when you pump out water out of kind of groundwater conducting layer. And it's just not a straightforward lowering of the water table. There's kind of a way it moves and behaves. And so this virtual reality application shows that actually quite well. And that's one application, and another one that we developed, and I should mention here that we're very grateful to Curtin. Okay, that was a teaching and learning grant that we were awarded, and it shows also kind of how we can manage contamination plumes.
Absolutely. Amazing technology, of course, through Curtin University. We're going to have more from you from the Perth Concert Hall soon.
All right, welcome back to the River Stage for the last time this afternoon. It's great to see a few people here already, and now we're going to hear from Helen Street, who's the founder and chair of the Positive Schools Initiative, and also a professor at UWA, or an associate professor at the School of Education at UWA, along with a bunch of other titles, I think, as well, when I read your CV. So I'm going to ask Helen a couple of questions, and then we'll throw it open to the audience. Excuse me. So if you've got some questions for Helen, start thinking about them, or start thinking about how to phrase them, and we've got a roaming mic that will come round to enable you to ask them, and I'm sure your family would love to ask you some questions. What's for dinner, Mum? Might be a starting point. So Helen, look, after your talk, I was just really interested in your views on winning. So obviously fundamental to your presentation, it's very hard to take winning out of society altogether, even at the school level.
Yes. So my big problem that I have with schools is forced competition, not competition per se. And I think it's really important to make that distinction. So if you're someone that just loves to play football and you want to play, a game against another team and you win or lose, and that's part of the whole thing, that's great. But forcing kids to compete against each other in sports carnivals or in-class competitions, or seeing who gets the award for French, or in the debating team when they don't have a say in that, that's where I have a problem.
Presumably, though, in the early years, you've got to actually try and encourage people to try things in order to actually see what they're good at.
Well, I think that everybody needs to be supported to take risks that are a little bit out of their comfort zone, absolutely. But that doesn't mean you have to force them to compete. So having a go at something is not the same as saying we're going to pit you against the other people in the class. And what tends to happen, especially in primary schools is that you find that the same kids always win and the same kids always lose. So the kids that are winning are not really learning how to lose, and then they are likely to be quite perfectionist, and they feel a constant pressure to keep winning, because to not win is like seen as abject failure to them. And then you've got kids who never get a chance to win and just come to accept that, hey, I'm just no good at school, or I'm just no good at this. And they feel disengaged and demotivated, and then they're told, oh, you need to work on your motivation. But it's not about them, it's about them responding to a system that just pushes them out there to always come second.
So my 9-year-old daughter got a merit certificate on Friday, and she got it as a result of it being drawn out of a hat, which is the system that's used in her classroom.
Well, it's not really a merit certificate.
Well, I was going to say, so what should I take from that process? I don't think she sees a lot of achievement in it.
Okay, well, I think it's ludicrous. Merit certificates are handed out in primary schools across Australia and across a lot of the developed world. And I think they're a really bad idea, because you're now making everything that kids do into a competition. And what I said about in the talk about kindness has now become a competition. And lots of schools are handing out raffle tickets or prizes. When you get a merit certificate nowadays, for not just how you're doing academically, but for something like effort, a kid's hearing, well, gosh, I didn't do very well even though I tried really hard. Or for good behaviour, that's making these things into a competition where you have a winner and everyone else is a loser. So are you saying you give one child the prize, and you've said to that child, my judgment of how you're behaving is really important. So that's diminishing their opportunity for autonomy and self-direction. And everybody else who didn't win that certificate has just been told they lost that competition. Far better to encourage young people to learn expectations, to learn norms of society, to learn values, to reinforce those. And then when we feel part of something, we naturally just internalise those norms.
And in your view, does that apply across all ages of childhood? Or does it change as kids get older and maybe more resilient around this sort of stuff?
It absolutely should apply across all ages of childhood, but the more ingrained in the system young people become, the more they don't see there are options, that it just becomes the way the world is. And then, so there might be, so if you went into a grade 10 class and you said, you know what, we're going to have no awards this year, then you might have some resistance to that, because that's just the way the world is. But then I still think you can find enormous benefit from that. And yes, there's lots of competition and awards and prizes and judgments in the adult world, but we're not better prepared for the adult world because we were forced to compete as children. We're better prepared for a competitive adult world if we're given the opportunity to become connected and find out who we are as children.
All right, so now who's got a question for Helen? Anyone? Where's our mic? Over here. Let's start with the gentleman in the black hat. He's nice and close. No, all right. Well, okay, fine. Let's do it.
Yeah, thanks very much. Sounds great, and make people part of the connection and all that. Is a lot of that because people, like the children, observe their teachers' behaviour and better teachers ingrain that better? Is that part of it?
Can you say it again?
Getting people to be better by getting them connected and all that.
How does that work?
To some extent, but is it something to do with the teachers and observing that the teachers are doing the things that you want them to do? And do better teachers do that better?
Well, better is a subjective term, but basically we feel connected to things we do in life if we have 3 basic needs satisfied. And they are the need for autonomy, which means if we have some choice and control over the things that we do, we're more likely to want to do them. So if you think, especially young kids, if you just give them the salad, they don't like it. If they can make the salad, it's okay. If they can grow the salad, it's fantastic. So the more choice and control, the more autonomy and agency is one. Secondly, relatedness. So the more that we feel a sense of belonging and that we feel we've got positive attachments, we like the people around us, that we know the people around us, that we feel we're emotionally safe, that we can be ourselves, the more we're engaged just being in the classroom, in the family, in the group. So relationships absolutely should be at the heart of all school life. And the third thing is competency. Not competency in the sense of getting a grade or someone else judging us to be doing well, but competency in the sense that we need to feel that we're benefiting and growing in some way with the things that we do. So if you're doing English and you love it, you need to feel that you're finding something out about yourself or your story, or you're getting your characters, you're making some sort of personal progress. So autonomy, relationships, and that sense of personal progress. If you have those three things in a classroom, then you are wanting to be there. So it's not about fun, it's not about being soft, it's not about making it easy, it's about having those three needs met.
So I guess just going back to the question though, how much is that the role of the teacher, or does it not matter on individual teachers because the system is not set up right for the teacher?
Well, it's a combination of the two. So at the moment, we'll find that there are pockets of this happening. There'll be teachers who get it, and they'll often be called great teachers because they don't rely on awards and judgment and control and power. They do support autonomy, they take time to get to know the kids, and they give them a sense of relevancy in their learning and good feedback. So that they are great teachers, but overall, I don't think we're going to get massive changes as a society until schools as a whole start to prioritise this approach and make it the thing that we do across the school, not just the quirk of an individual teacher.
All right, another question. Right down the front. We'll try and work our way back.
Hi, Helen. Thanks for your talk. It seems in the workplace, businesses are getting a bit more encouraged and supportive for personal development. However, when that personal development comes along, it's more structured and mainstream in terms of here's some tips how to sell better, here's some tips how to communicate better, but there's not that personal development that's internal and connection like you talk about. Yeah. What are some tips we can do to encourage that within our employees and our managers?
It's about workplaces and schools and families understanding that we're not just collections of individuals, we're social beings, and therefore who we are is dependent upon everything that's happening around us. So it's about working on contextual changes. So workplaces can ideally invest more time in understanding the importance of relationships and building a sense of belonging, in looking at ways they can increase autonomy. Again, it comes back to these three needs in employees. So rather than trying to constantly judge them and control them with bonuses and, pay for performance, there's a lot that workplace can do to create a healthier context, a healthier environment, so people naturally feel more engaged, more self-directed, more competent at work. Absolutely.
All right, I think there's some up the back. If we go back to there.
Hi, I have a 14-year-old in Year 9 and we're navigating a highly academic school. Her sister went really well through that, but our other child is dyslexic. What is your advice in terms of getting help to navigate a highly academic school with a dyslexic child who is got a beautiful social network but is not finding her passion because of all of the issues that you've already raised, highly competitive, disengaged. She's disengaging. What would you do if it was your child now?
Oh, that's a question I can certainly relate to. I think that schools generally are not set up for kids that do things differently, and you have to advocate on behalf of your child continually. You have to insist and ensure that the school firstly understands your child doesn't have something wrong with them, they're not less able, they learn differently, and they need to make allowances for that. And at the same time, ensure that your child has a sense of hope about their future. And it may be that the school system is not going to give them what they want in life, but being 17 or 18, whatever happens then, that doesn't predict the rest of your life. And I think that's probably the most powerful thing you can try and give to your child, is the sense that, that you might be in your early 20s when you flourish or really find out who you are and everything falls into place. It doesn't have to happen at 17. But you do have to be an advocate for a child who has any sort of difference continually.
Yeah. And do you offer advocacy services through your business, or where do you go for that? Because I feel like I need to partner up with a professional to navigate a little bit further.
Okay, so I sort of advocate more overall on maths by going into schools and talking to schools on maths, but you are not alone, you are so not alone, and I meet so many people like you, and they're sort of weeping for their children because they're stuck in this system, and they can see the brilliance in their child and how disengaged they're becoming. So feel free to email me, and I can put you in touch with other people.
Thank you.
Is there any form of schooling system that, in your opinion, is doing it well? I mean, there are obviously, there's public, there's private, there's the Montessoris of the world.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that actually does it well?
Well, I think that Steiner and Montessori, and they are systems that are much more about child-centred learning and giving children an opportunity to be more self-directed. But the problem is that certainly in Western Australia, and in most of Australia, and most of the developed world, these systems are still seen as on the outside of mainstream society. So what tends to happen is, although they have a brilliant philosophy and great ideals, they're schools that end up feeling on the outside, and often families will go to their schools who have quite specific needs, and the teachers feel very sort of thinly spread, and so you've got a whole other set of problems that kids at the school have to deal with, like feeling a bit of an outer of mainstream society. So.
All right, I think I can do one more question, according to the man in my ear. Let's go right over here. This is not a family member, is it?
No.
Right.
Hi, Helen.
Hello.
Well, I'm not from Australia. I'm originally from the UK, so that my experience with school is from that. All my teachers when I went to school went to university, graduated, and went straight back into the education system. And all they knew were grades and just getting you through that system, and just following on from that. So I've been 10 years out of education. Obviously, life is a greatest learner. So I was just wondering, what sort of schemes are in place to get people who've had I wouldn't say real life experience, but people in the workplace actually going back into teaching? Because I think a lot of that would be a great benefit to children, because when I was at school, it just seemed that all they knew was school and nothing really much else, and you didn't really get the sort of answers to questions that you had about life after that.
All right, I'm going to get you to answer that fairly succinctly.
Sure. Well, I agree that teachers very often who've had varied life experience can be more rounded in their approach and getting to know their students and do better. I don't know that there are really very many specific schemes to encourage older people into teaching. I think until teachers get more respect, higher status and a better income, that's not going to happen. So that's really the bottom line. We need to give teachers more status, more respect, more money, and then we will attract a broad range of great people.
All right, now, unfortunately, there's a man in my ear telling me I have to wrap it up there because there's never enough time. So I know a lot of people had questions out there. So, Helen, are you going to be around for a little
Yes,
while?
absolutely. Yeah.
All right, so I think if you do want to talk to Helen, please take the opportunity. I think she'll be over in that direction. But if you could join me in saying thanks to Helen for giving us a bit more information from her presentation. Thank you. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you.
Hall. I'm joined now by Gavin Buckley, who is the CEO of TEDxPerth. Gavin, how have you thought today's been so far?
Well, I think it's been amazing, actually, frankly. We've had some incredible speakers. We knew we had some incredible speakers in advance. What I'm so pleased about is how enthusiastic and how engage the audiences as well. They're part of our community. We love them, and there's a real connection going on. People are talking, they're spreading ideas, and they're clearly reacting really well to the speakers we have.
Absolutely. Something I said before was that people are buzzing when they come out of that theatre. Everyone's got a smile on their face. They're talking about all sorts of ideas. Run me through what it takes to put on an event like this. So, there's months and months of planning, and then lots of people behind the scenes. How important is that?
It's vital because, we want to put on a really good event. We're an amateur team in a way, but we're all professionals wanting to deliver the top best quality event we possibly can. So we engage really good quality suppliers, experts in their field to help us with things like the catering, the lighting, the technical side of things. But underneath it all, there's just a really dedicated team of volunteers, professionals, putting in a lot of time and effort to make sure that what we deliver on the day is polished, it's high quality, and it's absolutely what our audience, both in the room and online, want to see.
Absolutely. Some of the other comments I've heard from people is that this is great that it's happening in Perth. What does this mean for Perth, that we can have our very own TEDx event? How important is it for Perth?
Well, that's really the driver. That's why we're doing this. We want to make sure that Perth does benefit from the whole TED and TEDx movement. And frankly, we are the second largest live TEDx event in the country. Now, it's not about size. That's not really what I'm saying here. It is the fact that we have a community that is engaged and interested, and having a positive audience who wants to come along and listen to the talks is so important. But of course the main audience, the bigger audience, is the people who then see the talks online after they've been edited and presented. And, they've already been seen 7 million times. Absolutely. So, which is a fantastic achievement for the speakers, and we're delighted about it because it's showing the best of Perth to the world.
Absolutely, and it's certainly been a great day so far, but plenty more to come. Thank you very much, Gavin.
Pleasure.
We're going to go through now to the next Q&A.
All right, well, welcome back again to the River Stage, and so I'm here now with Rory Mulcahy, who is my last guest for this afternoon. And again, I encourage everyone to come and sit down and ask some questions of Rory. I'm going to have a little quiz with him, and then Rory will throw it to the audience. Yeah. So we saw your video, and we saw the history of your full facial tattoos. I guess what I'm curious about is, how do people actually respond to them? They obviously don't know the story behind them. They can only see what they can see. How do you find people respond to you since you've actually had the work done?
Well, for example, I went to Las Vegas last year in November, and I didn't know what to expect when I got to LAX airport, and everybody at the airport wanted to swap places with me. They wanted to wear my face because they knew it wasn't gang related. They knew it was some kind of tribal tattoo. And so two questions. One is, how does it feel to get that kind of pain on your tattoo? I said, well, as I said in the questions and answers with Gavin, that it depends on who it is, where it is. So a lot of the times it's a lot about where and when and how they ask me that question. So I usually say, it's an out-of-body experience that your face never forgets.
Do you find that people actually are interested and question you enough for you to actually explain your ancestral history in it? Just hold the mic up close to...
Yeah, it depends on where it is. When I go through from here to Australia, from here to Sydney, for example, on the plane, someone will come up and ask me that question. Did it feel good, or did it feel... And when I have the time, I usually say it's all to do with my family. For example, my wife was holding my hand when I got this done in February last year. I got the first part done, and so she was holding my hand. My brother-in-law, Dean Watson, was there. My sister-in-law, Rutu Watson, was there, and Mitzi Strickland was on vocals and guitar, beautiful music, and my tamako artist, tattoo artist. So it really depends on where it is, and I usually tell them that it is this side is my father, and this side is my mother, and usually, that's the two questions I get asked. Or one, did it feel, especially on the face, did it feel pain? Did you feel any pain when you did that? And I explain, well, it's an out-of-body experience. And the second question is, I usually get asked, can you tell me a bit about it? So when they say that, I just say, this part is my father, and this is my mother.
So in that way you find it's a useful way of almost explaining your cultural heritage as you talk people through the story behind it?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
All right. Anyone got a question for Rory? Excellent.
Hello.
We've got a mic here. We'll just pass it around.
Hello, Rory.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. I'm curious to know what was the turning point that made you make this decision to do that?
Sorry, what's your name?
Rachel.
Rachel, hi Rachel. That's a beautiful question. It goes back to 2011. I decided, I came across a threshold in my life that I wanted to change who I was, because it seemed to me that I was colonised all my life, and I didn't know I was colonised. And I started getting to know more about my Māori history, the tāmoko history, or the tattoo history, about who and what, where did the people come from, because a lot of my life was spent in the colonial, the way of their life, or the way of the life. And with the colonial the way they, I mean, we as Māori people, we took advantage of that. You know, we took advantage of the monetary rewards that were there, the employment. There's some in social services, Navy, for example, Rawiri Barrable, he's also got a tāmoko. So it was that situation that in 2011, I decided I was going to study and turn my life exactly who I was. And that's what happened. And it took 6 years. It took 6 years by the time I decided that's it, because I knew that if I was going to get a tattoo on my face, that the restaurant manager mightn't let me in the restaurant, or the taxi driver might take off, which he did in Sydney. Here's a taxi driver, hey, oh, okay, see you later. So it was that kind of thing. I thought, I'm going to go for it. So you really, when it comes to your face, you really have to think about those options. That's a great question, Rachel. Well, thank you.
All right, we've got another question. Yep, down here at the front. Yep.
Hi, Rory. Charlie.
Hey, mate.
Charlie.
Charlie, hey, Charlie.
What job do you do? Because I work for the Australian government, and if I look like that, I don't think they'd be very happy. So you must be a very understanding employer, or people you work with.
Well, I'm a musician, and we released our track, Street Hustler, in April this year. And our band is Sons of the Treaty. I'm here in, Karratha, Western Australia, and my cousin's in Las Vegas, Talbot Snow. So that's what I do. My wife works a real job like you. She works for Toll up in Dampier.
So you can do it if you're self-employed, basically. That's my take out of that. Another question? Yep, down the front here, in the blue.
Hi, my name's Kim.
Kim?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Kim.
I want to ask, have any of your siblings done the same thing?
Well, that's a great question too. They don't have their face done, but they have other parts of their body. My youngest brother has just his nose. Prince Chesi Moki is his name, but he has his nose. He's had that for a long time. But other than that, no, they...
Do you have kids, Rory?
Yes, I have 3.
And would you encourage them to do the same?
Yes, it's. I don't talk about it, but they see me when we're at home. My 2 youngest are in New Zealand, but my eldest son, he does what he does. So, yeah, I would encourage it if they asked me.
And obviously, if they did the same, then their story would evolve to include parts of your life.
Yes, tāmoko or moko kanuhi, you got moko kauai, the woman only, for the chin tattoo, and it really depends on this particular person, whatever they decide to do. I was very, very blessed to have Lia Ratana, my tohunga tāmoko Māori tattoo artist, who decided that I'm gonna
put your, well, I can say it in Māori, but your dad on the side and your mum on this side. But this is the fourth time I think I've been done on my face. Yeah.
All right, another question down here. Now with the blue shirt.
Kia ora, Rory. My name's
kia ora,
Tyler. Kia ora. I'm from just down the road, Rotorua.
Kia ora, bro.
I thought Perth was small. Here we go.
Yeah, so obviously now we've had two that I know of, Tamaiti as well, up on stage with the moko. I just want to ask, as coming from a Christian background in my whānau family, and wanting to embrace the Māori side a bit more, I've had a clean body now for 29 years, and the only tattoo I've only ever wanted is a tāmoko, and I've started creating my own design for an original artist in Rotoiti, my hometown, that I would only want to be done, all by you.
So what's the question?
But the question is, how would I go about with my family as their Christian side being connected to that spirituality? Maybe a few words of wisdom to persuade them.
So that's an interesting question. How do you reconcile two different things?
Yeah.
So the Christian side of his family and the traditional side.
Yeah, just,
so how do you how do you persuade your parents? Is that the question?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Well, is your girlfriend or friend? Well, ngā mihi nui kia koe, kia korua. It really depends on yourself. I grew up in the Mormon Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and I still have my beliefs in the church, although I'm not actively attending church, but it's still a part of because King Tawhio, the Tainui chief, he was the second king. He was an incredible man, and when it came to religious matters, he just told everybody that, look, we've got such and such happening, you can do what you want. So it's really up to you, brother. Rotuiti, awesome. It's really up to you how you decide you want to. I mean, I'd love to look at your designs too.
All right, well, you two can have a session afterwards. I've got time for one more question. So where's the mic? Yep.
I just wondered, is it a choice you make entirely for yourself, or is it sort of kind of a rite of passage or a stage that someone else says, you're ready for this now, you're allowed to do it?
Sorry, what's your name?
Sam.
Sam. Nice question, Sam. Well, it really depends on, for example, Māori are the only ones that can get moko kanui in this shape or form. If you yourself, you can get what we term as some other kind of tāmoko or tattoo that you can get on your face if you wanted to. It really depends on yourself.
I think Sam's asking, do you have to get to a certain point in your life or something where it's like a rite of passage? You have to be at a certain stage in order to do it, or you can decide to do this at any point in your life?
Well, that's what I was... it really depends on yourself. Like he asked the question, how do I go about telling his family about, like, they're very Christian oriented, and it's up to yourself. It's up to the individual. It's for Māori, there is no time, or you decide when you want the mata ora or the moko kanui or the moko kauai for women. You decide when you want it. It's really up to you. That's for Māori.
You can think about it for a bit longer. How's that? All right, one more question. I think in the grey shirt behind, I saw the hand. Just last one.
Thanks, Rory. My name's Andrew.
Andrew, are you?
It wasn't clear to me, did you get the tattoo done in Tauranga or in Karratha? And if it was in Karratha, did you find a tattooist who could do it in a traditional, respectful way?
Yes. To the second question, but the first one was, it was done in Karratha in Western Australia by Leah Ratana, who was trained by Mā Kupua back in New Zealand. for 10 years. So she was up with the Māori traditions and tāmoko tattoo history. But thank you very much. That's a great question.
All right, well, that's all I've got time for. And I don't know if you might mind me saying this or not, but it is amazing work when you're up close. So can I encourage people to come and say hello?
Yeah.
And have a look, because it is really quite remarkable.
Oh, thank you very much.
In terms of the line work. It's, very impressive.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so if I could ask people to say thank you to Rory, who's our last guest up here for today. And we will sign off and let you go back into the final session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kelly here again in the Perth Concert Hall foyer as part of TEDxPerth 2018 live stream. Now I have Kai here, and Kai spoke earlier in the day. So for those who might have missed it at home, can you give us a little bit of a rundown about your TEDx talk?
Yeah, for sure. So this morning I sort of talked about how you can turn setbacks into opportunities, and how my experiences as a young entrepreneur have sort of shown me how that mindset is so powerful, not just in business, but actually in all aspects of life. So that's sort of where I was at this morning. But
yeah, great. So I think maybe one thing I want to ask on behalf of a lot of young people, maybe who are streaming and live streaming in, what one piece of advice would you give to young people? Maybe a practical piece of advice.
Yeah. So something that I've always sort of resonated with is this idea of not having barriers. And it's kind of cliche, but for me, you don't need to have thousands of dollars in the bank or, wealth of experience to be able to get started. Like, an e-commerce business is so accessible these days. Whatever capacity you can create, creative content online, whatever is your passion, get going right now. Not right now, but not today, but don't feel like the barrier of your age or your lack of experience is anything to be ashamed of. In fact, embrace it, because there are so many opportunities that can appear because of it.
That's awesome. So what are you most excited about for the future, like for future generations? Like, it can be anything. What is the thing that you hope most for our future generations?
I think even in my time in business, which albeit is relatively short, I've seen this sort of advance in technology and accessibility for all people, and for those young people that don't even know what the internet is in those countries that don't have the privilege that we do, to have the ability for them to access these platforms and mediums to be able to express their passions in new ways with technology by their side is going to be really exciting. And I think from talks today about information technology and the future of that, it's very exciting for our younger generations and their potential. Yeah.
Awesome. And have you got any big plans for yourself in the future?
Look, I want to go into journalism and broadcasting and sort of have some side hustles along the go. But I guess just sort of empowering other young people to follow their journey and to be trailblazers for themselves and what they strive to do, and to sort of unlock the potential that I think all young minds have. And sort of just being in a position to be able to do that, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much, Kai, for your time. And we're going to head off now to some more videos.
Tom with you again with Kelly and Sarah. Just before we go back into the theatre for some more speakers, let's just run through what we've already seen though in that last session. So we had Damien Norris. He was fantastic. He was on all fours talking about moving your body being an involved dad. That was pretty great, Sarah.
Yeah, it was. So he founded a movement company, and what stood out to me was he said now we've exchanged the playground for the sofa, and he said it's time to get back out. It's not about lifting weights, we are the weights, so be strong to be useful. And some of the things he said really stood out to me.
Amazing. Another speaker we heard was Helen Street. She spoke all about psychology in children and the importance of mental health and looking after our youth, Kelly.
Yeah, look, and I have actually been a teacher for 5 years now, and it's really important that we are building resilient kids in our communities. It's so important, and it's not about this winner or loser culture, but, about let's just build up a strong children, yeah.
Absolutely. Let's jump forward into the speakers we're going to be seeing coming up in our fourth and final session. Now, the first speaker is someone I've been looking forward to the whole day. I've been keeping a close eye on when she's going to be up. She is Simone Vitale, and a senior veterinarian from Perth Zoo. So I'm sure she's going to have lots of experience. Simone is also a research professor at Curtin University. The next speaker we have is Charlie McGee, a ukulele strumming permaculture and frontman of an ecological electro-funk swing band. Oh my God, that was a mouthful. Can't wait to see him. Kate McIver, while Perth will always be her home, Kate has been fortunate enough to travel and meet people from all over the world, having worked in the travel industry for 14 years. How much experience would she have? Fantastic. And the fourth and final speaker, we are just going to look at the program. Oh no, we only have a couple of those speakers in this session. So some fantastic people from all walks of life. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. Now, you guys are not eating enough fruit. Okay. Now, I've had a word with Kabir, who runs our kitchen. He's actually our food curator. He's done an amazing job today. I think you might agree. Yes, absolutely. But he tells me you're not getting your 5 a day. And there's quite a lot of fruit left. So what we'd like you to do, please do this, is we'd like you to take some home with you. Okay, because it's great fruit. We don't want it to go to waste, and we'd love you to have it with our pleasure as you leave this evening. So grab some fruit as you leave, and it's really good for you too, I'm told. The other thing that happened to me during the break, I don't know about you, is that one of our volunteers, we have some wonderfully enthusiastic day volunteers here at the moment, ran up to me with one of those date contracts and says, "Here, I've been told to give you this." There's obviously something going on that no one's talking to me about, but I'll have that discussion when I get home this evening. But we had to reprint them, apparently, so I don't know whether that means you guys are really into date night or whether we've got a few problems in the room, but anyway, they've been exhausted now, so good luck with that. Now, I'm going to disappear off stage for a while, but I'm going to bring on one of our curators. She's amazing, and actually you might recognize her because she sat, and she didn't sit actually, she stood on this spot about this time last year. And she's now on our curation team, and her name is Emma Gibbons.
Welcome. One of the things I didn't expect getting into curating was how working with a speaker would start to influence your own way of thinking. Working with Simone, I started to realize the impact of some of my actions. I'm not a conservationist by any means. Don't identify as such. But one small thing I've been able to do since working with Simone is reduce my meat intake to about 1 day a week. Simone is passionate about helping us all find out the things we can do. She's been a vet for almost 30 years and is the chief veterinarian at the Perth Zoo, Please welcome to the stage Simone Vitali.
I'm the first to admit that being a zoo vet is the sort of cool job that gives you an edge when it comes to public presentations. All it takes is one picture of one of your adorable patients and you're guaranteed to get the toughest audience all saying, "Aww. Aww. Oh, come on!" Oh, we're off to a great start, aren't we? TEDxPerth, meet the sunset frog. Yeah. I'll pay you later. It lives in a very specialised little pocket of habitat right here in WA where it was only discovered in 1994. We had a breeding program for the sunset frog at the zoo, and as you can imagine, I was immediately captivated by its exotic good looks. Go with me here. He may not look all that special, it might look all business on top, but it is all party underneath. Sunset frogs have been around for over 30 million years. Think about that for a moment. That means that as a species, they have been dodging prehistoric giant wombats for much longer than they've been dodging cattle and feral pigs. This frog is a survivor. And yet, it's only about this big, and it will only move a few metres in its entire life. It has no idea that its tiny home range is becoming hemmed in by human encroachments that threaten its existence. Sunset frogs are very vulnerable, and they're our very own. And that's why it matters to me that we conserve them. But the reality is that the future of this little frog rests with the actions of all of us, not just the fortunate few who have been won over by his delightfully impressive underbelly. So today, for once, I want to put the pictures aside and give you 3 other reasons it matters that you should join the fight to fight the silence of extinction and act for conservation. So firstly, every species, every living thing has its abilities and its properties that inspire humans to bigger ideas, new visions, broader horizons, better solutions. Miracles occur every day in the living world, and I'm talking biblical grade miracles here. There are insects that can walk on water. There are fish that can generate electricity, and spiders that can spin drag lines stronger than steel, and natural pharmacists like koalas who are producing probiotics to feed their young for millions of years before probiotics were even a thing. I can see you all processing that last one. It's in their poo. Still a miracle, right? Still a miracle. The thing is that biodiversity is a deep well of inspiration and potential, but it takes a hit with every extinction. Every species that winks out of existence takes its miracles and its secrets with it. And gone is gone. That's why it matters that we fight for every species and grudge every loss of that potential. And secondly, extinctions don't happen in isolation. The web of life, the interconnectedness of all living things is complex and intricate and gorgeous, but it's incredibly messy. And the one thing that you can say for sure about it is that the demise of any one species is going to have knock-on effects to a whole bunch of others. Take our love-hate relationship with insects. They're probably not front of mind when you think of things that are vital to your existence. And yet, the creepy crawlies are fending off our own extinction every day. 1/3 of the food that we eat every day relies on pollination, mainly by bees. Insects also do most of the soil conditioning that allows plants to grow in the first place, and they're critical to the breakdown of animal waste. So there you go. They're as linchpins, really, of our food supply, our waste management, and our carbon offsets. The web of life is woven out of DNA strands. We don't get to just wriggle out of our dependence on insects just because we feel like it. While we're made of the same stuff as them and every other living species, that's just not an option. So when I tell you that insect numbers worldwide are going through unprecedented decline because of our destruction of habitat and our use of pesticides, you can see that we're busily sawing off the branch that we're sitting on. Our failure to conserve the species that we depend on is bringing that silence of extinction closer to ourselves, and that's why it matters. When thoughts of insect Armageddons get a bit much for me, my immediate instinct is to retreat into nature. I'm a self-confessed environmental sook. I can get teary watching black cockatoos fly. I can go to my happy place just looking at the ocean because I know that somewhere out there are humpback whales. Humpback whales. There I go. All right, back. Now, I realise that my emotional investment in nature puts me very much at one end of the bell curve. But, and this is my third point for you, it doesn't matter who you are. Your sense of humanity is centred on your emotional relationships with living things. As virtual realities start to push out our natural realities, it becomes so much easier for us to tune out without reacting and to react without feeling. Our contact with living, breathing, photosynthesising wildlife is just such an important defence against those erosions to our humanity. And modern zoos take their role in reviving those emotional connections very seriously. We want all visitors to experience that moment of wonder that's not only soul food, but it also allows them to feel what we feel about the need to conserve biodiversity. So if you're not sold on my friend the sunset frog for its own sake, it doesn't matter. Think instead about the web of life that connects your faiths. Consider the potential and the power that is within every species waiting to be discovered while it edges towards extinction. Remember the spiritual loneliness that's inevitable in a world that's depleted of biodiversity and make a decision to act. We need you to act for conservation because we're all affected personally by what is happening to our biodiversity, and we only diminish our power by getting selective about who joins the fight for the planet. And I, for one, will welcome you with open arms to that fight because I've seen firsthand that a few dedicated and passionate people who care desperately about an endangered species is just not enough to get that species across the line. In 2009, Christmas Island was making headlines as the epicentre of the asylum seeker detention crisis. But there was another crisis of livelihood going on there that didn't make the news. The island was in ecological peril from all sorts of human activities, from habitat destruction to feral pest invasions to unsustainable water extraction. And there were many unique and very beautiful species that were under threat, including the famous red crabs, several species of lizard, and one tiny bat, smaller than a golf ball, found nowhere else in the world, called the Christmas Island pipistrelle. In August of 2009, I travelled to Christmas Island with a group from the zoo to work on conservation of the lizards. And we were there at the same time as a group from Zoos Victoria, who were there trying desperately to bring the last of the pipistrelles into the protection of captivity. On the 26th of August 2009, which was my fourth night on the island, the Zoos Victoria team headed out in the evening as usual with their nets and their recording gear to try and track the pipistrelles by their echolocation sounds. That night, they managed to make a recording of just one single bat navigating its way through its collapsing ecosystem. The following night, on the 27th of August 2009, the Zoos Vic team went out again and they recorded nothing. I still remember the looks of defeat and despair on the faces of those people as they struggled to come to terms with what we now know to be the truth. That they had borne witness to the extinction of a species, and that what I'm about to play you now is the last recording of the last Christmas Island pipistrelle to have lived. Hear that? That's the silence of the first Australian mammal extinction in over 50 years. Perth is closer to Christmas Island than it is to any other Australian state capital. This happened in our backyard. Your world needs you. Find your way to change the silence. Thank you.
I cry every time. So what's something we can do? Where's like the beginner's kit of things to do?
There's so many things, and this is really what it's all about, guys, is that there's so many things you can do, and there are so many ways that you can help just by doing what you do. You can reduce your dependence on red meat. Good on you, Em. Doesn't mean you need to stop eating red meat. Just tone it down a little. If you're in an industry that has a rotten ecological footprint, do something from within your industry to try and improve that. We all work better inside the tent. Fight that tide of customer service that insists that you have a plastic spoon with this and a plastic lid on that. Right. As a group of just the general population, we have far more power than the lobby groups because we're the ones that change the customs and we change the perception of what people consider to be okay. So do a little thing, it'll help.
Okay, and then I have to ask this one because you've worked with a lot of animals. What's your favorite animal?
Oh my God.
We're all dying to know.
That's sort of number 2 on the zoo vet questions after, do you work with all the animals at the zoo? Yes, I work with all the animals. And I was thinking a little about this because I was expecting it a little, and it's like picking your favourite child, and it changes all the time.
Yeah. But like,
you
she's
get
gonna
like
make
me
do
it, meanie. All right, because they do make me cry when I see them in the sky. Black cockatoos. Let's put it out there.
Please, thank you so much, Simone Vitale. Excellent.
Thank you.
Awesome. Our next speaker is going to explore the world of autonomous vehicles. I, for one, am pretty excited for driverless cars, so I can scroll through Instagram on the way to work without worrying about it. You can do that on the bus too, but you know. She is a research professor at Curtin University and recently completed a body of work studying how autonomous vehicles can make individuals happier and healthier. She's a behavior change specialist, exploring those big conversations that affect our entire society. And within that, what's not being said. She's going to unpack that here today with all of us. Please welcome to the stage Simone Pettigrew.
Getting from point A to point B is a big part of life. Most of us have very expensive pieces of machinery sitting out on the verge, unused more than 90% of the time, just so we can go where we want, when we want. But things are about to change. Autonomous vehicles are coming and things will never be the same again. If they are introduced properly, they're going to bring affordable, convenient transport for all while helping to solve some major social problems. Some of us are already embracing the idea of driverless technology, but others are fearful and skeptical. This divided reaction is understandable given that the huge potential of these vehicles is accompanied by a whole range of technical and social issues that have yet to be resolved. Each year, almost 1.5 million people lose their lives on the world's roads. Almost all of that loss is the result of human error. We are flawed and fallible. We have limited attention spans, and we're easily distracted. By comparison, autonomous vehicles have 360-degree awareness 100% of the time. This video shows you a mocked-up fun scenario of what the future of autonomous vehicles might look like. Now you can see that in this future, we won't need traffic lights and we won't need stop signs. The vehicles can sense each other and other road users. Plus they can talk to each other so they merge perfectly. How many of us could drive with that degree of precision? Now there are multiple trials of autonomous vehicles happening here in Perth right now. And there are many, many trials happening all over the world. Millions of kilometres have already been driven by autonomous vehicles, and billions more have been simulated. Even in this early stage where they're still working out the glitches in the technology, the crash per kilometre ratio for driverless vehicles is far below that of their conventional counterparts. We can look forward to the day when more than 1,000 lives are saved each year on Australian roads, and more than 30,000 hospitalisations are prevented every year. That represents a saving to the Australian economy of more than $16 billion annually just from crash prevention alone. That's the tip of the iceberg of the benefits of autonomous vehicles. Even in the interim phase, where we're going to have human drivers sharing the roads with autonomous vehicles, we can expect dramatic improvements in traffic flows. This video is going to show you the results of real-world experiments where they have combined autonomous vehicles with human drivers. As you can see, the addition of just one vehicle, the one shown in red, smooths everything right out. Driverless cars don't tap the brakes like humans do. They can sense what is happening further down the queue, and they can avoid reacting unnecessarily. This means that our trip times will become shorter and will produce fewer emissions. In addition, with rapid improvements in battery technology, it's expected that autonomous vehicles will be electric, and that will further reduce emissions. Our cities will look and feel much different in the world of autonomous vehicles. Driverless cars don't need to park. Yet around a quarter of CBD space in cities is dedicated to parking. What are we going to do with all that extra space? Perhaps the high-rise car parks can become more inner-city living. The on-road parking can become more access for pedestrians and cyclists. Just imagine how much safer cyclists are going to be when all the vehicles around them are aware of their presence and monitoring them continuously to avoid collisions. There's a cyclist. Even our homes are going to be structurally different when we no longer need garages and carports because we have access to door-to-door shared autonomous services. There are some amongst us who will benefit even more from driverless technology. In particular, our elderly and disabled will have much greater mobility, independence, and quality of life. This is very important given the rapid ageing of our population. Today, around 1 in 7 of us is aged 65 years or older. By the end of the century, that will have nearly doubled to 1 in 4. This represents a massive public health challenge that autonomous vehicles are going to help us with. Think also of those on very low incomes who tend to live more on the outskirts of cities, further away from employment precincts. The availability of affordable, convenient transport will increase their access to employment and therefore improve work equity. Now, thinking even more laterally about the potential benefits of autonomous vehicles, in the future, there'll be no such thing as a getaway car. Anyone who wishes to commit a crime will need to do so within walking, running, or cycling distance to avoid leaving a record of their escape. But this brings us to some important potential downsides of autonomous vehicles. There will be privacy implications when all of our trips are documented. Although for those of us who use Google Maps and other kinds of location-based apps, we've already given away our privacy. There will be major social implications when those who are in driving-related occupations no longer have jobs, and they'll need assistance to migrate to other forms of employment. Will we become an even more overweight nation when we have access to door-to-door services and we take fewer steps in our day? How are we going to make up the shortfall in organs available for transplant once road crashes are no longer an important source of supply? How will we bond with our teenagers when we can't hold them captive in the car? And how will we know what our kids are up to when we can't listen into their conversations during drop-offs and pickups? The extent to which autonomous vehicles reach their potential to make the world a better place is going to be largely determined by the ownership models that emerge. If we all decide that we want our own personal driverless car that drives us to work, returns home empty because why pay for parking if you don't need to, comes and collects us and takes us home again, we've just made congestion a whole lot worse rather than better. The best possible scenario is for us to relinquish this idea of personal car ownership and instead get on board with the idea of sharing our transport. This could be in the form of ride-sharing services or autonomous forms of public transport like shuttles, buses, trains, and trams. Now, the younger amongst us are probably likely to embrace this idea more quickly. Many of them already choose not to hold a driver's license, and they're already regular users of ride-sharing services. The rest of us may take a little longer to adjust. So when is this all going to happen? In many ways, it's already here. New cars have lots of autonomous features, adaptive cruise control, lane keeping, blind spot monitoring, automatic braking, automatic parking, oncoming traffic detection. Who's really driving those cars? In cities such as Phoenix and Detroit in the US, they already have autonomous taxi services. The predictions are that by 2040, 3/4 of vehicles will be fully automated. Hopefully, most of us here today will be around to see that. Australians are rapid adopters of technology, so things may happen even faster here. And that's a good thing, because of all the lives that will be saved and the growing independence for our elderly and disabled. But the speed with which autonomous vehicles are arriving means that we need to get our skates on. Transport needs to be seen as a right and not as a privilege. That means that we need to look at the introduction of autonomous vehicles through the lens of social welfare and not through profit maximisation, which is what will happen if the private sector leads the charge. Our governments need to actively work towards cities that are designed around people and not cars. And we need to have lots and lots of conversations about what this new world could and should look like and how we can make it happen. Thank you very much. So,
one of the common things that comes up around autonomous vehicles is the ethical implications. You've all seen the meme with the grandma and the stroller, and which one will the car choose? How do you deal with that?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because as humans, when we're scared of things, we create all this stuff to help justify the way we feel about it. I'd ask you, one, how many of us have ever actually been in that kind of situation?
Good point.
And two, when our 17-year-olds queue up to get their licenses, do we train them what to do in those kinds of scenarios? We don't. On the upside, these vehicles, because of their much greater awareness, they will see the grandma and the pram and the child running after the ball way before a human would. So they have much greater potential to stop in time.
Wow. That's amazing. And your comment just there at the end, Australians are early adopters. Who's the earliest adopter? Where is this going to first be a reality in Australia?
So the different states are vying for who's going to do the best here, and WA is not doing too badly. A couple of other states are beating us to it, but yeah, we're really right up there, which is great. Yeah. And I guess one of the first places we'll see it is on our freeways. That's where they'll give us free rein to be autonomous.
Ah, fantastic. Well, thank you again to Simone Pettigrew.
Pleasure. Thank you.
When I was a little boy, I liked to catch the rain, while people all around my town watched it flow right down the drain. But cause our little shed in the bush wasn't on the main, the only water we had to use was in a tank or from the rain. Cause there's no such thing as waste, only stuff in the wrong place. No, there's no such thing as waste. Misusing water's a disgrace. Moved to the city, rented a house on my way to buy a bed. Saw one lying on the side of the road, so I took that one instead. Also found a fridge, a couch, and a big old plasma screen, and the biggest pile of thrown out stuff that I had ever seen. But there's no such thing as waste, oh no, only stuff in the wrong place, yeah. That's right, there's no such thing as waste. That old landfill is a disgrace. Down the track, I found out that diesel cars can run on veggie fat. Bought a truck and hit the road, smelling like fish and chips. I rescued piles of wasted oil from the back of restaurants. I'd be a fool if I bought my fuel when there's oil nobody wants. Cause there's no such thing as waste, oh no, only stuff in the wrong place, yeah. I said there's no such thing as waste. That old idea's gotta be replaced. Now we gotta refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, recycle. Refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, recycle. Now I get my things out of garbage bins and I compost every crumb. I save my seeds and eat my weeds and feed the leftovers to your mum. Gonna build a house from the rubbish tip, gonna keep this planet clean. Reuse ideas that have been around for years to live within its means. Cause there's no such thing as waste, oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. I said there's no such thing as waste, yeah, only opportunity to be embraced.
I'm going to introduce you to someone who is the very last person you'd expect to find half a cucumber down the back of the fridge that's been there for 6 months. He's a ukulele-playing troubadour, and we have him here this evening. His name is Charlie McGee.
seats. You guys are doing pretty well up the back too. It's a great view from up there. Howdy. It's quite a trek. Whew. Made it. Oh. Give it up for our Auslan interpreters. Thanks. I grew up in a musical family, and we used to live in remote Aboriginal communities in the top end of Australia in Arnhem Land. People up there gave me the name Darata, which means in the Yolngu language, spangled drongo. It's a type of bird, not to be confused with the flamin' galah, that has all kinds of eccentric behaviour, but it's well known for mimicking the sounds that it hears and weaving them into its songs. People up there sung a lot of songs, and I'd often fall asleep at night to the sounds of lawmen singing ceremonial songs across the road. I later learned that these kinds of songs, songs written with a purpose, are some of the most powerful tools for learning, remembering, and sharing knowledge. Anyone can write a song. I'm not talking about the greatest hits of all time or a top 40 banger, but you don't have to be a musician to use music as a memory tool. One of the first songs I'm sure a lot of you remember learning as a kid went like this. Yeah? Now, admittedly, as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, it didn't teach me much in the way of advanced astronomy. But when someone came along and went like this, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, it gave the song a whole new meaning and gave me the building blocks for learning the English language. When we're kids, we're taught these simple little songs to help us learn pretty complex things. But for some reason, a lot of us seem to leave it there. Music hasn't always been this spectator circus that we've made it into today. See, traditionally songs have been used as collective memory tools to help us learn information and pass it down over generations. Just think about the work songs, the sea shanties. West African drum songs would travel for huge distances in pretty short amounts of time. And the first people of this country used song lines that are literally embedded in the land to sustain some of the oldest and most resilient continuing culture on Earth. When I left the bush and moved to the city as a young adult, I started making a pretty modest living as a folk rock musician, which was heaps of fun. But I soon started to question the deeper meaning behind the hedonistic nature of just making people dance and have a good time. Well, I guess I was looking for something a bit meaningful. And at the same time, I was looking around the world at the increasing chaos around me and wondering about the relevance of musicians in a future of growing global uncertainty. And around that time, I also came across something called permaculture, which is the idea that by mimicking natural systems, we can start to build more resilient human culture. And I thought this sounded like a much more practical thing to do with life than being a ragamuffin musician, so I actually decided to put it aside for a while. But before I did, I took the skills I had to the streets and busked my way into an 8-month permaculture course with the hope of learning how to grow my own vegetables and make compost and become self-sufficient. But far from self-sufficiency, it was actually about community and connection. Permaculture is this set of practical design principles inspired by Indigenous knowledge, based on the ethics of earth care, people care, and fair share. It looks at patterns found in nature to to inspire the design of more resilient food production systems, natural building, and even social structures. Even though I'd put music aside to pursue something more practical, ironically, it was a song that helped me to remember my first principle after a friend convinced me to do a class presentation on my beat-up old ukulele here. Might sound familiar. It went like this. There's no such thing as waste. Only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah, you get the picture. Brilliant lyric writing, I know. But the thing is, it did the trick. And not only did I remember the principle to produce no waste, but my classmates constantly informed me that instead of earthworms, I should go into the field of earworms. But it was the first time I really got a sense that music could be a powerful learning tool. Because like most things found in nature, music is made up of different patterns, like rhythm and melody, that our brains find way easier to remember than just raw text or data. If you just think about all those annoying TV jingles that you heard growing up that you can still remember today, imagine if they were actually written to teach us something useful. See, if I get you to memorize this bit of complex text that's about to appear on the screen, if I try and get you to memorize this long and drawn-out sentence, chances are it's not going to happen in a hurry. But if I sing something along the lines of, we can rely on patterns, and you can learn them faster. Train your brain to retain them. Become a pattern master. Kind of gets us to the same place in the end. Admittedly, in a slightly sillier and more ridiculous way, but that's precisely what makes it more memorable. Songs have been used for a long time to help us learn information, understand it, and then translate it into patterns that have our knowledge and ideas stored within them. This idea of permaculture was probably the single most useful idea or set of ideas I'd ever come across, and I really felt the urge to make it more memorable and accessible. So instead of pursuing a career in farming or gardening, I did the most logical thing for a gypsy ukulele player to do and formed a band. And we wrote one album based on each of the 12 principles of permaculture, and another one later for kids to get them into the idea, and took off for about 6 years, effectively teaching permaculture through song at schools, festivals, and electronic dance parties all over the world. Which again, was heaps of fun. And this time, it was a bit of an experiment. I wasn't quite sure how it would be received and how effective it would be, but by far some of the best feedback I ever received was from a teacher back in Arnhem Land, where I was born, who told me that she'd integrated the songs into her class curriculum and inspired the kids to create an edible school garden and a blog about growing their own food. It was just the most inspiring thing to see these simple little songs fulfilling their original intention as learning tools to inspire permaculture design. So music makes us feel good and it connects us, and I think it also has a much more powerful potential to connect us as a community, educate us, and even feed us. So let's give it a little go, shall we? I'm going to ask you to indulge me for a second. Not to this particular song, but if I can have you sing in your biggest TED voices. Kimchi is good for me. One more time. Kimchi, so good for me. Oh, you're good. Well, all I do is I get my daikon radish with the cabbage finely diced. Then I chop a bit of chili with the garlic and the ginger to crank it up with spice. Then I add saltiness, sweetly caress it to give it a good massage. Then when I see that water rise, I stuff it inside a jar. Can everybody say stuff it? Stuff it. Stuff it inside a jar. One more time. I said stuff it. Stuff it. stuff it inside a jar, and that's how you make kimchi. See, something as ridiculous as singing a song about stuffing cabbage in a jar helps me to remember the recipe to delicious kimchi. But a song can help you to remember anything you like, from your shopping list to your medical textbooks. Music can be so much more than just entertainment. And it doesn't even matter whether you play an instrument or not. Songs have the capacity to help us rebuild our collective cultural memory. And these days we have so much information at our fingertips, but we spend a lot of time uploading our memory to the cloud using advanced technology. But something as simple as a little silly song can help us to memorize anything we like, and at the same time inspire the kind of interaction and collaboration that you don't necessarily get from looking at a screen. Music makes us feel good and taps into our emotions, and it also puts us in touch with something greater than ourselves. I feel like by bringing back the simple practice of writing songs with a purpose, we'll not only have a more pleasurable way to remember things, but we can also make an important step towards rebuilding a more connected, resilient, and permanent culture. Thank you. So we're going to put this into practice right now, and I'd like to invite to stage Schmicky, my dad Kevin, and my Yuka of Formidable Vegetable. Please make them feel welcome. Let's go. Thanks for having us on this Nunga Wajak Buja. It's a song about soil. You are what you eat, and you are what you eat eats, and you're even what you eat eats. Here's a clue, why don't you take a peek beneath your feet? What you're made from, look at what you're made from's made from, 'cause the stuff that we're all made from is the same. Yeah, we goes from dust to dust, so you gotta just trust that upper crust and maintain that good terrain from whence you came. We've been looking up, we've been messing around, we've been freaking out, but it's time to get down, 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 'cause we're made up of common ground, can't live without it, and it's time to get down, 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 down. Now when you flirt with the dirt, you'll observe it's certainly not inert. From a worm to a chicken burger, you're never alone on the loam, and it's time to get to work. We've been looking up, we've been messing around, we've been freaking out, but it's time to get down, 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 'cause we're made up of common ground, can't live without it, and it's time to get down, down. We've been looking up now, we've been messing around, we've been freaking out, but it's time to get down, 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 'cause we're made up of common ground, can't live without it, and it's time we just gotta get on. Let me hear you say down, 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 down. One more time now, down, 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 down. 'Cause you are what you eat, and you are what you eat eats, and you're even what you eat eats. And it repeats, it repeats, it repeats, it repeats, it repeats. Down, down, down. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks.
Charlie McGee and the amazing vegetable sound system. Isn't that that pumps you up, doesn't it? Gets you ready for something else. Well, I have to say, that was very energetic, and we were dancing out the back then. There's a few friends out there I'm going to bring out in just a minute to introduce to you. However, you may have noticed we've done a couple of salons so far this year. How many of you have been to those salons, just out of interest? Hands up. Yeah, wow, okay, yeah, pretty good. Well, we've actually increased the size of our team quite substantially this year in order to do more work, and it means we can offer more salons. And this is the little secret I wanted to share with you today, that actually we've got another TEDx event in Perth before Christmas, and we'd love you to come. I'm afraid we don't have enough room for everybody, but here's a little taste of what it's all about. There we are. So if you're into astronomy and you're into a bit of science, that's going to be a wonderful evening under the stars. You can bring a picnic if you wish. There'll be some food trucks there as well if you'd prefer to have someone else cook for you. It's going to be a magical evening. There's more info on our website right now, and tickets have just gone on sale this last few minutes. Now, what I'd like to do is introduce some very good friends of mine to you. Now, these are the folks who actually make today possible. They're coming in rather beautifully behind me, like this is Swan Lake. Isn't this orderly? Isn't it beautiful? Do you think I can remember all their names? I can remember most of them, I have to be honest, but some of these folks are with us for the day. Some of them have been working with us actually for quite a while, in fact, all year. What they all are, I have to say, is amazing. I'll just wait for everyone else to arrive before I give you a little bit more of an introduction to these wonderful people. We know, of course, that everything that we do at TEDxPerth is run by a team of volunteers. It is an act of generosity, as I mentioned earlier on, not just from our speakers, but from the people behind the scenes who make it happen. We don't just throw this show together, despite my appearances today. There's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes to make this show really good. It's the selection of our speakers. We work really hard with them to help them polish their talks and to come across and to give their presentation in the best possible way. It's an amazing group of people who actually make this happen, and I am privileged to be CEO of this organization, as well as the person who comes on stage occasionally and tells a few rather poor jokes. These are they. Could we just give them a round of applause for a moment? We're a proper company and everything. We're not for profit, but we have a board. We have a really amazing board, actually, led by Simon Dawkins. Forward-thinking, very supportive, hugely sort of creative, really helping us to sort of achieve what our mission is. And that is effectively the heart of the organization. And that's where I'm sort of reporting in and sort of trying to get new ideas in and encouraging them to work with us and work with the team to put on the best shows we possibly can. Of course, I must also thank our hosts. I'm not the only host today. You've met some others coming on here. You may have met Anthony and Andy out in the foyers as well. There have also been 3 volunteer hosts driving the live stream today. So when we haven't been on stage and other things have been happening, we've had volunteers presenting effectively an ongoing TV program that's gone out to the world. So thank you to them. We have an IT department I mentioned earlier on. They are amazing. We have partnerships, we have finance, we have marketing. Actually, I must mention Jasmine and Lani. I can't mention everybody here. Jazz, where are you? And Lani, yeah, right on the end over there. And also, I'd like to mention Daniel and Mick. Is Daniel on stage? He's back here. Is Daniel? You should have come up here. There he is. Daniel is there. He's our designer, and he has done an outstanding job this year. You've seen the graphics, you've seen the program he's produced, and working with Mick, our lead photographer, who's been subtly walking around taking pictures of you all today, they've done a superb job on that. Again, all voluntary. Now, to make all this happen, we also need a... Yeah, go on. Yeah, absolutely. Come on. This is Mick, just here. Okay, now, to make the whole thing work on the day, we also have a production team. And from my position, I'm no expert when it comes to lights or, all the technical stuff or remembering people's names. But these people actually are really very, very good at that. Katie and Lisa, where are you? Oh, here we go. They're very modest. Katie is our production director, and Lisa Wynn, if she's around, is our assistant director. There she is on the end over there. Very modest people. And of course, our curation team. And I think our curators have done a really fantastic job this year. It's actually quite hard to put together, a series of brilliant speakers who all are individually brilliant and actually work together as a brilliant collective as well. And I think they've done an amazing job. Rob Lyons is the lead curator. You've met some of the other curators as they go on today, but please can we give them a big round of applause as well. And perhaps there's one person here who is responsible for the whole thing, and here is Joel. Joel is he doesn't necessarily stand at the front of these events, but he's our licensee. He started all this with a colleague, Lynn Lee, back in 2012. And yeah, actually, it's due to him. It's due to him that we're all here today. Now, I have to say, from my position as CEO, it is an utter privilege to work with all these people. The job of a leader, if I may jump out of my presentation role at the moment, for me, is to create the environment for other people to succeed. Okay? Now, I would like to hear from you, by way of your applause, how well have they succeeded today? This is a superb bunch of people. I'm so proud and so happy to work with them. They've made everything happen for us today. Do you want us to do it again next year? Okay, we'll be back. So guys, thank you so much. You've been marvelous. Please exit as elegantly as you came on, and we'll see you later. They'll be at the after party as well, so they get a speaking part then too. Okay, so. Sorry? How many people? That's a very good question. I don't normally take hecklers, by the way, but that's a That's a very good question. We've got about 100 on-the-day volunteers who help us out with this, and what we call the core team, those of us who are sort of working pretty much all year to make everything happen, there's 55 of us plus the board as well on top of that. And it's a truly remarkable sort of voluntary endeavor, and I think for me this comes back to my experience in New York. I mentioned at the beginning of today's show that, you know, I was just one of 500 people, and that's less than 20% of the number of organizers around the world, and they all have teams just like this, doing this sort of thing all the time, everywhere, and I think that is a really wonderful thing. And we mustn't forget, I think, that there are people like this in the world doing incredible stuff, really helping. And in this times of Brexit and, you know, lots of difficult politics and uncertainty and not knowing where we're going in future, I find that listening and working with people like this gives me huge hope for the future. Okay, so talking of hope for the future, it's time to bring on our last speaker. And incidentally, there's an after party after that, so if you can bear meeting any of these folks anymore and spending a bit of time with me over a glass of Chardonnay, I'd love to see you out there. Tickets are available on the door. But our last speaker is a really remarkable person. Everybody these days has a bit of a presence online. You know, you can Google, you probably Googled your own name, Googled other people's names, and information comes up. This didn't happen with our next speaker. It's someone who is really under the radar, I suppose. And in a way, that's exactly the sort of person that we're very keen to feature on this red dot, to give a platform to people who normally perhaps don't have that platform, but who have an absolutely and terribly important idea that is worth spreading. And our final speaker certainly is in that category. She's worked in disaster relief areas, and, you know, she has put herself front and center for the benefit of others in a way that is really quite extraordinary, and I think an inspiration to everybody else. So would you please make her very welcome, our final speaker at TEDxPerth 2018. It's Kate McIver.
It's easy to look at the state of our world and be so overwhelmed by hopelessness that you almost become paralyzed from being able to take action. What difference would it make? And where do you even start? The answer has to be start somewhere, anywhere. As an Australian, the reality is it is difficult to relate, comprehend, understand the refugee crisis. We're so far away. We are incredibly lucky. And we have the privilege of being able to look away or change the channel when things get too horrible. However, just because we can doesn't mean we should. We are currently living through the biggest humanitarian crisis that has ever been recorded. In June 2016, the number of people displaced by war, civil unrest, and persecution eclipsed that of World War II. At the end of last year, over 68.5 million people were displaced globally, which is greater than the entire population of Australia, New Zealand, and Canada combined. I first travelled to the Greek island of Chios, which is just 7 kilometres from the Turkish coast, with a great friend of mine in 2016. And at the time, I had a lot of people asking me, "Are you sure? Is it safe? Why?" I saw the picture of Aylan Kurdi, the little 3-year-old boy who, along with his 5-year-old brother Galip and their mother Rihan, drowned trying to make the trip to Europe to safety. You'll all remember the image of him being found washed up on the beach. No 3-year-old should ever lose their life like that. And that picture should never represent a situation that so many people are facing in our lifetime. It's an image that shocked the world, yet 3 years later, nothing's changed. There's an amazingly powerful poem by Warsan Shire, a Somali British poet, who wrote, "You have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. And no one chooses refugee camps." There's a lot about my time in Chios that I will never forget, and one of those moments is the first time that Tim and I walked into the Suda refugee camp. I was a bit apprehensive. I really didn't know what to expect. So I'd like you to all do me a favour and close your eyes for a minute and just think about what images come into your mind when I say the word refugee. Now open your eyes. This is Shadi, a 4-year-old Alibaba who stole my heart and, like so many 4-year-olds, my phone. And so this is Suda through his eyes. In the camps, the conditions are hellish and things are only getting worse. Some days there's no electricity, some days no safety, some days no water, and on a bad day, all three are lacking. The food is appalling, and no one should be forced to live in conditions like this in 2018. But there can't be dark without light. And like so often happens in life, it was the children who were largely responsible for bringing the light to Suda. They brought out the best in the adults who all tried to make it a better place for them, coming together each day to sing and dance, read and colour in, play and paint our nails. One of the things that surprised me, probably naively, was that straight away and every day, I would meet someone who reminded me of my friends and my family back home. With each day and each conversation, differences faded and similarities grew stronger. These are not people to be feared. It's not their war, and they certainly were not born to live this life. I met surgeons and fashion designers for DKNY, electricians, engineers, builders, everything that you can imagine. This is Mustafa. He's 17 years old and he's from Aleppo in Syria. He spent almost 2 years in Chios as an unaccompanied minor while his family had been accepted in Austria. He was our Arabic teacher, and he volunteers wherever he can, helping out with food and clothing distributions and playing with the kids. He's an exceptionally talented photographer. He recently had an exhibition in Athens and met with members of the Greek Parliament. I told him about today and I said to him, if you could be standing here with me, what would you say? What's important for people to know? He thought about it for a few days and then he sent me a message that said, I would tell them, never judge a book by its cover. There's always something that will surprise you about people. I hate the word refugee because for me, in this world, everyone's equal. Refugees can do so much even though they're suffering. Give them help, hope, love and peace, and they'll give you the world in return. On my second trip to Chios, the facilities and services for women and children had improved, but there was still nothing for men, who more and more were becoming the increasing majority, the ones who were left waiting longest, because with every boat that arrived, so did more women and children who took priority over them. There are a lot of obvious reasons and conversations why no one had tried a men's centre, but luckily that was about to change. I will never forget the day that I got a message from a friend I met on my first trip about coming back to give the Hero Centre and a men's centre a go. You know the kind of people that just make the impossible seem easy. They're brave in that they aren't afraid to fail, so they aren't afraid to try. They say they want to do something, and you know it's going to happen. That's Helena. She is a phenomenon. She flew back to Greece in March last year, and step one was to find a property that would allow refugees. She looked at 3, she picked the greenhouse, and the Hero Centre was born. A community learning and activity centre exclusively for adult male refugees. A place that they could learn and laugh, relax and spend time with friends. Somewhere that wasn't a camp. I arrived a few weeks later, and let's just be clear on one thing. We had absolutely no idea what we were doing. But it didn't matter. The situation was so overwhelmingly dire that it removed the fear of failure. Any effort was better than none. it was more important to just take that first step and at least try. I remember Helena said to me, if we can watch 3 movies and not get shut down in the first week, it's a great success. The unique thing about the Hero Centre is that as much as possible, it was run by the guys themselves. It wasn't a volunteer organisation, it was about empowerment over charity. Why buy tables, desks and chairs when there are people who would love to build them? Why employ an electrician when there was probably 50 sitting just down the road in Suda? The day the lights went on and we had somewhere to sit, it was a pretty great day. By focusing on empowerment over charity, the Hero Centre was able to give back something that had been taken away in the camps: the power of choice and the ability to make decisions. The guys decided what they wanted to do, what they wanted to learn. They would help us with social media and crowdfunding, and we would apply for small grants to make it happen for them. Within reason, Bassam still can't get over the fact that he couldn't open a tattoo parlour in the classroom. But through a lot of generous donations of time and money, we were able to facilitate a lot of things. Everything from language classes, art and sport, to psychology sessions, music, meditation, and weekly excursions. One of my favourite memories was on an excursion. The boys were dancing on the beach, and an elderly Greek gentleman came up to us. We weren't always met with kindness when we were out, so my instant reaction was one of nervousness. But this time I had nothing to worry about. He just loved to dance. He spoke Greek, I spoke English, the boys spoke Arabic, it didn't matter. Dancing is a universal thing, it needs no words. And sitting back, watching them teach him how to dabka, and the smiles on their faces was amazing. The embraces as they left gave me a glimmer of hope. We bought a washing machine, which meant finally a place that they could wash their clothes. We had a shower, which meant finally a place with hot water, and the luxuries that you and I take for granted, like soap, shampoo, and conditioner. Friday night, family movie and dinner night was always a highlight. The boys would call their mums and ask for recipes, spend all afternoon cooking up a feast, which they would then proudly serve to their Hero Centre family, their brothers. Fast forward 6 months. We'd watched 3 movies, we hadn't been shut down. But then Suda Camp got decommissioned. It closed down and everyone got moved out to Muddy Vial, a closed military camp, almost a 2-hour walk from town, and therefore the Hero Centre. And when that happened, what people needed changed. So the Hero Centre changed with them. First, we evolved into an open house, a hub for health and mental wellbeing. And then the decision was made at the end of last year to close the activity centre so that we could shift our focus and funding to a housing project, providing basic accommodation for vulnerable and otherwise homeless people. When the centre closed, the boys took every single thing that was not bolted down. And then remarkably, yet completely unsurprisingly, they also went through all their own clothing and possessions, and they took it all out to Vial to hand out to the people who were arriving. Even when facing such horrible situations themselves, they still wanted to help people. So it's in their honour that I want to challenge you all today. What would it look like if walking out of here, you chose to do one thing differently? Just one. What would it look like if we all chose to do one thing differently? I truly believe that everyone always has the ability to give or do at least one of 3 things. You might not be able to go and work in a refugee camp, but I challenge anyone here to not be able to find 20 minutes once a week to go and pick up bread that's been donated and drop it off so that it can be distributed to people who need it. Or go and sit and have a cup of tea with someone so they can practice their English or help kids with their homework. With 168 hours in the week, I believe that we can all find one. Skip one coffee, make your lunch, have one less wine or beer. I know you can. If we all did that, this room alone would be donating $40,000 a month, almost $500,000 a year, just on one coffee a week. The impact that could have is phenomenal. Find a grassroots organisation, one that does direct, tangible work, because their ability to make every dollar extend is truly amazing. I am by no means a better person or more deserving of safety, shelter, food and warmth just because I was born in Australia. I'm not saying it's our responsibility to fix things, but it is our responsibility to empower ourselves with knowledge, to do what we can to overcome fear and hate, to change the conversation by opening our hearts and our minds. It's crucial that we understand just how similar our lives are to so many people who are now faced with the reality of living in a refugee camp. To meet them, hear their stories, see their smiles, just relate, because then maybe, just maybe, we could change a thought, a belief, an opinion, an action. You don't need to know what happens next. You just have to take that first step. The beauty of effort is the path evolves for you. And from little things, big things grow. What started out with a goal of watching a movie and not getting shut down in the first week grew to a Hero Centre family with over 500 men using the centre, and now a housing project that so far has put a roof over the head of 53 people. We can't help everybody, but everyone can help someone.
I'm very good, and one kiss for you. Thank you how much.
So do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. Shukran, teshakor, thank you very much.
The extraordinary work of Kate McIver. Thank you so much. Folks, we've reached the end. Well, we haven't quite reached the end, of course. There is an after party. But look, I hope you've had a wonderful day. Just a few final thank yous. Our speakers, how amazing were they? Just superb. And the filmmakers and the performers. I hope you've enjoyed the installations outside there as well, and you've had a great time with the food. Given your answer earlier on, I think we're going to do this again. In the meantime, don't forget there's a salon coming up on the 8th of December. There's more information on the website. Do take a look. Those tickets go super quick, so if you want to come along, you need to get in there fairly quick. If you're coming to the after party now, that would be wonderful. I'd love to share a glass of wine with you and meet a few more of you. But for the moment, you've been a great audience. I've been Gavin Buckley, and we'll see you next year for TEDxPerth 2019. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the live stream, and what a fantastic day it's been. Tom, Sarah and Kelly here with you. Ladies, what an absolute day. What was your highlight?
Oh, look, I think that other than all the activations out here in the foyer would be Charlie McGee and his music just at the end here. It was amazing.
Absolutely. Look, I have to say the Perth Zoo vet, Simone Vitale, she had the entire audience there in silence, just completely drawn in. That was an absolute highlight for me. Save our animals. Well done. What about you, Sarah?
Yeah, look, I've really enjoyed being out here as well and interviewing a lot of the guests here and seeing, who their favourite was. Mine in particular was Helen Street, and she talked about the youth wellness, and I really enjoyed that. So, yeah, but everyone was amazing, and I've learnt a lot today.
And I have to say the buzz and the energy in the theatre, but also out here, has just been fantastic. There's been people from all walks of life that have been here. And it's a great opportunity, I think, to soak up all of that information, all of that knowledge, and do something with it. Do you feel that, Kelly, you feel like people are going to walk away with this with much more knowledge?
I definitely think so, and I think there's been so many conversations today that, you know, are just going to continue on, you know, in that after party afterwards, but in the weeks to come in our communities, these conversations are so important.
Absolutely. A conversation I was having with someone as I was walking out was that, you know, if I didn't come today, I probably would never have thought of something like that. And I think that's the whole idea behind TED and behind TEDx, is ideas that you never really think about, or ideas that you might think next time you go and do something, you might think about differently. Sarah, what do you think the audience will be taking away from today?
I think that they'll just be really keen to share ideas and just network with people and tell people, you know, if you have a great idea, share it. It's definitely worth sharing, and not to be afraid, and don't keep anything to yourself. Everyone is so eager to talk about things and share their ideas and collaborate. So just, have conversations and go to the after party and talk to everyone, and
Absolutely. And I think another key message to take away is that you are never too young or too old. We had someone as young as 14 on stage today, and then just at the end there's someone that was 65 or in their 60s when they had their final album, so their first album. So fantastic effort for everybody. But we'll have more though coming up shortly. We're now outside on the balcony of the Perth Concert Hall, and this is where the official after party will be happening. It has been a pretty long day today, so I think people are ready just to enjoy the sunshine while it still lasts, the sunset, and just soak up, have a couple of drinks and meet some people that they've met today, start a few conversations. What do you think, Kelly?
Oh, definitely. Now, I met someone from the Type Club earlier, and just the conversations we were having was so interesting that, you know, about like regenerating lost art forms. You know, there's some great conversations to be had out there.
Absolutely. Now, this is happening again next year. Sarah, what would you tell people to try and get on board, come along for 2019 TEDx?
Yeah, definitely. I think that you'd be silly not to. Whether you want to come and attend and listen to the speakers, or whether you want to volunteer, it's a great opportunity. But, you know, the main part of the night is now networking, you know, having a drink and something to eat with everyone who's been here and listen to everything you have all day. So, you know, it's great to be able to just relax and unwind and just chat to everyone and discuss what your favourite was, and, you know, any ideas you might have that you might want to share next year.
Absolutely, and I think the best part about today is people coming here with an open mind, coming now just having a drink and talking to someone who maybe you've seen in there today and you liked what they had to say, maybe a speaker. Enjoy a glass of wine, I know I will be. Love a good wine, and just enjoy. Like, it's all, like, this part is the really relaxed part. I feel like all day everyone was like bang, 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 lots and lots of things happening. Now it's time to enjoy all of that hard work and sit back and relax. What would you say one of the best things about being outside here and about today has been?
Oh, look, just again, I know I've said it before, but the conversations, and I think I'm really excited about the conversations that are about to be had at this after party, because I'm just saying a cheeky wine sometimes makes the best ideas, the ideas that are worth sharing. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Loosen up a little bit. Saturday night, why not? Absolutely. Just engage in that conversation.
Beautiful day. The sun's shining. It's a beautiful day, and I mean, as you can see behind us, we've got, you know, some food and some entertainment. So they'll be here all night. Perfect opportunity to come down and have a drink and relax.
Fantastic. Now, it has been an absolute pleasure, I think, on behalf of all of us, hosting for all of those hours today. I can't believe we got through it, actually. It's been a fantastic day. Make sure you let us know where you've been tuning in from. We know we've gone right across the state and across the world. TEDx 2019 is coming back next year, so we've got more fantastic opportunities to engage in the live stream and here at TEDx. But for now, I think on behalf of all of us, a big thank you for tuning in, and we hope that you've enjoyed.